My wife is 15 years older than me, and she spoils me too much. After 8 years of dating, she was cheated on. She became a saint after enlightenment in a bar. The brainless ex is just a passing cloud, and the red card wife is the destiny. When I was young, I didn't know how good my sister was. I mistakenly regarded youth as a treasure. Beiwang, after 8 years of dating, are you willing to leave me? I am willing. If you must ask me why, I'm sorry, my wife is prettier than you, has a better figure than you, is richer than you, and is more sensible than you. She crushes you in all aspects. Why should I choose you again? Chapter 1. Need more money. In Longju, at the Qingbei matchmaking corner. Did you forget to take your medicine before you left home? A young woman in her 20s furrowed her brow as she scolded the handsome young man in front of her. You earn 5,000 a month and you're looking for a girlfriend who earns 10,000 a month. Facing her accusations, the handsome young man smiled playfully. Do you think that someone who earns 10,000 a month isn't worthy of me? How thick-skinned can you be? The girl was so angry her face turned red. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers, all of them focused on the small blackboard in front of the young man. Chen Beiwang, 25 years old, a college graduate, earning 5,000 a month, but only accepts a matchmaking partner who earns 10,000 or more. He is willing to marry into the woman's family as a live-in son-in-law, but expects a dowry of 300,000, and for the children to take the woman's surname. If there are no children, even better. He is healthy, disease-free, can manage both the kitchen and the boardroom, and is ready to be a new groom. Upon seeing the contents on the blackboard, several other girls immediately joined in criticizing him. A man asking for a dowry? 300,000? Since when is that not shameless? Chen Beiwang remained unfazed, pointing at the small blackboard in front of him. Look carefully, young lady, I'm marrying into the woman's family, so why shouldn't I ask for a dowry? Dowries are given by the man to the woman, okay? There has never been a man asking for a dowry like this. It's fine, from today onwards, I'm doing it my way, he replied coolly. The girls continued to fire questions at him. You earn only 5,000 a month. How can you ask for a partner who earns 10,000? Don't you think that's selfish? Why can you girls look for a partner earning 30,000 with just 3,000 a month, but I can't look for someone who earns 10,000 with my 5,000? Chen Beiwang retorted smoothly. The girls grew even more upset. I earn 10,000 a month. I earn more than you. Why should I date you? Then why would a man with a higher salary date someone like you with a low income? Chen Beiwang responded with a knockout line. One sentence left the girls speechless, as they glared at him with flushed faces. We women ask for a dowry because we leave our parents to marry into the man's family, and bear children for them. We make a big sacrifice, okay? Chen Beiwang was even more energized by this comment. Right, so when I marry into the woman's family and leave my parents, doesn't that count as a sacrifice? But the woman is the one who has to give birth. And who is going to make the baby without a man? Chen Beiwang shot back, pointing at the small blackboard again. Besides, I said, if we have children, they take the woman's surname and carry on her family line. If not, I don't mind. Also, regarding dowries, since I'm marrying into her family, taking care of her parents, doing housework, and making sacrifices, what if she kicks me out after just a couple of years? Without a dowry, I'll have nothing. The girls blushed even more, but the men around them seemed to have discovered a whole new world. This guy is living life clearly, truly a man of principle. Entering the game as a son-in-law, that's better than being a king. That's so touching. We've all been suffering, but this guy is standing up for himself. Damn it, we were too busy smoking and forgot to give these girls a lesson. Although, this guy's requirements might make it hard to find a match. That's shallow. He is not even looking for someone his age. Didn't you see? He is marrying into the woman's family. I bet he is aiming for a wealthy, older woman. Older women are great, they have experience. What are you saying? Older women? I prefer to call them mature and understanding sisters. While the girls were fuming, the men were discussing with enthusiasm, gathering in groups and chatting excitedly. This was a free matchmaking event, and everyone could set their own criteria, so no one could stop anyone else. Was Chen Beiwang's matchmaking request serious? Of course not. He had just come out of a frustrating, green relationship. His girlfriend of 8 years, Laura, had run off with a 200-pound fat man, and he was wallowing in self-pity. Why? Because Chen Beiwang was just a poor guy living in Beijing without a stable home or wealthy family, and the only thing he had going for him was his looks, but even that wasn't top tier. That fat guy. He drove a Maybach, lived in a luxury villa in the fourth ring, and frequented high-end places. Even his little gifts were worth half of Chen Beiwang's monthly salary. How could he compare? After a drunken night, Chen Beiwang had an epiphany. He realized that if women like older, wealthy men, then why couldn't he do the same with older, wealthy women? Getting cheated on wasn't embarrassing. It was failing to move on that was. And so, here he was, at the matchmaking corner, debating with a crowd of girls, each of whom left embarrassed after trying to argue with him, just as his father had always said, fight fire with fire. Seeing that no one else was coming to challenge him, Chen Beiwang smiled and prepared to leave with his blackboard. At that moment, a figure blocked his way. Looking up, he froze. A wealthy woman, about the same age as his mother, was eyeing him. Judging by her attire and aura, she was clearly rich. Although she was older and not particularly good-looking, the saying goes, one rich woman is worth 1,000 poor ones. Young man, are you here for matchmaking? She asked. Yes, Auntie. Chen Beiwang stared at the woman with a strange expression, deliberately emphasizing the word auntie to remind her of their age difference. He definitely wasn't planning to find a girlfriend the same age as his mother. Can you do me a favor? Seeing the warm expression on her face, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but shudder. Auntie, I do artistic performances, not other things. This kid, talking nonsense. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and snapped back. I just need you to accompany my friend on a matchmaking date. I'll pay whatever you want. Acting. Chen Beiwang sighed in relief, then looked her up and down. She was the same age as his mom, so her friend must be nearly 50, right? Although it seemed a bit funny. Money doesn't fall from the sky. 1,000 yuan, I'll go with you right now. The woman smiled as soon as she saw him extend his finger. Deal. Inside a luxurious Bentley, Chen Beiwang sat stiffly, not daring to move. He had never been in such a lavish car before, and felt a bit out of place. Auntie, where are we going? We're going to a Western restaurant. My friend is having dinner with her young boyfriend. Young boyfriend? Chen Beiwang felt his rear end burn, almost hitting his head on the car roof. Auntie, are you kidding me? Your friend already has a boyfriend, and I'm still here for matchmaking. The middle-aged woman looked at him with a puzzled or perhaps embarrassed expression. I asked you to come to mess things up between them. Chen Beiwang stared in disbelief. This wasn't at all what he had expected. From acting on a matchmaking date to breaking up a couple, these were two completely different things. With a sigh, he turned to the woman. Auntie, this favor seems a bit tough, but if you really want me to do it, I'll do it. Then you'll need more money. Chapter 2, The Backview Killer. Adding money is fine. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman opened her purse and pulled out a stack of red bills. Without counting, she threw them directly into Chen Beiwang's arms. This has to be over 10,000, right? Chen Beiwang stood there, stunned, staring at the pile of cash in his arms. His mind went blank. Do wealthy people always act this generously? Is it enough? The woman's voice pulled Chen Beiwang back to reality, and he quickly nodded. Yes, it's enough. This amount was more than 2 months of his salary. With your generosity, I'll definitely make sure to ruin your friend's romance. It may have sounded crude, but the middle-aged woman nodded, her eyes filled with a smile. Auntie, I'm still curious. Aren't you and she supposed to be best friends? Could it be one of those so-called frenemies? Frenemies. The woman was clearly caught off guard. At her age, she wasn't quite familiar with popular slang used by young people. I've known her since we were kids, over 40 years now. I can tell that the young man is after her money, but she is too deep in love to listen to others. So, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Chen Beiwang suddenly understood. There really are people who are willing to sell their souls and bodies for a better material life. He didn't look down on it, in fact, he admired it. If the situation were reversed, he certainly wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. All right, leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done perfectly. Soon, the Bentley came to a slow stop. Inside the car, Chen Beiwang looked out the window and saw a high-end Western restaurant. Following the direction the rich lady pointed, he quickly locked onto a man and woman sitting by the window. Due to the angle, he could only see the woman's back, her white dress, black, straight long hair, giving her the air of a stunning beauty. However, Chen Beiwang knew that no matter how well this middle-aged lady kept herself, she couldn't compare to a young woman in her 20s. This woman was most likely a backview killer. But the young man sitting opposite her was easy to spot. Not bad looking at all, with fair skin, a well-toned figure, and an expensive sense of style. However, his expression had a kind of sneaky, untrustworthy vibe that made Chen Beiwang uncomfortable. The woman was right. This guy's face lacked any sign of love. His focus was entirely on material gain. It's them. The middle-aged woman sighed and turned to Chen Beiwang. Young man, it's all up to you now. Chen Beiwang grinned. Watch me work my magic. Although he had failed in the romance department due to his lack of wealth, besides being poor, Chen Beiwang had a lot of redeeming qualities. In terms of looks, he was your classic northern Chinese boy, sunny, bright, with a smile that was sure to melt anyone's heart. Not that he would crush the young man sitting at the table, but at least he was 3 levels above him. In terms of physique, he stood tall at 185 centimeters 6 feet 1 inch and weighed 75 kilograms 165 pounds, with a lean and muscular build. He could look great in a suit and even better without one. He was witty, humorous, and charming. It was no surprise that he had once won the affection of his ex-girlfriend, who was a campus beauty. Now, after his enlightenment in the bar, he felt like this was child's play. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's old friend stood up to head to the bathroom. Chen Beiwang immediately saw his chance and got out of the car. He walked straight into the Western restaurant, and in the shocked gaze of the lady in the car, he confidently approached the couple's table. This sudden move left the young man speechless. The young man immediately furrowed his brows and, with a somewhat annoyed tone, asked, "Who are you?" "Me." Chen Beiwang flashed a harmless smile. "Your competitor." The young man was taken aback. "What competitor?" "I like the woman sitting across from you. I'm here to take her away from you." Chen Beiwang's words were blunt and aggressive, and as soon as the young man heard them, his face turned black. "You're a bastard. She's my girlfriend, do you know that? They're just a couple, not married. We can still compete fairly," Chen Beiwang replied, continuing to pour oil on the fire with his usual reckless attitude. Bang! Hearing this, the young man couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table and was about to lash out, but at that moment, a gentle, slightly cold voice interrupted him. "Xiaoming, is this guy your friend?" Chen Beiwang turned toward the voice and froze in place. Walking towards him was the woman in the white dress and black hair, with a simple yet stunning makeup look and a tall, elegant figure. What shocked him most was her nearly perfect face. Time seemed to have left no trace on her. Even with light makeup, she was still a stunning beauty that made Chen Beiwang's heart skip a beat. Before seeing her in person, he had imagined that she would look average at best, or maybe slightly unattractive after all. Rich people often get plastic surgery, so she couldn't be that bad. But the woman standing before him was nowhere near bad. He could hardly believe it, but the rich lady's best friend looked even more stunning than he had imagined. She didn't look like someone nearing 50, she looked more like someone in her early 30s. At the same time, the young man, about to blow up, saw the woman return and immediately reined in his anger. He straightened up, trying to maintain a polite and dignified demeanor. "Baby, this guy says he likes you and wants to compete with me for you." "What the hell?" Chen Beiwang froze upon hearing the term baby. His whole body went rigid. "You really dare to say that, huh?" The beautiful woman frowned slightly at the mention of baby, then glanced at Chen Beiwang, her tone cold as she said, "Sorry, sir, I don't know you, and I'm not interested in getting to know you." Though the man who just appeared seemed more handsome than her current partner. "How long have you known him?" Just as the woman thought that Chen Beiwang would leave, he suddenly asked coldly, "About 4 months." The woman thought for a moment and answered, 4 months. "So, may I ask how much you've spent on him?" At this, the woman raised her eyebrows. "Around 4 million. But that was all my choice." Chen Beiwang cursed inwardly. So this was what it meant to date a rich woman. It's definitely appealing. That is an average of 1 million a month. Chen Beiwang grinned. "Sister, why not choose me instead? I'm better looking, taller, better at talking, and I have more stamina. I only need 100,000 a month, and I'll make sure to give you both physical and emotional satisfaction." This declaration instantly turned the young man pale. However, before he could react, a calm, decisive voice came from the woman's side. "Okay, I agree." Before either Chen Beiwang or the young man could react, the woman looked at the young man, her expression indifferent and cold. "Xiaoming, we're breaking up." Chen Beiwang was completely stunned. He hadn't even had the chance to make his move, and yet the woman agreed so readily? He couldn't help but feel like he had walked straight into a trap. ####Chapter 3. How did we end up at the Civil Affairs Bureau? At this moment, the little white face stared blankly at the woman, his face filled with disbelief. "Baby, you. Don't call me that," the woman frowned, and in her eyes, Chen Beiwang could see a strong sense of disgust as if she had always hated that term. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman walked directly toward Chen Beiwang. To his shock, she grabbed his hand and began walking toward the exit of the Western restaurant. Seeing this, the little white face immediately panicked. Shu Ishure, how dare you play with my feelings? You can't leave. Shu Ishure. Chen Beiwang mulled over the name. It indeed had the feel of a big sister. Play with your feelings? The woman gave a cold, mocking smile and spoke again. Do you dare say that you're with me, not for my money? The little white face seemed momentarily speechless, but immediately put on a serious expression and said, I really like you. Ha! However, in the face of such seemingly sincere words, Shu Ishure just shook her head. She wasn't a young girl in her 20s, and she could easily tell when someone was faking affection. Meanwhile, Chen Beiwang was quietly thinking to himself, agreeing with the little white face's display of true feelings. If it was some rich older woman, this guy might really be selling his body and soul for money. But Shu Ishure was different. She was too beautiful enough that she didn't look like a woman in her late 30s. Instead, she looked like a graceful, gentle older sister, the kind everyone would easily fall for. Think about it. She was rich, beautiful, cultured, and sophisticated, mature, intellectual, and kind. When someone checks all these boxes, they become an irresistible catch. In the end, the poor little Xiaoming was unable to stop Shu Ishure, who led Chen Beiwang out of the Western restaurant. As they walked out, Chen Beiwang finally snapped back to reality and quickly said, a sister. Facing such a beauty, he simply couldn't bring himself to call her auntie. Where are you taking me? To the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shu Ishure got into the red Ferrari, and if it weren't for roughly guessing her age, Chen Beiwang could never have imagined this older sister had such a wild side. What kind of person in their late 30s uses a supercar as their everyday vehicle? Does she not feel tired? But that was just a brief thought. As Chen Beiwang replayed Shu Ishure's words about the destination, his entire body went numb. He sat in the passenger seat, one hand gripping the seatbelt, the other grasping the door handle. Turning to Shu Ishure, who was speeding down the road, he awkwardly smiled and asked, Sister, what are we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for? Shu Ishure raised her delicate brows slightly and answered coldly, The only reason people go there is to either get married or divorced, right? I promised you the deal earlier, 100,000 a month. First, let us get the marriage certificate. Her words were decisive, with a hint of urgency, as if she was desperate to get married. Chen Beiwang was taken aback but remained calm, quietly analyzing the situation. If he really married this older sister, not only would he be getting 100,000 a month, but just considering her looks, figure, and aura, he seemed to have struck gold. Wasn't it a win-win situation for him? Moreover, 100,000 a month. His current job, if he worked like a dog, he would barely make 60,000 a year. The difference was clear. As someone who had struggled and experienced poverty while living in Beijing, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but suppress his initial instinct to refuse, burying it deep inside without mentioning it. Before long, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The red Ferrari was striking, and Shu Ishue's beauty only attracted more attention. The onlookers couldn't help but focus their gazes on Chen Beiwang. It was obvious to everyone that Shu Ishue was beautiful, but she was also much older than Chen Beiwang, coupled with the expensive Ferrari. Wow, this guy really landed himself a rich woman. Among the crowd, some people sighed, while others were jealous. Although the process of getting married was a bit of a hassle, it didn't take too much time. When Chen Beiwang walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding a red booklet, he was filled with mixed emotions. As he turned to look at his new wife, he felt a strange emotion stir within him. How had a poor guy who had just experienced being cheated on by his ex turned into a married man so quickly? Wait a minute. He suddenly realized, wasn't this just a play? Wasn't he supposed to break up the couple? Why did he end up married? Moreover, she only spent a little over 10,000 yuan. What about the 300,000 yuan bride price for his own sham marriage? And that 10,000 yuan was still in that auntie's car. So, he had performed this whole act for nothing? Not only did he not get the money, but he ended up getting stuck in this situation? Thinking about it, Chen Beiwang's heart twisted in pain. Ah, sis, wife. Chen Beiwang looked at Shu Ishure, wanting to ask what exactly was going on, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't bring himself to call her any of those names. Although she was old enough to be his aunt, she didn't have the typical signs of age. Calling her sister felt awkward now that they were married. As for wife or missus, they had just gotten the certificate, so he couldn't quite bring himself to adopt that identity. Seeing Chen Beiwang's awkward and embarrassed expression, Shu Ishure smiled faintly, but soon her expression returned to its usual cold indifference. Let us go. Where to? Chen Beiwang asked in return. Shu Ishirai didn't answer. Instead, she firmly dragged him to the car, and the Ferrari roared off. 30 minutes later, it pulled into a luxurious villa community, finally stopping in front of a 2-story villa with a yard. Shu Ishirai led Chen Beiwang into the villa. It wasn't too large, but it was exquisitely designed. The light, luxurious decor revealed a tastefully understated elegance, making Chen Beiwang's eyes wander in every direction. You'll live here from now on. Shu Ishirai sat down on the sofa and spoke lightly. If you own a place in Longju, sell it. If it's rented, just cancel it. Chen Beiwang didn't respond immediately. He glanced around and noticed something, looking at Shu Ishirai with a puzzled expression. This place doesn't seem to have been lived in before. Don't you live here? I have a home. The simple 3 words made Chen Beiwang's hairs stand on end. Don't tell me you already have a family? But then he quickly realized, wait, if you had a family, you couldn't have gotten the marriage certificate. But somehow, he felt like he was being kept as a secret lover in a golden cage. Idiot. Chen Beiwang cursed himself silently. He hadn't even received the money yet, and now he was already married. What if she backed out on him? Thinking of this, he instinctively looked at Shu Ishirai. She seemed to know exactly what he was thinking and, without a word, pulled a bank card from her bag and tossed it to him. There's 100,000 yuan in this card. Every month, on the 1st, I'll deposit another 100,000 yuan. Since I promised you, I'll keep my word. Chapter 4. Touch the hand first, then the elbow, and move up along the arm. Chen Beiwang held the bank card in his hand with a happy expression. 100,000 yuan is in his hand right now. This marriage is not in vain. You can think of our marriage as a contract. Shu Ishirai's words attracted Chen Beiwang's attention again. They are just a fake couple, right? Chen Beiwang guessed that Shu Ishirai was like this probably to deal with the elders at home, but unexpectedly the latter shook her head. They've even got their marriage certificate. How could they be a fake couple? But you also have to understand that we are not familiar with each other, let alone have any feelings. I am old, and it would be unreasonable for me not to find a man to marry. But whether we can go on smoothly depends on whether we are compatible with each other. Chen Beiwang nodded in agreement. Although he was not yet used to his new identity as a married man, he was still easy to talk to for the sake of 100,000 yuan. I don't live here, but now that we are married, I'll come over occasionally. When she said this, Shu Ishirai's cheeks became noticeably redder. Chen Beiwang just laughed dryly when he saw this, feeling an awkward feeling in his heart as if he wanted to be impulsive but didn't want to. Impulsive, because she is so beautiful. I don't want to be impulsive because of the age gap. The marriage certificate can indicate Shu Ishirai's date of birth. She is exactly 40 years old this year, and 15 years older than Chen Beiwang. Although I'm not approaching 50, I'm also over 40, right? Soon, Chen Beiwang remembered something and asked, by the way, if you are in such a hurry to get married, why don't you marry that pretty boy? Shu Ishirai calmly shook her head upon hearing this. He only has carnal impulses and the magic of money towards me. He just wants to maintain a romantic relationship. Chen Beiwang suddenly realized, and his feelings towards the pretty boy dropped several levels. To put it bluntly, I play with your body and spend your money, but I won't marry you. After we break up, I will get all the benefits and I will definitely not lose a cent. That boy is quite smart. Chen Beiwang shook his head and laughed. The pretty boy looked younger than himself, probably only about 21 or 22 years old, yet he had such good luck and independent ideas. I am lucky to have met a rich and beautiful woman like Shu Ishirai. His opinion is that he completely shows the attitude of an egoist. Thanks for reminding me. At this time, Shu Ishirai suddenly said, it's far less cost-effective to not get married with more than 1 million a month than to get married with 100,000 a month. After hearing this, Chen Beiwang's face immediately turned green. So he was treating his buddy like a cheap commodity? I should have raised the price earlier. Chen Beiwang felt regretful, but the die was cast and he could not carve anything more. Let's see if we can earn more in return for our hard work in our future marriage. The two chatted for a while to get a general understanding of each other, and then Shu Ishirai stood up and prepared to leave. Chen Beiwang, adhering to the principle of being a good husband, accompanied her to the gate of the courtyard. By the way, you take the car keys. Shu Ishirai, who was about to leave, stopped, took out a pair of car keys from a bag and handed them to Chen Beiwang. The latter looked at Ma and was stunned. Aston Martin. My 7th uncle. This is a far suburb, some distance from the city, and it's convenient for you to drive back and forth. Shu Ishirai raised her hand and pointed to the garage with rolling shutter doors next to the 2-story building. The car is right there. After saying that, she got into the car and left without stopping, leaving Chen Beiwang petrified in the wind. Little did she know that when Xu Yishui got in the car, her heart was beating wildly. She was not nervous about getting along with Chen Beiwang, but was afraid that something might go wrong. Fortunately, he is not such an irresponsible person. Chen Beiwang had no idea what Xu Yishui was thinking. He watched the Ferrari go away and immediately rushed to the garage door impatiently and raised the rolling door with the villa remote control key in his hand. At the door, a dark silver convertible supercar full of luxury and beauty came into Chen Beiwang's sight. Fuck. DBS. Chen Beiwang's voice became sharp. It was no wonder that he lost his composure. Which man didn't have a dream of running a supercar? A big toy worth nearly 5 million yuan landed on the ground. In the past, Chen Beiwang would not dare to even think about it, but now it was quietly dormant in front of him, and the key to start this big toy was in his hand. While Chen Beiwang was excited, he was also secretly calculating. An Aston Martin DBS with a floor price of nearly 5 million, a two-story villa with a market price of at least 8 or 9 million, plus 100,000 yuan of pocket money every month. Is this what life is all about? Why do I feel like the first 25 years of my life were wasted? The villa is okay, it's just a place to live. Give him a bed and Chen Beiwang can sleep soundly. But he loves this car so much. At that moment, Chen Beiwang couldn't wait to start the car and slowly drove away from the villa. He drove very carefully because he had never driven such an expensive car before. After all, his inner inferiority and nervousness would take time to fade away. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he decided to go for a drive to get a feel for the car, and also to hang around the area to get familiar with the new environment. Although the villa area is located in the suburbs, it is obviously a large residential area, so there is a large and well-organized market and large supermarket, making life quite convenient. Until the evening, Chen Beiwang spent the whole time in satisfaction and happiness. Who could have thought that the poor boy who was drinking in the bar last night, penniless and cheated, would suddenly live in a villa, drive a supercar, and earn $100,000 a month? He is just an ordinary man, and the qualitative change in his life makes it difficult for him to hide his excitement. In the evening, Chen Beiwang bought some fresh vegetables and meat at the market to celebrate his new life. Although he still found it difficult to accept the sudden change of identity at noon, when good things came, there was nothing difficult to accept. Just when he had prepared the delicious meal and brought it to the table, the door was suddenly pushed open and Xu Yishui walked in slightly staggering. Her face flushed and it was obvious that she had been drinking. But she was obviously still conscious. Seeing Chen Beiwang, wearing an apron and staring at her blankly, she couldn't help but smile. You can also cook. As she spoke, Xu Yishui staggered to the sofa and lay down. Chen Beiwang frowned slightly when he saw this. He actually didn't like women getting drunk, but when he thought about his current status, he immediately poured a cup of hot water and walked over. Have a glass of water first. My hand hurts. However, Xu Yishui closed her eyes and mumbled. Chen Beiwang then noticed that her wrist was a little red and swollen, apparently caused by falling while drunk. He immediately took out the topical ointment from the medicine box and gently applied it. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm your legal husband. Xu Yishui's skin was very tender, which was totally different from the skin of a 40-year-old woman. Her hands were cold and boneless, and Chen Beiwang couldn't let go of them for a moment. My arm hurts. At this time, Xu Yishui spoke again, and Chen Beiwang had to massage her arms. This scene made Chen Beiwang feel emotional. Touch your hand first, then your elbow, and move up along the arm. Chapter 5 Big Head Li Chunsheng. Even though Chen Beiwang had some wild thoughts in his mind, his actions were still very proper. Because he knew very well that the marriage certificate could not protect him. Whenever he was horny and wanted to do something beastly, he would have to operate the sewing machine without saying a word. After the massage, Chen Beiwang realized that it was not a good idea to let Xu Yishui sleep on the sofa. The weather was getting colder and colder, and it was not time for heating yet. It would really make people sick. He immediately pushed Xu Yishui gently. Hey, wake up. He still couldn't get used to the name. Unexpectedly, Xu Yishui suddenly frowned and asked in a vague and coquettish voice, Why don't you call me wife? Well, Chen Beiwang was immediately embarrassed when he saw this, but he quickly prepared himself mentally. It was just one step away from success. Since Xu Yishui had taken the initiative, there was nothing to worry about. Chen Beiwang took a deep breath and boldly hugged Xu Yishui to make her sit up straight. Then his voice sounded softly and with a hint of awkwardness. Wife, it's easy to catch a cold sleeping here. How about going to the bedroom upstairs to sleep? He is 25 and she is 40, but now her tone seems to be coaxing a child. However, Xu Yishui did not respond. She seemed to be asleep and kept humming, or maybe she was very satisfied with the title of wife. Chen Beiwang was extremely helpless. He took a deep breath and picked him up by the waist. Xu Yishui has a great figure, with curves where they should be and curves where they should be. She weighs only about 100 kilograms, and with her 1.7-meter height, the flesh on her body is firmly in the right places. There are 2 bedrooms and a study on the 2nd floor. Chen Beiwang naturally went to the master bedroom with Xu Yishui in his arms, then put her on the bed and considerately took off her high heels. Of course, Chen Beiwang's action stopped here. Although he really wanted to help her take off her skirt, that was obviously not a good idea. Just when Chen Beiwang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave, Xu Yishui suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Don't go. I feel uncomfortable." "Who told you to drink this old wine?" Chen Beiwang glared at him, showing no sign of leniency at all. "Just get some sleep." After saying that, Chen Beiwang turned around and left resolutely. "Damn, I haven't eaten since noon. I'm almost starving to death. How dare you not let me eat?" At this moment, Chen Beiwang fully demonstrated what a steely straight man is. Of course, he did this mainly because he was afraid that something unexpected would happen during the intense heat of the moment. Only by pretending to be hard-hearted and inhumane can we prevent certain possible accidents from happening. In the restaurant downstairs, Chen Beiwang was eating while browsing his phone. Suddenly, the phone rang and the caller ID showed Datu. His full name is Li Chunsheng. He is a good brother and colleague. He got this nickname because he has a big head. He was the first friend Chen Beiwang made when he first came to Longju. Chen Bei looked at the caller ID and smiled. "Hello, big head." "Beiwang, I just came back from a business trip today, and I heard that you and Ye broke up." Li Chunsheng's words clearly carried a hint of anxious concern. "Are you okay?" He obviously knew that there was a case of cheating, but he didn't say it directly because he didn't want to rub salt into his brother's wounds. After hearing this, Chen Beiwang looked at the time. Today was Sunday, and it was indeed the day when Li Chunsheng just came back from abroad. He immediately smiled and said, "What can I do? Let's break up if we want to." Li Chunsheng asked directly, "Where are you now?" "The rental house? I want to go to you for a drink. I've been bored these past few days." Drinking is not for holding back, it is for venting. "I'm not at home." Chen Beiwang spoke hurriedly, then after a brief hesitation gave a location on the 5th Ring Road. He didn't want his good brother to know so soon that he was being kept by a 40-year-old rich and beautiful woman. So he made an appointment directly at an old pub that the 2 brothers often went to, then quickly ate a few bites of food and prepared to go out. Just as he was about to go out, he remembered the drunk Xu Yishui upstairs. After thinking for a while, he took out a pen and paper and wrote a note and put it on the dining table. The reason why such a primitive method was used was simply because the 2 had not yet exchanged contact information. Well, it's normal for newlyweds to have some surprises. In order not to let Datu wait too long, Chen Beiwang drove the Aston Martin DBS and rushed out quickly with the roar of a beast. Near the 5th Ring Road, Chen Beiwang found a parking lot and parked his car, attracting the attention of passers-by. Then people saw that this handsome, rich second generation actually waved and got into a taxi and drove away. What kind of hobby is this? Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Why not drive your supercar and take a taxi? The tavern was Chen Beiwang's destination. After paying the fare and getting off the car, he looked around and immediately saw Li Chunsheng squatting on the side of the road. The guy was dressed in a neat suit and holding a briefcase. He looked quite presentable, but he was squatting on a stone by the roadside with a cigarette in his mouth, which really ruined the view. However, Chen Beiwang felt warmed when he saw this scene. He came to drink with Li Chunsheng without even changing his clothes. It was obvious that Li Chunsheng really valued his friend. "Big head," Chen Beiwang shouted, and Li Chunsheng, who was smoking, was stunned for a moment. He then quickly stood up and ran over, cursing, "Damn it, didn't I tell you not to call me nicknames outside? Forget it. Considering your breakup, I'll tolerate you for a few days." Li Chunsheng was obviously a chatterbox. He didn't even give Chen Beiwang a chance to speak. He pulled him into the tavern and said, "Beiwang, even though you and Ye have been dating for 8 years and she even accompanied you to the capital, you 2 are actually not from the same world. You are steady and hardworking, and willing to endure hardships. She is like a princess in a castle, never having to do housework. You go to work during the day while she sleeps at home until noon, then gets up and orders takeout. At night after work, I have to clean the house and cook dinner for her. If I hadn't upheld the principle of not breaking up the relationship between good brothers, I would have spoken out long ago. It's better to break up. After a few years when her youth is gone, she will be able to deeply understand who is the best person for her. After 8 years of running, I have seen a person clearly. It is also a good time to stop the loss." Seeing Li Chunsheng talking in the booth, Chen Beiwang smiled bitterly and shook his head, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Big head, I'm really not upset. I'm even very happy. Do you believe it? Swish. Li Chunsheng was just about to start another cigarette when he heard this and suddenly sat up and leaned over, staring at Chen Beiwang seriously. Beiwang, you won't be hurt too badly. Are you stupid? That's not right. With your character, even though this is a big blow, it won't cause you to completely collapse, right? Seeing Li Chunsheng's eyes full of worry and anxiety, Chen Beiwang felt warm in his heart, and then laughed. I'm serious. Can't someone as smart as me see that Lin Royue and I are not suitable? I saw it a long time ago, but I just found an opportunity to break up now. Chapter 6. Workplace Villain. You idiot, you are just bragging. Li Chunsheng obviously didn't believe what Chen Beiwang said and thought he was just pretending to be strong. If it was something else, maybe Li Chunsheng would believe it, but this is an 8-year relationship. How many 8 years are there in a lifetime? From the time we were together in college until graduation, and then to Beijing, we have been through so many ups and downs. It would be a lie to say that it is not painful to have no feelings, unless you are not a human being. At this point, love is no longer the impulse and passion of the honeymoon period, but is full of adaptation to each other's support and joy. Anyway, if this kind of thing happened to Li Chunsheng, he was sure that he would never be able to get over it. Chen Beiwang was too lazy to make any excuses. This was his nature. He would never argue about things that had no impact on him or were already a foregone conclusion. His predecessor has become a thing of the past in his eyes. Do you really think that your buddy's enlightenment that night at the bar was in vain? How was the business trip? Seeing that Chen Beiwang changed the subject, Li Chunsheng tactfully did not ask any more questions. Since they were good brothers, he still had to take his face and emotions into consideration. Not bad. What's wrong with traveling at public expense? Now I have a headache when I think about going to work tomorrow. Li Chunsheng shook his head helplessly. He and Chen Beiwang worked in a trading company with many main businesses, ranging from food, clothing, daily necessities to industry. The company was not small in scale, so business trips were often sent abroad. Today happens to be Sunday, so Chen Beiwang has time to go to the blind date corner and debate with the crowd. But I do have to go to work tomorrow. At this moment, Li Chunsheng suddenly thought of something and looked at Chen Beiwang and reminded him, Beiwang, I learned about your breakup from our employee group. I guess everyone in the company should know about it. Go to the company tomorrow, you. It was obvious that Li Chunsheng was afraid that his good brother would be talked about by others. However, Chen Beiwang smiled casually. People have mouths on their bodies. Even if they don't say anything to your face, there will definitely be gossip behind your back. You can't let rumors kill you, right? Anyway, I can take it easy. Seeing him say this, Li Chunsheng also sighed, with a trace of resentment on his face. I don't know which bastard is this. This is obviously a private matter, but he had to spread it to the company group. What a piece of shit he is. Chen Beiwang smiled when he heard that. Who else could it be? Yu Jiahui. The Yu Jiahui he mentioned is his colleague in the marketing department. This guy is very jealous and snobbish. He can't stand seeing people around him having a good life. Moreover, in terms of seniority, he joined the company 2 years earlier than Chen Beiwang and was a member of the same batch of employees as Li Chunsheng. He can be considered a veteran of the company and has always looked down on newcomers. At a dinner party with colleagues, Chen Beiwang brought his ex-girlfriend Lin Royue with him. As a result, Yu Jiahui was struck by her beauty from the moment he saw Lin Royue. Putting aside her character, Lin Royue is indeed a great beauty. Otherwise, she would not have been able to hold the title of schoolbelle in college. She has regular and beautiful facial features, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Anyone who sees her would be stunned for a few seconds. Therefore, when Yu Jiahui saw that Chen Beiwang's girlfriend was so top-notch, his damn jealousy started to take over again, and it escalated to the daily life of the company in the future. He excluded and targeted Chen Beiwang everywhere, and the two of them became enemies because of this. As an enemy, he must have been paying close attention to Chen Beiwang's situation. He learned about Chen Beiwang's cheating in a short period of time, and then excitedly spread the news quickly within the company, in order to make Chen Beiwang a clown and be ridiculed by others. When Li Chunsheng heard Chen Beiwang mention Yu Jiahui's name, he was so angry that he slammed the table. This bastard is a complete bad guy. Sooner or later, I will find a chance to fuck him. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang smiled and waved his hands. It's not worth it to get involved with a small person. If the job fails because of this, it will be more trouble than gain. Let's finish drinking early tonight and go home to sleep. Otherwise, if we are late for clocking in tomorrow, my grandson might tell on us again. The drinking party ended hastily. Firstly, Li Chunsheng was very tired after returning from a business trip. Secondly, as Chen Beiwang said, He didn't want to give you Jiao Hui any more handles. Outside the tavern, Chen Beiwang first personally sent Li Chunsheng to a taxi, and then he took a taxi to the parking lot. He called a designated driver for himself. After all, he shouldn't drink and drive, and they returned to the villa area together. In the past, regardless of whether Chen Beiwang had a car, even if he did, he would not be willing to spend money on a designated driver. Chen Beiwang's life was indeed hard in the past. Due to his low income, he spent all his money on Lin Royue and was even reluctant to eat at roadside stalls. If it was someone else, if they suddenly encountered such a situation, they might still cherish money as usual and never dare to spend it lavishly. But Chen Beiwang was different. His character determines that he is just a drop in the ocean among the vast number of people. He was poor before and couldn't bear to spend money, nor did he have any money to spend, but now he is suddenly rich, and he must enjoy what he should enjoy and will never hesitate to spend what he should spend. Perhaps, this is the way a normal and ordinary young person should think. Not engaging in revengeful consumption is a respect for my personality, and not being stingy with spending is a compensation for my past. After arriving at his doorstep, Chen Beiwang paid the designated driver fee and walked slowly into the villa. As soon as he entered, he froze in place. At the dining table, a figure in a nightgown was operating a laptop and eating the meal that Chen Beiwang had prepared tonight. Xu Yishui woke up. Chen Beiwang was greatly surprised. Wasn't she drunk? It's only 2 o'clock when I go out, right? She actually wakes up to eat, and seems to be still working? Wife, you. Because Chen Beiwang had called her his wife before and was in shock this time, he called her his wife without thinking. As a result, Xu Yishui's eyebrows immediately frowned the next second. She turned her head slightly and looked at Chen Beiwang. What did you call me? Wife. Ah. Chen Beiwang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but what kind of person was he? He immediately said seriously, we've already got the marriage certificate, and it's not against the law for me to call you my wife. Besides, when you just came back drunk, you were the one who asked me to call you my wife. Nonsense. Xu Yishui's emotions were obviously very stable. Although she felt that it was impossible for her to be like that, she did not act very surprised. Instead, she continued to deal with things on the computer and did not even look at Chen Bei again. Seeing that Xu Yishui didn't believe it, Chen Bei shrugged indifferently and walked over to sit opposite her. He had just been drinking in the tavern and hadn't eaten anything, so he wanted to stuff some food into his stomach to avoid damaging his stomach. But after taking a bite, he frowned. Cold? You don't have any hot dishes? Xu Yishui shook her head. I'm busy with official business. I'll eat it cold. No, I like hot food. Chapter 7. Seeing Through the Plot. After saying that, Chen Beiwang stood up, picked up the plate and walked towards the kitchen. He also put down the chopsticks in Xu Yishui's hand, not giving her the chance to continue picking up food. Xu Yishui was obviously stunned for a moment by Chen Beiwang's action. She stared at the figure as he went into the kitchen with her beautiful eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. The dishes were heated up quickly and soon several steaming plates were back on the table. Chen Beiwang began to eat and drink by himself. He knew Xu Yishui was busy, so he did not disturb her, although he did not know what Xu Yishui was busy with at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was not until Xu Yishui closed the laptop that Chen Beiwang spoke up. When people get drunk, they sleep soundly and wake up naturally the next day. How did you manage to sleep for less than 2 hours? I had some unfinished business at the company, so I set an alarm for myself before drinking. Xu Yishui's personality seems to have always been like this, gentle as water, giving people a feeling that it is difficult to cause waves. But Chen Beiwang has seen a drunk woman before. No wonder you are rich. It turns out you work so hard. Chen Beiwang sighed. Sure enough, most rich people have the willfulness and perseverance that ordinary people do not have. Just thinking about setting the alarm to get up and handle work when drunk, Chen Beiwang asked himself if he could do it. However, when Xu Yishui heard Chen Beiwang sigh, she suddenly asked a question for some reason. In your eyes, are all women of my age who are single and rich disgusting? Chen Beiwang was stunned. Why do you ask that? Perhaps even if he appears to be kind on the surface, deep down he still harbors hatred and jealousy towards people like me. Xu Yishui didn't answer, but spoke on her own, leaving Chen Beiwang confused. Although I don't know why you judge yourself like this, I can tell you seriously that I haven't thought about it that way. As he spoke, Chen Beiwang raised his finger. First, although we have already obtained our marriage certificate, we have only just met. I don't know you, and you don't know me. To put it in a broader sense, we are a pair of strangers, so I have no reason to have any prejudice or hostility towards you. I am not that petty. Second, you are older than me, have more experience than me, and have more money than me. It is not my turn to reason with you, but I still have to say that self-confidence is given by oneself. Others, not even parents, cannot give it to you. Especially adults, if they cannot face up to their current dignity and status, they will not be able to better face life and the people around them. Shu Ishure was stunned. She stared blankly at the young man sitting opposite her, who was holding up 2 fingers. She felt a little dazed for a moment. This guy is quite charming when he is serious about reasoning. And she had to admit that this strange husband did seem to be different from the young men she had met before. He seemed to know exactly what he wanted and what he wanted to have. You mean, I shouldn't care too much about what other people think of me? If you answer correctly, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. The scene suddenly changed. Seeing Chen Beiwang standing up and moving towards her, Shu Ishure was visibly flustered. Are you schizophrenic? He was talking about the philosophy of life seriously 1 second, and came over to ask for a kiss the next? Come on, is it so casual? Chen Beiwang was stunned when he saw this. He saw panic and shyness on Shu Ishure's face. That doesn't make sense. Shu Ishure is 40 years old, beautiful, and rich. Chen Beiwang knows with his but that she has never liked men around her in her life. Why does she act like this when he just made a little kiss joke? Common sense says that no matter what, Shu Ishure is an experienced woman who has tried all kinds of things. It's just a joke, don't be so nervous. Chen Beiwang smiled awkwardly and sat down again, then changed the subject. Are you sleepy? Shu Ishure shook her head. How about a game of questioning each other at the drinking table? Shu Ishure, who had been looking bored, suddenly became interested when she heard this and nodded immediately. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang laughed inwardly. It turned out that women are gossipy creatures. Obviously, Shu Ishure must want to ask about her past. Of course, Chen Beiwang meant exactly that. Ladies first, especially your own wife, you ask first. Chen Beiwang picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in the glass as long as he didn't want to answer the question asked by the other party. Hearing the ambiguity in Chen Beiwang's words, Shu Ishure rolled her eyes at him, then thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Look at your face. I guess you've had a lot of girlfriends, right? Chen Beiwang smiled, shook his head and put down his wine glass. There was no need to avoid such a question. I was dating someone for 8 years, and we just broke up a few days ago, so I went to the blind date corner and met your old best friend, and then I was led to the Western restaurant and met you. Chen Beiwang told Shu Ishure the whole story in one go. It was obvious that her brain was at a standstill and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. Just broke up? Aren't you sad? After just a moment, Shu Ishure asked the next question. Chen Beiwang smiled and pointed at the wine glass in front of her. Wife, you broke the rules, Tilda. Hearing the other party calling her wife all the time, Shu Ishure felt speechless, yet inexplicably felt a touch of sweetness. She also knew that she had broken the rule of 1 person per question, so she immediately drank the wine in her glass and looked at Chen Beiwang. Can you answer now? I was cheated on. Do you think I am sad or not? Kindness? Shu Ishure's beautiful eyes widened instantly, as if she had discovered some explosive news. Without waiting for Chen Beiwang to stop her, she simply poured herself another glass of wine and drank it all. I broke the rules again. How did you get cheated on? I am so. Chen Beiwang knew that he had underestimated women's gossiping nature, but he did not expect that Shu Ishure, a 40-year-old woman who was a strong woman, would be so gossipy. At that moment, Chen Beiwang told the story of how he and Lin Royue had been in love and known each other for 8 years, had a smooth long-term relationship, and then were poached by a rich fat man. There was no rhetoric or pity-mongering. It was all real experience. Because Chen Beiwang didn't think there was anything difficult to talk about. Smart people would dare to face their past failures. Shu Ishure listened to the whole thing carefully, then sighed with emotion. I didn't expect you to be so miserable. She was not trying to please him, but she really felt sorry for Chen Beiwang. 8 years. He is only 25 years old. His life as an adult was all accompanied by that woman, yet such a shameless thing as an affair happened to him. Now he can still face it with a smile, which is already incredible enough. Honey, is it my turn to ask? Chen Beiwang grinned, as if he didn't care about Shu Ishure's sympathy. He paused and then spoke word by word. Wife, you and your bestie plan to ask me to go to the Western restaurant to break up you and your pretty boy, right? After these words were spoken, Shu Ishure's pretty face finally changed color. Chapter 8. Is your young wife a virgin? She stared blankly at the young man in front of her with a smile on his face, and was a little confused for a moment. She didn't know where the problem lay, but her strange husband had hit the nail on the head. How did you know that? Her rhetorical question undoubtedly proved the truth of Chen Beiwang's guess. 2 things. Chen Beiwang still maintained a warm smile. I will explain your doubts first, and then you tell me why. First of all, at noon, I was tricked by your old bestie into going to a Western restaurant. She told me to find a way to make you break up, and in fact, I did that. You didn't even wait for me to continue my act. You agreed to my request outright and broke up with the pretty boy without hesitation. I felt something was wrong at the time, because you gave me a sense of satisfaction that I had achieved my goal, as if you were waiting for me to make some condition so that you could save your way. Listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Shu Yishui smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that my anxiety exposed the flaw. Then she blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, what about the second point? The second point is just now. Chen Beiwang raised his hand and tapped the goblet in front of him, making a crisp sound. When I answered your question, I deliberately mentioned your old best friend and the Western restaurant as two characters and places. But think about it the other way around. You and I just met, so how did I know your best friend? And you didn't react at all when I mentioned the blind date corner. This proves that you knew me before today, or at least had a general understanding of me. At this point, Chen Beiwang deliberately made a look of regret. Wife, you have clearly investigated me and even knew that I was cheated on, but you just acted very surprised and sympathetic. It really makes me, as a husband, feel disappointed. Chen Beiwang's words completely shocked Shu Yishui. She opened her cherry lips slightly and looked at Chen Beiwang with her beautiful eyes. She didn't understand how she, an elite who was able to strategize in the workplace, could be defeated by this young man who was 15 years younger than her as soon as they met. Is he really that smart? Because of shock, Shu Yishui even ignored Chen Beiwang calling her wife. Okay, honey, I've cleared your confusion. Now can you tell me why you chose someone like me to be your contract husband? Chen Beiwang always had a smile on his face, just like his words, a little frivolous but full of composure, as if he had absolute control over the people and things around him. Why? Shu Yishui let out a long sigh, and the sound seemed to have lost all its strength at this moment. You are indeed the husband candidate that Ronga and I carefully selected from the vast crowd of people. Good job. This first sentence gave Chen Beiwang a big surprise. A sea of people? Carefully selected. What a spy game. But you can rest assured that I have no ill will towards you, and I have never even thought of using you. I am serious about marriage. As if she was afraid that Chen Beiwang would get angry, Shu Yishui hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. The reason for the sifting through of the sand is to filter out some unqualified target candidates. I'm 40 years old, never married and never had a serious relationship. I don't want to enter old age with regrets and ruin my life, but I also want a love as passionate as when I was young. Speaking of this, Shu Yishui's face became even more lonely. But I know that when I realized this, I was already 35 years old. I had missed the best age for marriage. At the same time, the foundation I had worked hard to build and my own personal strength would attract many men. Some people covet my body, some people covet my money, but no one has ever loved me from the bottom of their heart. Shu Yishui's words made Chen Beiwang frown slightly. You said you've never had a serious relationship. What is that pretty boy? Don't tell me he's also an actor you and your bestie hired. He is not. Shu Yishui looked a little embarrassed. He is my chess piece to fill the emptiness in my life. Although it is impossible to have sex with him, at least he can eat with me, go shopping with me, and do things that couples should do with me. Wait a minute. Chen Beiwang grasped the key point sharply, raised his head and looked at Shu Yishui, his expression obviously showing a hint of surprise. You have known this pretty boy for 4 months and you haven't had sex with him. According to the rhythm of contemporary society, love between men and women is common sense, not to mention that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Chen Beiwang really doesn't believe that a 40-year-old woman can withstand the happiness of pleasure. In his subconscious mind, someone like Shu Yishui, who has good looks, a good figure, and a wealthy family, the last thing she lacks is a tool in bed. It's not just Xiao Ming. I didn't have sex with any of the boyfriends I dated before him. Another sentence from Shu Yishui completely ignited Chen Beiwang's pretended self-restraint. Wife, are you a virgin? Bang! As soon as he blurted out these words, a pair of chopsticks flew towards him. Fortunately, Chen Beiwang dodged in time, and then said angrily, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. However, he could tell from Shu Yishui's rather shy red face that his 40-year-old wife might actually be a virgin. Damn, she hasn't had sex in 40 years. No wonder Chen Beiwang always thinks she is weird. Her indifference like clear water and the way she looked for support in her days after drinking made Chen Beiwang see a different taste. Shu Yishui was very ashamed and angry at this moment. She regretted it very much. If she had known that Chen Beiwang asked her if she was sleepy just now, she would have gone to sleep. Not only would her secret not be exposed, but even the fact that she had set up the trap would not be exposed. But somehow, she, who was always very vigilant, was not on guard when facing her young husband whom she had just known for less than half a day. At this time, Chen Beiwang knew that Xu Yishui was very embarrassed, so he coughed lightly and hurriedly changed the subject. Wife, you haven't told me why you chose me. Xu Yishui resisted the urge to stop the other party from changing his address. After calming down, she slowly spoke. It's nothing. In fact, you have only been in Ronga and I's sight for a little over a month. It was by chance that Ronga discovered you, but you had a partner at the time, so I gave up the idea of continuing to observe you. But Ronga didn't give up. She always thought you were a good man. You can tell from the details of how you treated your ex-girlfriend. I didn't expect that she would get the chance she wanted. That is, you broke up with your ex-girlfriend, and then you went to the blind date corner to act badly. She took this good opportunity and officially appeared in front of you. Initially, our plan was to use the Western restaurant to create the story of you and me meeting. We didn't plan to get married right away. After all, there are still risks involved. But I've always been reluctant to stick to the rules. I thought that if things don't work out, I could just divorce. It's better than missing out. That's why I rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you to get the marriage certificate. The one drinking with me tonight is Ronga, to celebrate the official end of my single life. Chapter 9, Will you come tonight? Listening to Xu Yishui's words, Chen Beiwang suddenly understood, and the doubts that had been bothering him since noon were finally resolved. He actually wondered whether what Xu Yishui had just said was false, but he quickly dispelled this doubt. Because there is no need. Regardless of whether Xu Yishui had other purposes, at least he earned 100,000 yuan a month, a villa, and a supercar, not to mention such a beautiful wife. Who wouldn't be envious? After drinking and chatting in the early morning, the two of them seemed to have narrowed the unfamiliar distance between each other. Seeing that it was getting late, Xu Yishui got up and walked towards the master bedroom upstairs. But Chen Beiwang stared at Xu Yishui's steady and slow steps and couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't you drink too much tonight? You know, Xu Yishui was so drunk before that she was staggering and had difficulty walking. Plus, the two of them drank a lot just now. Logically, she should be getting more and more drunk. How can I drink too much when I'm drinking with friends? This isn't work. Xu Yishui didn't stop, but the sound reached Chen Beiwang's ears. The latter was stunned for a moment and then smiled bitterly. I guess I was testing myself by pretending to be drunk. Obviously, if Chen Beiwang had not held back the last line of defense in his heart and had done something inappropriate to Xu Yishui while she was drunk, this marriage would have come to an end tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not the kind of bastard who would take advantage of others in distress. But after a short while, Chen Beiwang became conflicted again. Xu Yishui went back to the master bedroom to sleep. What should I do? Should I go to the master bedroom or the second bedroom next door? I am your legitimate husband, so there should be nothing wrong with me sleeping in the same bed with you, right? But looking at the attitude of his wife, it seems that she has no intention of letting him into the house. Chen Beiwang did not think there was anything wrong with Xu Yishui's silent behavior. Although they were husband and wife, they were indeed too unfamiliar with each other, and it was normal for her to be wary of him. Chen Beiwang didn't have the nerve to knock on the door anymore and went to the second bedroom to wash up and sleep. The next morning, Chen Beiwang woke up painfully to the sound of the alarm clock. He fell asleep at 4 o'clock last night, and it was only 6:30. He had only slept for 2.5 hours. There's no way. I can't just not go to work just because I'm sleepy, right? Although he has some money now, Chen Beiwang has never thought about resigning. This is also a habit of his in dealing with people and doing more meaningful things that can occupy his time. When Chen Beiwang walked out of the second bedroom, he heard noises coming from the kitchen downstairs. Xu Yishui got up so early? That's right, she looks like a woman with a strong sense of career ambition, so she naturally wouldn't choose to sleep in. But it is a pleasant surprise that she can still maintain such good condition despite such hard work. As soon as Chen Beiwang went downstairs, Xu Yishui walked out of the kitchen, still wearing a decent nightgown, which faintly outlined her sexy figure. Seeing Chen Beiwang getting up so early, she was not surprised at all. She put the plate in her hand on the table and said, "Wash up and have breakfast. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and pickled vegetables." It's a very ordinary local breakfast, but it looks like it was made by Xu Yishui herself. This undoubtedly gave Chen Beiwang another surprise. Such a wealthy young woman actually had good cooking skills. Seeing that Chen Beiwang was a little dazed, Xu Yishui continued, "Consider it as a reward for last night's midnight snack. Your cooking is delicious, but mine is just average. Just make do with it to fill your stomach." Chen Beiwang smiled and nodded, then sat opposite Xu Yishui in the restaurant. Then they began to eat seriously without communicating with each other. The breakfast tasted pretty good. How bad could it taste for a simple breakfast? And it was obvious that what Shu Yishui said before was self-deprecating. Are you going to work later? Seeing that she was almost full, Shu Yishui asked curiously. Seeing Chen Beiwang nod, Shu Yishui asked in confusion, since you have received 100,000 yuan per month for marriage funds from me, why do you still want to do that 5,000 yuan a month job? You give what you give, and I work and I earn it with my own hands. Chen Beiwang grinned. It has a different meaning. After saying that, he threw the last donut into his mouth, stood up, picked up his school bag on the sofa and prepared to go out. By the way, are you coming here tonight? Before leaving, Chen Beiwang suddenly stopped, looked at Shu Yishui who was still chewing her breakfast carefully, and asked, "What's wrong?" "If you come, I'll cook double portions tonight." Chen Beiwang said this very calmly, but he never expected Shu Yishui to be stunned for a while, then nodded. "My business these days is near the suburbs, so it's more convenient to live here." After getting the answer he wanted, Chen Beiwang put on a warm smile again. "Okay, see you tonight." As the roar of the engine in the courtyard gradually faded away, Shu Yishui picked up the donut and drew circles on the surface of the soy milk, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "I found a young husband, and he seems to be pretty good." The company where Chen Beiwang works is located in the core business district of Longju, which is near the 2nd Ring Road, but the small villa where he currently lives is in the far suburbs, around the 6th Ring Road. Fortunately, the company's morning clock in time is 9 o'clock. Even so, Chen Beiwang still has to get up at 6:30, wash up, have breakfast, and then deal with the congested morning rush hour. He arrived at the company and successfully clocked in at 8:55. On the way, he thought about parking his DBS farther away and riding a shared bike to work, but he really didn't have enough time, so he had to park his car in the company parking lot. The company's full name is Shankar Trading Company, Limited, which is also a listed company. It has 2 parking lots, an internal parking lot in the basement of the building and a public parking lot at the entrance of the building. As the prime location of the 2nd Ring Road is crowded with luxury cars, Chen Beiwang's DBS was not too conspicuous. As he took the elevator upstairs, he felt a little pain in his heart. The underground internal parking lot is only accessible to the management of all companies in the building, while the public parking lot on the surface is charged $10 an hour. From 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., the parking fee is 90 yuan a day. Chen Beiwang thought that this money should not be spent and was unnecessary, so he felt pain, not because he was stingy. "It seems I need to get a parking card." Chen Beiwang was thinking as the elevator arrived at the 18th floor, Shankar Trading Company, Limited. As soon as the door opened, he heard a fierce quarrel, as if a fight was about to break out at any time. He frowned and walked out of the elevator into the company. From a distance, he saw the work area. A large number of colleagues formed a circle, blocking the quarreling party in the circle. Chen Beiwang looked carefully and found that it was his good brother Li Chunsheng and his mortal enemy Yu Jiahui. His face changed and he rushed over quickly, then yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Chapter 10. The rest of the Chen Beiwang's loud roar made the originally noisy scene quiet down. Even though he is not a local, is a migrant worker in Beijing and does not have much experience, Chen Beiwang's personality makes him successful wherever he goes. The same is true within the company. He is handsome and capable, and works quickly and efficiently. The only thing his colleagues can complain about him is that he is stingy. "I seldom go to parties or reunions. I only eat in the building cafeteria for lunch and go home after get off work without spending a penny." In fact, it's not that Chen Beiwang is stingy, it's that he really doesn't have any spare money for entertainment. It's only 5,000 yuan a month. When the business situation is good, he can earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan from business trips and commissions. But the problem is that he has to support his ex-girlfriend Lin Royue. Lin Royue had no income at all and just played all day long. What's more, the two of them came from other places and rented an old and shabby apartment. Their food, clothing, and all expenses depended on the several thousand yuan salary every month. Chen Beiwang wanted to live a more comfortable life, but he really couldn't do it. Occasionally, when I went out drinking with Li Chunsheng, he always paid the bill. So in the eyes of his colleagues, Chen Beiwang has only this one shortcoming worth mentioning. Apart from that, he is indeed quite cohesive and popular. And now, when colleagues saw the protagonist Chen Beiwang coming, everyone's expression couldn't help but be teasing and puzzled. "Beiwang, you came at the right time. This bastard deserves to be fucked." Chen Beiwang frowned and looked at the tall and thin man not far in front of him. He was about 1.9 meters tall, but as thin as a bamboo pole, and weighed at most 130 kilograms. His looks can only be described as mediocre, and his small, round eyes give off a trader's vibe. He is Yu Jiahui, the #1 enemy of Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng's company. At this time, Yu Jiahui listened to Li Chuanqing's scolding and was not intolerant at all. Bullshit, Li Chunsheng, you think I dare not fight with you, right? Grass. Li Chunsheng has never been a good-tempered person. He tends to be violent. Just take the 3 years that Chen Beiwang has known him as an example. This guy has fought with others at least 10 times. Seeing Yu Jiahui still cursing, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to take action, but was hurriedly stopped by Chen Beiwang. Li Chunsheng, like him, is also a model employee in the company and one of the most capable ones. The reason why he has not been promoted is because of his repeated fights. Chen Beiwang is very clear that no matter how strong your personal business ability is, the management's tolerance for an ordinary employee is limited. If Li Chunsheng continued to act without caring about the consequences, the result would be dismissal without any compensation. The key point is that the quarrel between him and Yu Jiahui must be because of him, and Chen Beiwang didn't want to feel guilty. Big head, what's going on? Listening to Chen Beiwang's question, Li Chun panted heavily, pointed at Yu Jiahui, and said through gritted teeth, "Do you know what I saw when I came to the company just now? This bastard is on a video call with Lin Ruiyue." As soon as these words came out, Chen Beiwang's whole body shook violently. He finally understood the meaning of the looks his colleagues had given him just now. But then he began to doubt again. Didn't Lin Ruiyue leave with an old fat pig? How did she hook up with Yu Jiahui? Also, when did the two of them become WeChat friends? It's my freedom to make video calls with anyone. Li Datu, you are so nosy. Yu Jiahui was obviously not afraid at all and still maintained his arrogant attitude. Chen Beiwang and Ye have broken up. I can talk to people however I want. Fuck it. Li Chuanqing's anger, which had just subsided a little, was ignited again. Is Ye also something you, a dog, can call me? Chen Beiwang helplessly held Li Chunsheng tightly to prevent him from making mistakes. Big head, have you forgotten what we talked about last night? It's not worth it for you to sacrifice your future for this bastard. Li Chunsheng was furious. Beiwang, what this grandson did is really inhumane. His anger was visible to the naked eye, and everyone could clearly see that he was speaking up for Chen Beiwang, who felt a warm feeling in his heart. However, Chen Beiwang still remained rational. He gained enlightenment in the bar and had long let go of the past. Listen to me, don't be impulsive. After calming down Li Chuanqing's anger, Chen Beiwang turned his head and looked at Yu Jiahui, who had a sarcastic look on his face. Why are you being so arrogant? Chen Beiwang's sudden question stunned Yu Jiahui, and even the other colleagues were confused. What's the meaning? Yu Jiahui, do you think Lin Ruiyue would like you? Chen Beiwang said this with a smile on his face, but it was as if a machete had stabbed into his body, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. You tried to exclude me and laugh at me through this, but you never thought that the person you are so happy to get now is the one I left behind. Chen Beiwang has always had a poisonous tongue, and he continued to rub salt into the wound. No, you can't get it. You don't even have the qualifications to be my junior. Yu Jiahui's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Because Chen Beiwang was right, he really couldn't get Lin Ruiyue, and the latter suddenly contacted him just because Lin Ruiyue wanted to trouble him for something. As for the video call just now, Yu Jiahui did it on purpose to provoke Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng. But he never expected that the stimulation failed, and he was killed by Chen Beiwang with just a few words. As soon as he said this, all his colleagues looked at him as if they had understood, their eyes full of derision and ridicule. Yeah, you just snatched someone else's leftovers and you're still being so smug about it. What's more, I haven't even gotten it yet. I'm going to kill you. Yu Jiahui lost his mind due to being stared at by countless people, and he picked up the work chair and was about to take action. What are you doing? Seeing this, Chen Beiwang shouted again. Yu Jiahui, can't you help yourself and want to take action? Okay, come and fight. Let's see if you will be fired by the company. Let's see if you will be arrested. Let's see if you will compensate me. The three questions were like a fatal blow, completely extinguishing Yu Jiahui's anger. He has been a veteran in the company for so many years, so he is naturally not a fool who acts impulsively. Chen Beiwang's words awakened his rationality, and he knew what the consequences would be if he took the initiative. After all, he is not an employee with outstanding abilities like Li Chunsheng. He is mediocre, and if he had not made no mistakes and given the company the opportunity to fire him, he would have been fired long ago. This is also the reason why Chen Beiwang dared to provoke him. He wanted to let this grandson understand that no matter what you do, you must have confidence, instead of relying on some despicable behavior to earn glory. In the end, this farce came to an end with the intervention of management. There was no punishment or anything like that because a company of this size would not pay too much attention to such grassroots employees. But starting today, in addition to the rumor that Chen Beiwang was cheated on, there is another hot topic in the company. Yu Jiahui is not even qualified to be the scapegoat. Chapter 11, Working with your ex? Of course, as this incident continued to ferment, Yu Jiahui's hatred towards Chen Beiwang obviously rose to a higher level. For the whole morning, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Beiwang not far away was filled with overwhelming hatred. The way this grandson looks at you, it's as if you killed his mother. At noon in the cafeteria of the building, while the two of them were getting their food, Li Chunsheng spoke with a smile. He was no longer angry at all at this moment, because what Chen Beiwang said was so damning. Sure enough, when people think about problems in a different way, they will find different shining points. Otherwise, this kid is really a magical species. Li Chunsheng continued to sigh. In the 3 years since you came to the company, you have fought against him so many times, both openly and secretly, but this guy has never defeated you once, but he just wants to go against you. If he applies this attitude to work, maybe he can do as well as the two of us. Chen Beiwang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he heard this. I never even looked at him straight in the eye, and I don't take him seriously at all. I'm just curious about why Lin Royue is looking for him. In Chen Beiwang's opinion, Lin Royue and Yu Jiahui have nothing in common, and there is no reason for them to be together for no reason. I asked about this morning. Li Chunsheng came over and spoke in a low voice. Isn't Yu Jiahui's cousin from our HR department? It seems that Lin Royue is looking for Yu Jiahui and wants him to work in our company. This news really surprised Chen Beiwang, because he had known Lin Royue for so many years, and the latter was not a person who liked to go to work at all. Li Chunsheng quickly refused. Forget it. You have to pay for your daily expenses yourself. After all, I have a home and parents to cook for me. Although it's a bit expensive, who makes me your godfather? I'm your father. The two of them cursed at each other, ate quickly and went back to work. However, in the afternoon, the arrival of an uninvited guest once again caused a bloody storm in the entire company. As the company's electric door opened, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground attracted most employees to look up. Then a pair of straight sexy long legs came into everyone's sight. As the heartbeat quickened and the breathing became heavier, everyone's eyes moved upwards and then fixed on a delicate and moving face. Lin Royue. Li Chunsheng was the first to exclaim, his eyes full of disbelief. Why did she come to the company? Could it be? As expected, Yu Jiahui walked forward with a smile on his face, his tone enthusiastic and excited. Yeah, you came so quickly. You're here for an interview, you can't be late. Lin Royue smiled gently, and her voice was as sweet and pleasant as a lark. Afterwards, Lin Royue greeted many colleagues with a smile. After all, she had attended a dinner party with Chen Beiwang, so she had met him before. Come on, I'll take you to the HR department. Yu Jiahui led the way diligently in front, and Lin Royue followed, twisting her slender waist, until their figures disappeared in the work area. The next moment, the scene erupted in exclamations and uproar, and most colleagues' eyes fell on Chen Beiwang, who had a calm expression. Beiwang, don't think too much. Just assume that you two don't know each other. Yes, Wangzi, if you let her affect your mood, you will have big problems at work. Almost all those who spoke to persuade and comfort him were female colleagues, which shows that Chen Beiwang is really popular with the opposite sex. As for the male colleagues, most of them still felt a little gloating. After all, Lin Royue is such a beautiful woman and she is Chen Beiwang's girlfriend. They would all be more or less envious and jealous, but not as obvious as Yu Jiahui's. Now that the two have broken up, Chen Beiwang is still the one who was cheated on, so they are naturally happy to see this scene. Don't worry, I'm fine. I only look forward and never dwell on the past. Chen Beiwang showed a harmless and warm smile, but many people felt that he was pretending to be strong. Li Chunsheng's workstation was next to Chen Beiwang's. He slid his work chair over and frowned as he whispered, Damn, did Yu Jiahui's grandson really get involved with Lin Royue? In fact, both of them knew very well that Yu Jiahui relied on his cousin who was an HR, and as long as Lin Royue came for the interview, there was a high probability that she would be successfully hired. Just thinking about the scenes in the future, Li Chunsheng couldn't help but worry about Chen Beiwang. Beiwang, what are you going to do? What should we do? Chen Beiwang was a little confused. Are you going to resign or not? Li Chunsheng said shockingly, If you plan to quit your job, I will travel the world with you now. You bastard. I'm not interested in men. Chen Beiwang punched Li Chunsheng speechlessly. Why would you quit your job? How difficult is it to find a stable job now? Besides, this is in Longju, stop imagining nonsense. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. She'll be my new employee, and I'll focus on my career. Just as the two had guessed, at 3:30 p.m. that day, The Human Resources Department sent a new appointment email to all employees, confirming the official employment of new employer Lin Royue. Chapter 12. The Ex-Girlfriend. Speculation is one thing, and having the news confirmed is another. Lin Royue's successful joining caused a sensation in the entire company, and almost all topics among colleagues revolved around this woman. This scene also made Li Chunsheng angry again. What was the management thinking? They let HR recruit Lin Royue and caused rumors all over the company. Aren't they afraid that it would affect the normal operation of the company? We are in this business where we are shameless in front of others. Besides, this is a large company of this scale, so I can understand the management's thinking. Chen Beiwang was probably the most abnormal one in everyone's eyes, because he behaved too normally. I use me to relieve stress, colleagues to entertain themselves, and management to think 3 steps ahead before making the next move. We young people are still far from being good enough in the workplace. Besides, you know Lin Royue's situation. She has an MBA like me and also minored in business management. How could the company let go of such a professional talent? Listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Li Chunsheng was still furious but helpless. He couldn't just rush into the chairman's office with a stick and threaten to fire Lin Royue, right? Oh, I always feel that there will be no good days in the future. Li Chunsheng shook his head and sighed, sulking at his workstation. Chen Beiwang smiled carefreely and continued to be busy with his work. On the other hand, Yu Jiahui, as an old employee, very attentively arranged a workstation for Lin Royue and enthusiastically told her some things about the company's regulations. However, Lin Royue's gaze drifted towards Chen Beiwang from time to time, making Yu Jiahui very angry. Just looking at Lin Royue's affectionate eyes, why is it so hard for others to believe that she cheated on Chen Beiwang? Not to mention outsiders, even Chen Beiwang was very surprised. What is Lin Royue doing? It was obvious that she didn't love me and betrayed me, but now she is doing this? Establishing a personal image in front of colleagues? Chen Beiwang actually guessed it right. After all, he had been with Lin Royue for 8 years and was very familiar with the latter's personality. Lin Royue is a woman who cares a lot about her reputation. She values her reputation, figure, appearance, and other external things. To put it bluntly, this woman has no inner qualities and her thoughts are all written on her face. She must know that her reputation in the new company will be bad, so she will definitely find ways to create a new personality. For example, enthusiasm, kindness, consistency in feelings, etc. Just like that, at the end of a working day, when everyone was about to leave, Lin Royue took the initiative to find Chen Beiwang. Look north. This warning call stunned all the colleagues present, and hundreds of eyes looked in this direction. Chen Beiwang suddenly felt a headache. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Royue anymore, so his face was calm and he responded as if he was talking to a stranger. What's up? Let's have dinner together tonight. Lin Royue's eyes were filled with a bright smile, and her voice was gentle yet generous. Chen Beiwang was about to refuse, but she continued, after dinner, I'll go to the rental house with you and pack up some of my daily necessities and take them away. Although we broke up, many things bear our imprints, and I want to preserve this beauty. Hearing this, Chen Beiwang sneered inwardly. He looked at the colleagues around him who were watching the show. From their expressions, Chen Beiwang could tell that everyone might gradually begin to question the fact that Lin Royue had cheated on them. Unless the person involved is like this, anyone who hears Lin Royue say such words will subconsciously regard Chen Beiwang as a heartless man. But unfortunately, Chen Beiwang knew Lin Royue too well, and he would not give her the slightest chance to bully him. You don't have to eat. As for your things, I will pack them up. Just give me an address and I will mail them to you. Seeing Chen Beiwang being so heartless, Lin Royue was obviously stunned. Because based on her understanding of her ex-boyfriend, Chen Beiwang should agree 100%. But before Lin Royue could continue speaking, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng walked into the opened elevator door. Lin Royue wanted to go in together, but Chen Beiwang raised his hand and blocked the entrance with a bang. It's full. Please take the next elevator. After saying that, the elevator door slowly closed, and Chen Beiwang clearly saw a hint of anger on Lin Royue's face. She had been hit twice by Chen Beiwang's consecutive inhumanity. Given her temper as a young lady, she was obviously angry now. But what does that have to do with Chen Beiwang? After leaving the building, Li Chuanqing's face was full of surprise and excitement. Okay, Beiwang, I didn't expect you to be so resolute. I thought you would soften your heart after Lin Royue said that. It seems like you really treat her as a thing of the past. I support you. Stop talking nonsense. I have to go home. Chen Beiwang was too lazy to argue with Li Chunsheng and walked towards the bus stop on the side of the road. It was the rush hour for his colleagues to get off work. If he went directly to the parking lot to pick up the car, his colleagues would definitely see the gorgeous and high-profile Aston Martin DBS. He hasn't decided yet whether to make this matter public, so it's better to keep a low profile. It's not that I'm afraid of rumors, but I'm mainly afraid of getting into trouble. When a person's life suddenly undergoes a huge change, there will definitely be many chain reactions. For example, when a person goes from being a rich man to becoming a pauper, he will definitely encounter many difficulties in his life. When a poor boy suddenly becomes very rich, a group of relatives and friends will quickly appear around him. As the saying goes, no one cares about the poor in a busy city, but the rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Chen Beiwang is a very open-minded person. He knows very well that if the changes in his life were known by people around him, it would inevitably lead to many unexpected events that he could not control, so he chose to conceal it temporarily. Did he really leave on the bus? No, of course not. Chen Beiwang took the bus for 3 stops, walked around a small commodity city for a while and bought some things, then took a taxi back to the company parking lot. Now it was more than an hour since the end of get off work, and it was undoubtedly much safer, so Chen Beiwang drove away quickly. Returning to his villa in the suburbs, Chen Beiwang suddenly saw a red Ferrari parked on the side of the road. Is your wife back? Chen Beiwang walked into the villa carrying a lot of bags and saw Xu Yishui sitting on the sofa typing on a laptop. Hearing that Chen Beiwang had returned, Xu Yishui turned her head slightly to take a look, then continued working. Wife, you're back early. Chen Beiwang put down his things and walked to the sofa and sat down. Only then did he look at Xu Yishui straight in the eye. The latter had obviously just returned not long ago and had not yet changed into her home clothes. She was wearing a light-colored inner lining, black pencil pants, a pair of silver high heels, and her hair was tied up, giving her the air of a workplace elite. Chapter 13:2 Detail Control. His calling her wife immediately stopped Xu Yishui's movements. Her chest could be seen rising and falling. She wanted to say something but gave up in the end. Did you buy groceries? Xu Yishui asked softly. She had already seen Chen Beiwang coming in carrying 2 bags. No, I bought a lot of vegetables at the market yesterday, enough to last for a few days. Chen Beiwang smiled and placed the 2 bags on the coffee table and opened them. There were all kinds of things inside. I bought some snacks and drinks. I noticed that you often work overtime at night. Some snacks can relieve the accumulated pressure in your cerebral cortex. I also bought some small ornaments and fragrances to embellish my life. Although the living environment here is good, it still lacks the feeling of home. Chen Beiwang's words made Xu Yishui raise her beautiful eyes and stare at him. A person's heart can be seen in the details. At least 2 points can be seen from the things Chen Beiwang bought. First, Chen Beiwang expressed his concern for himself. Second, he really treats this place as his home. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll go cook. Chen Beiwang took out a can of Wangzai milk and stuffed it into Xu Yishui's hand, then stood up and went to the kitchen with a smile. Remember to drink it quickly, or you won't be able to eat much for dinner. These words immediately made Xu Yishui's eyes soften. He knows that he has a small appetite. Apparently, Chen Beiwang was always paying attention to himself while having supper last night. When Xu Yishui finally finished her work, dinner was brought to the table by Chen Beiwang. There were only 2 of them, and one of them had a small appetite, so Chen Beiwang didn't cook much. There were only 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, plus a hot soup, rice, and a plate of cut fruit. Thank you, honey. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, Chen Beiwang's words made Xu Yishui a little confused. Thank me for what? You clearly haven't finished your work, but you came home early to wait for me. Of course I have to thank you for such a warm gesture. Chen Beiwang spoke while serving soup to Xu Yi, who blushed slightly when she heard it. Because what Chen Beiwang said was right, she became a little restless at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Xu Yishui didn't know why she was like this, there seemed to be a voice in the deepest part of her heart urging her to go home quickly. It seemed that as long as she went home earlier than him, she would have the warm feeling of a virtuous wife waiting for her husband. Therefore, Xu Yishui left the company early, and was willing to go home and sit on the sofa to handle work. At this moment, feeling Chen Beiwang's heartwarming gratitude, a sense of happiness quickly rose in her heart. That's the feeling of having your insignificant efforts rewarded. They looked at each other in silence, but cared for each other. Even though they had only met yesterday, the feeling that Chen Beiwang brought to Xu Yishui was something she had never experienced even once in 40 years. At this moment, Xu Yishui knew that her marriage might be a pairing. How was work today? During the meal, they always had to find some topics to make the atmosphere not too dull. Xu Yishui let go of her reserve and took the initiative to speak. It's okay. There are always bad things happening at work. Chen Beiwang smiled, but his smile seemed a little helpless. Shu Ishire was very perceptive and immediately noticed something was wrong. She asked, "Do your colleagues know about you?" "The fact that we have a mortal enemy has already been announced, so this is not a big deal." Chen Beiwang shook his head. "It's just that my predecessor officially joined our company today." These words made Shu Ishire's eyes slightly widen. "Is it so? Melodramatic? What should I do? How about you quit your job and find another one?" Shu Ishie wanted to say directly, "Just quit your job and come to my company." But then he remembered what Chen Beiwang had said to him last night, and immediately gave up the idea of saying such strong and overbearing words. "It's okay. Since I've let go of her, there's no way she can come into my life again." Chen Beiwang smiled and refused, "But I am also a human being. I also have emotions and desires. It will take me some time to slowly accept this kind of thing. If I say she can't influence me at all, that's a lie. It's a plot that only appears in novels. I'm not the protagonist." At this point, Chen Beiwang changed the subject and looked at Shu Ishire with a half smile. "Wife, are you afraid that I will rekindle my old relationship with her?" Shu Ishire's thoughts were exposed, so she could only secretly glare at the other party fiercely, but in fact she was shocked in her heart. "Yes, why would I have such a thought? Am I really in love with this strange husband? But we just met yesterday. Don't worry, my dear. I am not the kind of person who would betray you and then abandon you. Since I have married you, I will not do anything to let this marriage down." Chen Beiwang tried to calm Shu Ishire down, and the latter tried to change the subject. "What's the name of your company?" "Shankar Trading Company, Limited." Chen Beiwang did not evade the question and generously stated the company's name. He then immediately added, "Wife, although I don't know how far you have worked hard, no matter whether you have the ability to lend me a hand or not, I don't want you to interfere with my work." Shu Ishu paused, and after a moment of silence, she nodded and agreed. "This little guy is so smart. He can guess all my thoughts. So amazing." After dinner, Chen Beiwang naturally cleaned up the dishes and prepared to wash them. What surprised him was that Shu Ishire also followed him in to help wash the dishes. "Let me take care of this kind of trouble," Chen Beiwang said with a smile. But Shu Ishire shook her head and said, "You are not the nanny I hired. There is no reason for you to do the housework alone. If I'm not a babysitter, then what am I?" Chen Beiwang suddenly became playful and asked Shu Ishire questions while staring at her with a smile. Shu Ishire's breathing stagnated when she heard this, and she glanced at Chen Beiwang in shame and anger. "You clearly know the answer. Why are you still asking me?" "That's different. What if the answer in my heart is different from the answer in your heart? It's just a childish trick." "Wife, dear wife, please tell me Tilda." Chen Beiwang suddenly started to act coquettishly, but not at all effeminate, and instead, her behavior was full of humor and interest. Seeing Chen Beiwang sticking close to her, Shu Ishire's body gradually tensed up, and she spoke hastily in panic. "Husband." "What's wrong, wife? Why are you calling me husband?" Chen Beiwang continued to act up, and Shu Ishire showed the shyness that a girl should have, kicked him and ran away. He. Chen Beiwang stood there smiling foolishly. Although Shu Ishire was already 40 years old, she had obviously devoted all her life to her career, so that when it came to matters like love between men and women, it was like first love, which made people reminisce endlessly. Afterwards, Chen Beiwang started washing the dishes while humming a song, and didn't forget to mutter at the end. Such a luxurious home doesn't even have a dishwasher. How inconvenient. Chapter 14. My wife has depression? After cleaning up the kitchen, Chen Beiwang walked to the living room, but there was no sign of Shu Ishire. Instead, the sound of running water came from the open door of the master bedroom upstairs. Kindness? Taking a shower without closing the door? Then my husband has to take a bath together. Chen Beiwang fantasized a little in his heart. Then he walked to the sofa with a smile, sat down, took out a cigarette and lit it. And on the coffee table in front of him, there was an ashtray. Chen Beiwang remembered clearly that when he moved in yesterday, there was no ashtray. Obviously, this was what Shu Ishire brought back when she returned home today. She knew about his problem, but instead of stopping him, she gave him silent approval. Several years later, beside Qianhu Lake in Changbai Mountain, Chen Beiwang looked at the person he had been with for half his life and asked the questions that had troubled him for many years. "You knew I smoked and it was a bad habit, so why didn't you do anything about it? Everyone has stress in life, and there are many ways to relieve stress. Your choice is your willingness. A man is a young man until he dies. I don't want to erase your few ways to relieve stress. Even though I know this is bad for your health, even though I know this day will come. But going back in time, I still repeat the choice I made back then." Bored Chen Beiwang was chatting with Li Chunsheng on WeChat. The latter was obviously upset about Lin Royue's sudden start of work and coming to her ex-boyfriend's company. He vowed to find out the whole story. Chen Beiwang's persuasion was useless, so he didn't bother to pay attention to this stubborn guy. Just then, there was a sudden call from upstairs. Are you busy? What's wrong, honey? I'm very free. Chen Beiwang's eyes lit up. Did he want me to help him scrub his back? I have something in my bag, please help me bring it up. In the bag? Chen Beiwang subconsciously looked at the custom-made Chanel handbag on the side of the sofa, and then opened it. Some cosmetics, a box of medicine, and a pair of black lace panties. Oh my God, let's do it. Needless to say, men's eyes will synchronously fall on the black sexiness. The same thing happened to Chen Beiwang. He wanted to look away, but his eyes just wouldn't listen to his brain's control. Did you see that? My spare underwear. Shu Ishire's voice upstairs was a little shy. She never said the word underwear, probably because she felt it was not classy enough. Oh okay, honey, I'll bring it up to you right away. After saying that, Chen Beiwang took a deep breath, then suddenly grabbed the black underwear and walked upstairs. Wait, why is there a box of medicine in the handbag? With doubts in his mind, Chen Beiwang came to the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. Opposite it was the bathroom door, which was made of frosted glass. Through the mist and light, you can just see the graceful and sexy figure inside, as well as the refreshing fragrance coming from the slightly open door. The next second, the bathroom door opened a little again, and a white little hand covered with water droplets stretched out. Give me. Just 2 words, but filled with shyness and nervousness. Chen Beiwang suppressed the strong impulse in his heart, walked quickly forward, put the thing in the little hand, then turned around and hurried downstairs. He felt that if he looked at it for just 2 more seconds, the primitive power would no longer be suppressed. Don't think that Chen Beiwang is a pervert. No one is saint. When faced with a beauty on earth, with the buff of his legal identity, who can control himself? Chen Beiwang went downstairs as if he had fled, sat on the sofa and took deep breaths. But in just a moment his attention was attracted by the box of medicine. Duloxetine. Chen Beiwang's brows frowned instantly. Depression medication. His family runs a clinic, and his parents both graduated from reputable medical schools, so Chen Beiwang knows very well what duloxetine is used for. But Chen Beiwang never expected that his newly married wife would be suffering from depression. Next, Chen Beiwang opened the duloxetine, and inside was not an instruction manual, but a handwritten case note. There are a few words printed on the top of the desk: Jingxi People's Hospital. The signature is the chief physician of the psychology department, Chen Guangming. In the middle section are the handwritten medical records and medication rules of the doctor named Chen. Moderate depression, once a day, recheck after 3 courses of treatment. Or moderate depression. Chen Beiwang's brows furrowed even tighter, and after a moment he seemed to realize something. Shu Ishie is 40 years old and has never been married and has no serious love experience. She has spent half her life building her career. It is normal for a woman like her to feel pressure. However, these are just Chen Beiwang's guesses, and the specific situation needs further investigation. Thinking of this, Chen Beiwang immediately sent a message to Li Chunsheng. Big head, please ask for half a day off tomorrow. I have something to do. Just after sending the message, Shu Ishie finished a shower, changed into her nightgown, and walked downstairs. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang continued to look at the desk in his hands without saying a word. Shu Ishie walked over, and when she saw Chen Beiwang seriously studying his diagnosis report, her pretty face suddenly changed, and then she snatched it away. Why? Why are you rummaging through other people's things? Shu Ishie wanted to get angry, but when she looked at Chen Beiwang's innocent and indifferent expression, she couldn't get angry at all. Honey, you asked me to help you with your underwear, but your handbag is so small, so it's natural that it was seen. Chen Beiwang looked innocent, which made Shu Yi so angry that she was itching but she could do nothing about it. But soon, Shu Ishie's face became strange, as if she had lost all her strength. She sat down on the sofa and said softly, "Are you surprised to know that I have this disease?" She was prepared for Chen Beiwang to back down. Illness? What illness? However, Chen Beiwang asked back with a look of surprise, then picked up the duloxetine. Wife, do you call depression a disease? Alas, it seems that your husband still needs to teach you a lesson. Who among those who are trying to survive in society these days doesn't suffer from depression? Depression, schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder, these are everywhere. There's nothing I can do. Life is stressful, and people have to find ways to relieve it. Depression is nothing. You're talking as if I don't have it. You have depression too. Shu Yishurei's originally lost expression suddenly aroused Chen Beiwang's curiosity. Have? Chen Beiwang nodded heavily and said seriously, I have severe depression. If I can't see you for a day, I will want to commit suicide. Phew! Shu Yishurei burst into laughter instantly, and her smile at that moment was as dazzling as blooming mountain flowers. Don't worry. It's just depression. You have a husband now. These minor illnesses and disasters will gradually go away. Seeing Chen Beiwang trying to liven up the atmosphere and comforting her soul, Shu Yishurei's eyes became softer, and thousands of words came to her lips, and finally turned into a well-behaved and happy kindness. Chapter 15. My wife is depressed because nothing happened that night. The next morning, Chen Beiwang got up early and prepared breakfast for Shu Yishurei. Unlike what Shu Yishurei, a native of the area, made, Chen Beiwang had prepared the ingredients before going to bed last night and made authentic Jinling snacks. Pot stickers with soup dumplings, plus osmanthus and red bean rice dumplings. Shu Yishurei praised the breakfast highly. There was also a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Chen Beiwang, as if she couldn't expect that this little man could be so capable. Don't be so surprised, honey. I am from Jinling. Your mother-in-law taught me this when I was little. Hearing Chen Beiwang mention the term mother-in-law, Shu Yishurei's pretty face flushed, but she soon thought of something, and her beautiful eyes darkened. They probably don't know about your marriage yet, right? Shu Yishurei was a little scared. She was afraid that Chen Beiwang's parents would not be able to accept a woman of her age. After all, Chen Beiwang is only 25 years old, and his parents are at most 50 years old. How can the age difference between his daughter-in-law and her parents-in-law be less than 10 years? Chen Beiwang looked at Shu Yishurei's expression and knew what she was worried about. He said decisively, I didn't tell my family because I was planning to give them a surprise later. Are you sure you're not frightened? Shu Yishurei smiled bitterly, her tone full of helplessness. Why are you scared? Chen Beiwang pretended to be confused. You are talented, smart, perseverant and capable, rich and beautiful, gentle and generous. Although we have only been together for 2 days, I really feel that I can't finish describing your advantages in a short time. My parents are so happy to have such a high-quality daughter-in-law. Why would they be scared? But age. Just as Shu Yishurei was about to speak, she was interrupted by Chen Beiwang. What era is this? How can there be age discrimination? How many celebrities and internet celebrities marry a wife who is 20 or 30 years younger than themselves? Aren't there many such cases? Is it illegal to swap the genders of a man and a woman so that the woman is older than the man? Although Chen Beiwang's words sounded a bit twisted, what he said was indeed reasonable, and it also effectively dispelled Shu Yishurei's worries. Okay, I'm going out, honey. See you tonight. Chen Beiwang greeted Shu Yishurei warmly and then left home neatly. Of course, he didn't go to work, but drove straight to Beijing West People's Hospital. He had to find the chief physician to have a good talk with him about his wife's condition. After arriving at Beijing West People's Hospital, Chen Beiwang went straight to the floor where the psychology department was located. Then he found Chief Physician Chen Guangming on the registration machine and directly made an appointment with an expert. After waiting silently for nearly an hour, it was finally his turn. Chen Beiwang walked into the medical room and saw an old doctor with glasses and grey hair. Hello, Director Chen. Chen Beiwang greeted him politely, then sat down at the other party's gesture. Chen Guangming said with a smile, Do you have anything to tell me? He is a psychologist and knows that attitude towards patients is particularly important, so he does not have a cold and arrogant attitude like the directors of other departments. Director Chen, I'm not sick. I came here to ask you about a patient. Chen Beiwang smiled and explained, Her name is Shu Yishurei. She received treatment and prescription medicine from you. I wonder if you have any impression of her. Yishurei. Chen Guangming was stunned for a moment, and his expression showed some vigilance. Who are you? Why are you asking about her? The registration record showed Chen Beiwang's name, which was different from Shu Yishurei's last name. So at his age, it was unlikely that he was Shu Yishurei's younger brother, so Chen Guangming couldn't help but be alert. I'm her husband. However, after Chen Beiwang revealed his identity, he was met with a sneer from Chen Guangming. Boy, this is Jingxi People's Hospital, a holy place. How can you be a liar and come here? And your husband? You are 25 and he is 40. Can't you even make up a lie? Chen Beiwang had long guessed that Chen Guangming would not believe it, and if he wanted to inquire about Shu Yishurei's condition, he had to do so in the capacity of a family member, so he was well prepared. Chen Beiwang took out a small red book from his bag and placed it in front of Chen Guangming. Director Chen, I am really her wife. Here is the marriage certificate. Chen Guangming picked it up and examined it with a look of surprise, and soon his expression became interesting. Is Yi Shui married? It was obvious that Chen Guangming and Yi Shui were very familiar with each other. They were not just doctor and patient, but also friends, like elder and junior. After saying that, he looked up at Chen Beiwang, who was smiling, with even more surprise in his eyes. Director Chen, I just learned last night that my wife has depression, so I came here to ask about her situation. Listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Chen Guangming suddenly laughed, and it was a very happy laugh. Chen Beiwang can't do this. What are you laughing at? It seems that Yi Shui's illness can be cured. This sentence made Chen Beiwang even more confused. Director Chen, please explain it more clearly. I'm a little confused. Since you are Yi Shui's husband, let me ask you, have you ever had sex together? Chen Beiwang shook his head. We just got married, not yet. Hurry up and share the room. Chen Guangming's words controlled Chen Beiwang. What does her depression have to do with sex? Chen Guangming calmly explained, Yi Shui is still a virgin. Did you know this? Chen Beiwang nodded, and there seemed to be some enlightenment in his eyes. Think about it, a 40-year-old woman who has never been comforted by a man in 40 years, regardless of whether she wants to do so, this will definitely affect the normal hormone levels in her body, right? Chen Beiwang's mouth twitched, and he asked in disbelief, so, a big reason for my wife's depression is because she's a virgin. Chen Guangming nodded heavily. Yes, humans are divided into males and females. Since these two genders exist, there must be a certain degree of complementarity between them. Yi Shui has always been alone, never been favored by men, never enjoyed the joy of love, coupled with the various pressures and negative emotions from work and life, which accumulated and evolved into what she is today. As long as she has sex, her illness will be cured, and her mental state will get better day by day. When Chen Beiwang walked out of the hospital, he was still a little dazed. It was a very inexplicable feeling, somewhat happy, somewhat excited, and also somewhat nonsensical. Who would have thought that a woman's depression could be caused by this reason? But how should I bring this up to Yi Shui? Or drag her to see Chen Guangming again? Wouldn't that tell her that he had secretly come to the hospital without her knowledge? She herself was suffering from depression, and Chen Beiwang swore last night that he did not take depression seriously, but she secretly came to the hospital the next day. Once this kind of thinking takes root in Yi Shui's heart, no matter what anyone says or how much she explains, it will be useless and she will just fall into a vicious circle. Chapter 16. The Sick Ex-Girlfriend. After thinking for a long time, Chen Beiwang finally sighed helplessly. As long as depression is handled properly, there is no risk, so it is better not to rush into it. He finally decided to take a gradual approach, and once everything was in place, things would naturally fall into place, and there was no need to rush. After thinking this through, Chen Beiwang planned to go to the parking lot and drive away, but he suddenly stopped, frowned slightly and looked towards the distance. There, Lin Royue had just walked into the hospital gate. Even though she was wearing a mask, Chen Beiwang was very familiar with her after 8 years of love. The clothes she was wearing now were bought for her by Chen Beiwang. What is Lin Royue doing in the hospital? And she was alone, without even anyone to accompany her? Chen Beiwang was a little curious. Lin Royue's personality was such that she really liked doing things together and was extremely disgusted with being alone. For example, she would never go out alone, such as shopping, watching movies, and eating. Since Chen Beiwang didn't have time, she contacted her sisters. But now she came to Jingxi People's Hospital alone, and judging from her hurried steps, she was obviously a little anxious. You didn't bring any companions with you. Is there some secret that you don't want anyone to know? Chen Beiwang wanted to turn around and leave, but when he thought about the 8 years of relationship, he realized that he was a flesh and blood creature after all. What if something happened to Lin Royue? Thinking of this, he turned back again and followed quietly. Lin Royue went to the consultation desk first. Chen Beiwang was not far behind her and could clearly hear her conversation with the nurse. Hello, which floor is the obstetrics and gynecology department on? It's on the 8th floor. You can take the elevator up. Okay, thanks. Watching Lin Royue rushing to the elevator, Chen Beiwang frowned tightly. Obstetrics and gynecology? Is she pregnant? But that doesn't make sense. Chen Beiwang thought back and realized that Lin Royue cheated on him about a week ago. Then she disappeared, and Chen Beiwang couldn't contact her. He then completely confirmed the fact that she was cheated on. Finally, he got drunk in the bar and achieved enlightenment. It's only been 6 or 7 days since today. How is it possible to get pregnant? Chen Beiwang was even more curious, so he immediately took another elevator and went straight to the 8th floor. It's just that he came up a little late, and because of the huge crowd, he lost sight of Lin Royue for a moment. However, Chen Beiwang did not give up and kept searching in every department, but he never saw anyone. Chen Beiwang was extremely puzzled. The obstetrics and gynecology department was so small. Could it be that Lin Royue had flown away? Wrong. Chen Beiwang's heart suddenly tightened and he turned around abruptly to look at the distant corridor. There are two sides when you come out of the elevator. One corridor is where Chen Beiwang is standing now. This place is full of pregnant women with big bellies who come for checkups or to make appointments for abortion surgery. The other side is different. It also belongs to obstetrics and gynecology, but it is used to treat diseases. Could it be? Could it be? Chen Beiwang immediately walked to the corridor on the other side, and soon he found Lin Royue. At this time, the woman had just walked out of a department. She was still wearing a mask, but it was not difficult to see that her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and she walked like a walking corpse. She obviously didn't notice Chen Beiwang and continued to stagger forward. What are you doing in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Suddenly, Chen Beiwang's voice startled her. When she looked up and saw that it was her ex-boyfriend, she suddenly panicked and subconsciously protected the diagnosis sheet in her hand behind her back. Beiwang, why are you in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Lin Royue quickly adjusted her mood. Then a smile appeared in the corner of her eyes and she asked softly, "Are you ill?" Chen Beiwang glanced at the department that Lin Royue walked out of. There was a sign hanging on it that read, "Bacteriology Room." Chen Beiwang, who was originally a medical practitioner, immediately realized that Lin Royue must be ill. I just don't know if it's just a common inflammation or an infectious disease that scares people into quitting the CCP. After listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Lin Royue's breathing stagnated, and then she pretended to be calm and smiled. It may be a period thing, some inflammation. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. After saying that, Lin Royue was about to leave, but was grabbed by Chen Beiwang. What are you doing? Lin Royue was the kind of person who cared very much about her reputation, so when faced with Chen Beiwang's tyranny, she didn't dare to shout or scream. She could only try to break free with her face red in anxiety. Chen Beiwang didn't give Lin Royue any chance. He snatched the diagnosis report and checked it. Syphilis, stage 1. The 4 particularly obvious words made Chen Beiwang subconsciously let go of his hand. Give it back to me. Lin Royue snatched back the diagnosis sheet. Her face turned pale again, and she leaned against the wall in the corridor, trembling. Is it that old fat pig? Chen Beiwang remained calm, but a little frightened. He tried hard to recall the last time he slept with Lin Royue. He was afraid that they had been having an affair and he would be infected. But after thinking about it carefully, Chen Beiwang felt relieved. It had been almost half a year since the last time they slept together. Because the two of them had been arguing more and more in the past 6 months, Lin Royue became increasingly dissatisfied with her current life. The two of them hardly talked to each other at home every day, let alone having sex. Half a year had passed, and Chen Beiwang firmly believed that Lin Royue had not done anything to let him down at that time. When Chen Beiwang mentioned that person, Lin Royue nodded miserably. He's just a jerk. He took my body with a meal from a high-end Western restaurant and a bouquet of flowers, then disappeared without a trace, but he infected me with this disease. Although Lin Royue didn't want to reveal these things, syphilis broke down her psychological defenses. Facing the man she had been with for 8 years, her tears finally burst out. Chen Beiwang didn't expect that the fat man who looked so prosperous and like a wealthy man was actually a sex scammer. Poor idiotic woman like Lin Royue. She really thought she could live a luxurious life by hooking up with a rich man. Just as she said, a meal and a bouquet of flowers took away Lin Royue's body. To put it bluntly, not only did she get nothing, she also got sick. This kind of terrible and bloody plot can only happen to a woman like Lin Royue. She thought she was very smart and that she could play with men like toys in her hands, but she didn't know that her distorted economic concept had already ruined her. Chen Beiwang didn't know what to say at this moment. To be precise, there was no wavering in his heart. He just stood there and looked at Lin Royue calmly, letting her sob softly. So you went to work at Shankar Trading Company, Limited really for me. Only then did Chen Beiwang realize that she must have remembered his kindness again and was trying to appear in front of him again. Lin Royue nodded slightly, then stood up excitedly. Beiwang, I know I don't deserve your forgiveness in my current state, but syphilis can be cured, so you don't have to be afraid, and don't despise me. But I beg you, don't spread this matter. You think too much. Chen Beiwang said lightly. I'm not that despicable. You can handle this matter yourself. Besides, whether you are cured or not has nothing to do with me. After that, in Lin Royue's petrified gaze, Chen Beiwang left in style. Chapter 17 joined forces to get the order. Chen Beiwang was not in a hurry to leave the hospital, but instead registered for a thorough full body examination. Although he was sure that nothing had happened to him, scientific methods were ultimately more practical. Only when the test results came out did he feel completely relieved. Looking over his body, Chen Beiwang's biggest illness was rhinitis, which he contracted when he first moved to Beijing. There's no way. I'm not used to the local climate and water. As for Lin Royue's syphilis, Chen Beiwang also put it out of his mind. It could be cured anyway, and it was her own fault. I came to the hospital to care about my wife's condition. Other things have nothing to do with me. Chen Beiwang went to work as usual, but his mind was full of Xu Yishurei's depression. Now we know what the good medicine is, but the question is how to give it to Xu Yishurei. What are you daydreaming about? At this time, Li Chunsheng came over slyly, nudged the dazed Chen Beiwang with his elbow, and then said mysteriously, I have found out the reason why Lin Royue came to work in our company. Chen Beiwang was shocked. Could it be that Li Chunsheng knew about the syphilis? He never doubted Li Chunsheng's ability in this area. This guy was born and raised in Longju. He was loyal and heroic, and his mind was quick and sharp. He knew a lot of people from all walks of life. As long as he is determined to ask the people around him, he will always be able to find some information. What do you mean? Chen Beiwang remained calm and asked back. It's the fat old pig who was trying to steal your girl. I heard he disappeared. Li Chunsheng had a look of revenge on his face. He used a meal and a bunch of flowers to get Lin Royue to bed, but in the end, Lin Royue got nothing. So I concluded that Lin Royue came to work in our company just for you. She wants to get back together with you. TSK. This guy is really good. Chen Beiwang admired in his heart that she was worthy of being someone he could play with. He directly deduced the purpose of Lin Royue coming to work in the company. But it's a good thing that the syphilis issue was not leaked. Although Chen Beiwang's breakup with Lin Royue was inglorious, he still didn't want Lin Royue to be involved in too many rumors. The main thing is that she doesn't mind bearing all this. Chen Beiwang doesn't want to be implicated. It's okay for you to be ruined, but it's not okay for you to ruin me as well. Seeing Chen Beiwang standing there in a daze without saying a word, Li Chunsheng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Beiwang, you don't really want to get back together with her, do you? What a joke. Chen Beiwang shook his head decisively. If I can forgive her even though she cheated on me, then I would be the worst offender in the world. Besides, I'm a married man now, so I don't want to do those unnecessary things. Chen Beiwang didn't say the last sentence because he was afraid that Li Chunsheng wouldn't be able to accept it. Okay, stop thinking about outsiders. It has nothing to do with us. Chen Beiwang turned the computer screen towards Li Chunsheng and said, I have a project here. Can we work on it together? What? Give me a share of the bonus. Li Chunsheng refused without even looking at him. Come on, just eat your cake. Now that you're single, all the money you earn is yours. Enjoy it. Take a look before you start talking nonsense. Chen Beiwang cursed speechlessly, causing Li Chunsheng to look at the screen. The next second, he was suddenly stunned. Qingyang supermarket chain? When did our company expect to cooperate with this party? Qingyang Chain Supermarket is a relatively famous local supermarket in Longju. It is quite large, with an estimated 20 to 30 physical stores. The main business system is tobacco and alcohol, which are supplemented by drinks, snacks, etc. The configuration is not complete, but it is well known and affordable, so it is considered to make a lot of money. I just received a task notice recently. I thought it was worthwhile, so I took it. You happened to be on a business trip, so you didn't know about it. Listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Li Chunsheng frowned. This is a hard bone, not easy to chew. I know it's a tough one, so I dragged you along. It just so happens that you just came back from a business trip and there's no business for the time being, so you're pretty free. Chen Beiwang smiled and said, as the saying goes, if you don't make money, you're a bastard. As long as we take over the Qingyang supermarket chain, we probably won't have to open for 2 months. Tell me the details. Li Chunsheng was obviously interested. Our company recently reached a cooperation with a wine merchant from another province to introduce a batch of southwestern wines into Longju, but we can't find an offline distribution point for the time being, so we have set our sights on selling them in well-known local supermarkets. As long as the Qingyang supermarket chain agrees to let us put Southwest wine on the shelves, this will be a success. And think about it, the Qingyang supermarket chain has nearly 30 stores in total, and each store is considered a small order. The final bonus. Li Chunsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Are there 13 or 14? Chen Beiwang smiled and shook his head when he heard that, then held up 2 fingers, guaranteed 20. Hiss tilde. Li Chunsheng took a deep breath. This meant that the store would not be open for more than 2 months. It would take half a year or even less than a year to open. After all, Their monthly basic salary is only 5,000 yuan. Damn. Don't worry, you have to plan it well, so as not to miss the opportunity. The two of them spent all their energy on this project for the entire afternoon, so much so that when Lin Royue came to the company at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, neither of them noticed. When Lin Royue saw Chen Beiwang, her heart thumped visibly and her expression became a little unnatural. Although based on her understanding of Chen Beiwang, the latter is not the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortune, but who can say anything good about such things? After all, he was the one who cheated on her first, so it is understandable that Chen Beiwang really wanted to take revenge. However, Chen Beiwang's attention was obviously not on her. He was only concerned with dealing with official business with Li Chunsheng. Instead, Lin Royue sat at her workstation, looking at Chen Beiwang from time to time, with 3 parts of timidity and 7 parts of tenderness in her eyes. Yeah, what are you doing? Just then, the fly appeared. Yu Jiahui came over with an eager smile on his face and placed a cup of hot milk tea in front of Lin Royue. New product, try it. Lin Royue's expression tensed. She came to Shanka Trading Company, Limited, to get back together with Chen Beiwang. Faced with other men's attentions, she naturally wanted to avoid them. What's more, men like Yu Jiahui were not the type she was interested in at all. But then again, she likes to establish her own character. Thank you, Teruki. Lin Royue responded with a sweet smile, which immediately made Yu Jiahui very happy. So he immediately took the initiative to invite you. Yeah, after get off work tonight, I'll treat you to a meal. By the way, I'll tell you about the internal situation of the company, so that you can better integrate into it. This grandson still has some brains. If he invites her directly, it will definitely give people a chance to talk nonsense, and Lin Royue may even politely refuse. But as long as he adds a legitimate reason, the possibility will naturally increase a lot. Chapter 18 Licking Dog Yu Jiahui. When Yu Jiahui invited Lin Royue to dinner, many colleagues nearby pricked up their ears. Everyone has a gossipy heart, let alone such a hot drama between an ex and a pursuer in the workplace. Hey, this grandson is so shameless. Li Chunsheng naturally also heard the conversation between the two, and immediately sneered and spoke to Chen Beiwang. This time he was not angry and wanted to confront or fight. The main reason was that he saw that Chen Beiwang had really let go of Lin Royue. In addition, Lin Royue came to the company with the intention of getting back together, so at this moment, he looked at Yu Jiahui as if he were a clown, and naturally he had no intention of speaking up for his brother. It doesn't matter, we just need to save our face. Chen Beiwang smiled casually, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Seeing this, Li Chunsheng hurriedly followed. Lin Royue, who was still hesitating, saw Chen Beiwang and the other man get up and leave. She thought the latter was angry, so she smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, Jiahui, I'm moving recently. Let's go later." The rejection in these words was extremely obvious, and it also caused many colleagues to murmur and laugh at Yu Jiahui. But Yu Jiahui was the only one who didn't hear it like a fool. He hurriedly said, "Let me help you move. I happen to be free at night." "That's really not necessary. I've already found a moving company, and I have a few sisters with me." Lin Royue remained polite and friendly with a smile on her face, but she was actually a little angry inside. Is this person a fool? He can't even hear such an obvious rejection? Seeing this, Yu Jiahui could only touch his nose in dismay, then smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay, if you need me, just let me know." A group of colleagues watched Yu Jiahui leave awkwardly and laughed quietly. This is what is called a bootlicker, and a pure-blooded one at that. At this moment, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng were smoking in the bathroom, and then they saw Yu Jiahui walking in with a gloomy face. He was also stunned when he saw the two of them. Then he snorted coldly and walked to the other side to light a cigarette. Chen Beiwang was too lazy to pay attention to this grandson and chatted with Li Chunsheng. The latter said, "I plan to go there tonight to check out Qingyang chain." Big head. Chen Beiwang interrupted Li Chunsheng in time, and the latter suddenly reacted and glanced at Yu Jiahui, who was smoking. This grandson always likes to do things that harm others and benefit himself, so it is better not to let him know about this project, otherwise who knows what trouble will arise. Yu Jiahui appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually quite surprised inside. What are these two planning? He really wanted to hear more news, but the two of them just kept silent. Although he was curious, he could do nothing but leave. "We will carry out the Qingyang project in secret, and other colleagues will also keep it secret to prevent Yu Jiahui from knowing the situation." Chen Beiwang found an opportunity to give Li Chunsheng some advice, and the two of them understood each other very well, and then waited until the end of get off work. "Don't ask for information tonight, just follow me first." Chen Beiwang stopped Li Chunsheng, who was about to leave, at the entrance of the building, and then took him to the parking lot while the latter looked puzzled. "Ha! You bought a car." Li Chunsheng was delighted. "I never thought you could save some money while you were dating Lin Royue." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang just smiled without saying anything, then took Li Chunsheng to stop in front of the DBS. Old mater. However, Li Chunsheng's attention was on the old black Magetan next to the DBS. He smiled and nodded. "Not bad. Although the old Volkswagen has more minor problems, the Magetan is still a good car. How many tens of thousands did you pay for it?" "The Magetan is good, but it is not worthy of the nobility of you and me, brothers." Chen Beiwang grinned and sat on the hood of the DBS. This scene immediately frightened Li Chunsheng, and he quickly pulled him up and said, "Are you crazy? What if you damage someone's car? This is a fucking DBS. We can't even afford it even if we sell both of us." As he spoke, Li Chunsheng took a few more glances at this exceptionally gorgeous DBS, with expectation clearly revealed in his eyes. There is no man who doesn't love cars, let alone this top sports car. Although it is not as good as those pedigree supercars that cost tens of millions, it is also not a luxury toy that ordinary people can easily get. But he also understood that this car would never be part of his and his brother's future. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened, because the DBS's pair of headlights slowly lit up. Then, he turned his neck somewhat stiffly and his eyes fell on Chen Beiwang, who was holding a car key with a smile on his face. "You, this car." Li Chunsheng temporarily lost the ability to speak. His eyes flickered back and forth between Chen Beiwang and DBS, his expression of shock beyond words. "It's mine, then." Chen Beiwang originally wanted to say that this was his car, but the owner was his wife and the car was not in his name, so it was not rigorous enough. However, his words made Li Chunsheng suddenly feel disappointed. "You rented it? Do you want to experience the youth of owning a luxury car? Get in the car first and I'll take you for a ride." Seeing that there were many people here, Chen Beiwang did not explain much. Li Chunsheng also got on the passenger seat excitedly. "No matter where the car comes from, just experience it first." As the DBS roared along the ring road, Li Chunsheng's face was filled with excitement as he touched and looked at the car here and there. Then Chen Beiwang drove the car to the far suburbs and found a very open concrete site. "Come on, try it." After saying that, Chen Beiwang got out of the car and dragged Li Chunsheng to the driver's seat in front of Li Chunsheng's astonished eyes. "You mean, you're married?" Chen Beiwang nodded. "Is it like the couples in the game getting married or something?" Without saying a word, Chen Beiwang took out the little red book from the armrest box. "Fuck you." Li Chunsheng was stunned when he saw the little red book. He quickly opened it and checked. "Your wife's name is Xu Yishui? How come I have never heard of this name? We just met by chance and got married quickly." Chen Beiwang couldn't explain too much and could only say this. It took him 2 days of careful consideration before he decided to tell Li Chunsheng about this matter. Not for anything else, he just wanted to lead his good brother to a better life. Soon, Li Chunsheng found another bright spot on the marriage certificate. 40 years old? Damn, you really found a rich woman. She is old, but she bought a DBS for Chen Beiwang. Isn't she a definitely rich woman? Don't be so harsh, we are a legal couple. Chen Beiwang shook his head and laughed, then told the whole story that he now lived in a villa, drove a luxury car, and had a pocket money of 100,000 yuan every month. Li Chunsheng was almost crying. "Dude, I really want to take you in the car." "Gun. I am afraid that my brothers are living well, and I am also afraid that they are living too well. Ding tilde." At this time, Chen Beiwang received a WeChat message on his mobile phone. It was from Xu Yishui. "My wife has news." Chen Beiwang unlocked his phone and opened WeChat, and Li Chunsheng came over with a curious look on his face. I saw the note was wife, and the message from the other party was, "Are you off work?" Chen Beiwang simply sent a voice message in reply. "Wife, I'm near our home, and I'm bringing my colleagues with me. How about we have dinner together at home tonight?" Before Chen Beiwang could put down his phone, a reply message came. Just one word, "Good." Chen Beiwang looked at Xu Yishui's answer in surprise. He thought the other party would hesitate for a long time, but he didn't expect her to agree so quickly. Little did he know that Xu Yishui, who was sitting on the sofa at home at this moment, rushed to the bedroom on the second floor to clean up. She was never afraid of socializing, especially integrating into Chen Beiwang's social circle. She was only afraid of Chen Beiwang's parents. Moreover, in Xu Yishui's view, Chen Beiwang taking his colleagues home for dinner was undoubtedly a way of introducing himself in a legitimate way. So this also made Xu Yishui a little happy. "Okay, come home with me tonight for dinner, and I'll let you meet my wife." Chen Beiwang smiled and spoke to Li Chunsheng, but unexpectedly the latter shook his head and refused. No, I won't go. What's the matter? I'm 40 years old, rich, and looking for a 25-year-old guy like you to marry. Li Chunsheng began to express his opinions. Your partner must be disabled, must be 1.2 meters tall, and half of his body must be his buttocks. The tank is thicker than the tank, and the rest is just the waist except for the butt. Your partner must be a man with fangs, hooves, and claws, like the goblins in Dungeon Fighter, holding a big stick and carrying a basket of stones on his back, and throwing stones at you at any time. Seeing Li Chunsheng gritting his teeth, Chen Beiwang suddenly felt like he couldn't laugh anymore. No, I'm going to pull you into the car now. Li Chunsheng was so angry that he was about to take off his pants, but was kicked down by Chen Beiwang. Stop nagging me, come home with me and you'll know what my wife looks like. I won't go. I'm afraid I'll step on her. I'm afraid I'll watch your wife perform a set of fake swordsmanship on her. Although Li Chunsheng expressed his reluctance, he was still dragged into the car by Chen Beiwang and headed straight for the villa area. Humph, haunted house. Li Chunsheng looked at the exquisitely located villa complex and couldn't help but start again. It must have been used by a dead person. It's cheap and hard to sell. It's used to trick poor people like you. Chen Beiwang didn't bother to pay attention to the jealous guy. He drove the car directly into the garage and dragged him in. Wife, I'm back. Chen Beiwang shouted, and then he saw the kitchen door open and Xu Yishui came out wearing an apron. Wife, how did you cook? Chen Beiwang asked in surprise, but he was actually quite excited inside. Where could he find such a sensible wife? If you bring your colleagues back for dinner, I will naturally prepare dinner. Xu Yishui smiled generously and looked at Li Chunsheng, who was completely petrified. Hello. 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 Li Chunsheng was really dumbfounded. Even though he talked a lot on the way here, he was actually giving himself psychological comfort. After all, a 40-year-old old woman who is still rich must have some flaws no matter how you think about it. Either figure or appearance. He was afraid that he would be frightened after seeing the real person and thus ruin his brother's good deeds, so he prepared himself mentally. But the blow came too fast. The woman in front of him, even though Li Chun has lived for 25 years and has been through many flowers, no one can compare to her. That stunning appearance, unparalleled figure, plus outstanding temperament. Isn't this a perfect killer physique? What is a killer physique? Crush all the same sex. And just looking at her like this, she doesn't look like she's 40 years old at all. Wife, his name is Li Chunsheng, nicknamed Big Head. I met him when I first came to Longju 3 years ago. He has helped me a lot in the past 3 years and is my best brother. Xu Yishui, who had been keeping calm, suddenly became a little restrained when she heard Chen Beiwang say this. No wonder Chen Beiwang took her so seriously and took the initiative to bring his family to meet her. Thank you for taking care of him for the past 3 years. Xu Yishui bowed solemnly to express her gratitude, but this scene frightened Li Chunsheng. He could neither offer his hand to help nor refuse. He just kept mumbling like a dumb person, unable to utter a single word. Chen Beiwang looked at the scene with a little amusement, then pulled Li Chunsheng towards the kitchen. Come on, don't be nervous. Come cook with me. Xu Yishui was slightly stunned when she saw this. He is a guest, it's not good to ask him to cook, right? It's okay. I don't treat him as an outsider. Chen Beiwang responded with a smile and closed the kitchen door. As the door closed, Chen Beiwang heard a thud. When he turned around, he found that Li Chunsheng had already kneeled on the ground. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Please teach me your professional knowledge. My stomach is really not in good condition. Chen Beiwang shook his head helplessly. What are you doing, envious? Unexpectedly, Li Chunsheng denied it and looked at Chen Beiwang with a sad face. Fuck you, I really want to strangle you to death. Chapter 20. The Gentle Wife Who Loves Details. How could he not be envious? Li Chunsheng felt like his heart was about to break. The term rich woman is really not suitable for Xu Yishui, because she is not even close to being a rich woman. This is clearly a wealthy older sister. Moreover, she has a beautiful appearance and a great figure, a top sister who is 1 in a million. So much so that while eating, Li Chunsheng's chopsticks made a crackling sound when he bit them, and then Xu Yishui asked a great question. Do you like eating with chopsticks? This simple sentence made Li Chunsheng feel ashamed, and Chen Beiwang laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He is simply jealous that I have found such a good wife, so he is gnashing his teeth in hatred. Listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Xu Yishui's pretty face flushed slightly. It was obvious that being praised in front of outsiders made her feel both shy and happy. After finishing his meal, Li Chunsheng planned to leave. He didn't want to disturb his brother's world of two. Chen Beiwang didn't force him to stay and planned to send Li Chunsheng home. Okay, I'll take a taxi back by myself. You should stay with your good wife. Standing at the gate of the courtyard, Li Chunsheng stared at Chen Beiwang with an angry look on his face, his tone full of deliberate sourness. By the way, big head, don't tell anyone about my marriage. Li Chunsheng nodded in understanding. Don't worry, how could I possibly disclose your privacy to others? No wonder you said you would let go of Lin Royue, but now you are so hated. After saying this, Li Chunsheng didn't stay any longer. He waved his hand and walked out of the community. Chen Beiwang stopped and watched for a moment, then walked into the villa with a smile. Xu Yixie was washing dishes, and she didn't seem to think that it was wrong for women to do these things. Honey, let me do it. Chen Beiwang walked over to Xu Yixie and took over the bowl and chopsticks, and said, Are you going shopping tomorrow? Because of the Qingyang chain supermarket project, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng took 2 days off before getting off work today. They need time to understand the specific situation of Qingyang supermarket and then prescribe the right medicine. However, to find out the situation, one person is enough. Chen Beiwang selflessly handed the matter over to Li Chunsheng, so he naturally had a lot of free time tomorrow. Why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Xu Yixie asked, somewhat confused. Go shopping to relax and buy some daily necessities. Chen Beiwang pointed at the dishes and chopsticks with a smile. It will be convenient to buy a dishwasher. Xu Yixie only thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Okay, then I'll arrange things for tomorrow's work first. Although Chen Beiwang still doesn't know what his wife does, he is not curious and has never asked. In his eyes, if Xu Yixie wanted to say something, she would take the initiative to tell him. After washing the dishes, Chen Beiwang sat on the sofa and began to think about business. What's the matter? How to use the good medicine naturally. Xu Yixie, on the other hand, was busy working with her laptop, and the couple didn't disturb each other. But soon, Xu Yixie felt something was wrong, because Chen Beiwang was too quiet. He didn't watch TV or play with his phone. He just sat there in a daze. What's on your mind? Ah, it's okay. I'm just thinking about the company project. Chen Beiwang laughed and brushed the matter off. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Honey, would you like to drink something? Xu Yixie was slightly stunned. Why do you suddenly want to drink? It's a rare opportunity to have a day off tomorrow, and why don't we just celebrate our flash marriage? Chen Beiwang's excuses are quite reasonable, not exaggerated and not easily discovered. Seeing Chen Beiwang's high spirits, Xu Yixie did not spoil his fun, but agreed with a faint smile. You go buy the wine, I still have some work to deal with. Chen Beiwang got dressed without saying a word and went out. After drinking, wouldn't it be like taking the good medicine if he drank enough? Although the villa area is in the far suburbs, it has a large-scale market with complete supporting facilities, as well as convenience stores and so on, so Chen Beiwang quickly bought back wine and a lot of food. But when he put the things on the coffee table, Xu Yixie was a little dumbfounded. Xu Yixie had seen fried, grilled, and braised skewers, but had never eaten them. Seeing Xu Yixie's dazed expression, Chen Beiwang asked curiously, What's wrong, wife? Xu Yixie felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. I've never eaten these things before. Chen Beiwang was stunned. Never eaten it? Then he suddenly realized that from the few days of contact, Xu Yixie had obviously lived a life of luxury since childhood, and the braised food and fried skewers were indeed roadside stalls, so it was understandable that she had never eaten them. But then Chen Beiwang was in a dilemma. If his wife didn't want to eat, he couldn't just let her drink it, right? Xu Yixie obviously noticed Chen Beiwang's embarrassment and immediately asked softly, Are these delicious? Chen Beiwang nodded almost subconsciously. This thing is a standard for countless young people who stay up late. Anyone passing by may eat it. If it doesn't taste good, it can't exist forever. Well, I want to try it. Xu Yixie's words made Chen Beiwang stunned for a moment, and then he smiled warmly. My wife is really considerate and thoughtful of me in every way. Without saying a word, he took out a kebab of lamb, considerately removed the skewer, and then wrapped the meat in a small pancake. This is actually similar to barbecue, but the taste is different. One is smoked and grilled, and the other is fried in oil. Honey, you try it. After saying that, Chen Beiwang handed the small cake to Xu Yixie. The latter blushed a little because of the ambiguous act of feeding, but still opened her cherry mouth when she smelled the tempting meat aroma. With just one sip, Xu Yixie's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. It's quite delicious. Is that so? Chen Beiwang was so happy that he went out and bought so many delicious foods. It was not in vain after all. The two of them sat on the sofa and began to eat, drink, and chat. Wife, they say you girls don't eat after a certain time because you're afraid of getting fat, and you don't drink beer because you're afraid of getting a belly. Why aren't you afraid? The two had only known each other for a few days, and Shu Ishirei had eaten late at night or in the middle of the night twice in a row. You have to know that before, Lin Royue would rather starve to death than eat anything after 10 o'clock in the evening, not even drink water, and she never touches alcohol. The most important thing was that she couldn't enjoy the delicious food and didn't let Chen Beiwang eat it, so much so that there were many times when Chen Beiwang came home from overtime and was so hungry that he almost fainted. After hearing this, Shu Ishirei took the initiative to pick up a chicken leg, took a small bite and then gave an explanation. As long as you worry enough and exercise enough, you won't get fat. When Chen Beiwang heard this, he found it to be true. Losing weight is never achieved by dieting, but the key is a reasonable amount of exercise and physical and mental dual keys. Chapter 21, Sleeping Together. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Beiwang was surprised to discover something. Shu Ishirei can drink a lot. How specific is it? Next to the sofa at her feet were 13 empty beer bottles. Yes, she drank 13 bottles of beer alone. Chen Beiwang knew that Shu Ishirei was pretending to be drunk last time, but he never thought about how much his wife could drink. But now, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Chen Beiwang's intuition told him that Shu Ishirei's alcohol tolerance might not be worse than his. Chen Beiwang has been able to drink since he was a child. In addition, he has been working in Beijing for 3 years and has participated in many drinking parties for work reasons, so his drinking capacity has become quite impressive. Look, the two of them just drank equally, and Chen Beiwang also drank 13 bottles of beer. Based on his understanding of himself, he estimated that 23 or 4 bottles would be his limit. Of course, this is just beer. Foreign liquor, red wine, and white wine are another matter. But he never expected that his wife was also a heavy drinker. But judging from Shu Ishirei's expression, she obviously had too much. This also made Chen Beiwang feel a little relieved. If he couldn't drink more than her, how could he use the good medicine? Bang! Finally, after Shu Ishirei drank the 15th bottle of beer, she collapsed on the sofa. The sexy nightgown was a little messy and could no longer cover her sexy white thighs and the pair of breasts in front of her. Husband. The drunk Shu Ishirei once again called out the name that she didn't dare to say when she was sober. This also made Chen Beiwang a little confused. Because last time Shu Ishirei pretended to be drunk, she drastically changed her usual elegant and cool appearance, and even asked me to call her wife or something like that. Is he pretending to be drunk this time too? Or does Shu Ishirei become like this whenever she is under the influence of alcohol? Chen Beiwang couldn't judge for a moment, so he didn't dare to make any excessive movements. He could only move closer to Shu Ishirei, who also stretched out her snow-white feet and placed them on Chen Beiwang's thighs. My feet are cold. After hearing this, Chen Beiwang pulled the blanket on the sofa, wrapped his feet, and then tested him softly. Honey, are you okay? Shu Ishirei curled up on the sofa and hummed. How could she look like a 40-year-old woman? Her behavior, expression, and tone are very much like a little girl in her early 20s. Wait a little longer. Chen Beiwang drank his wine by himself, planning to wait and see the specific situation of Shu Ishirei. But at this moment, Shu Ishirei staggered over and sat up, then, in Chen Beiwang's astonished eyes, threw herself into his arms. What made Chen Beiwang even more stiff was that Shu Ishirei's pair of smooth and cold hands reached into his clothes from under his back and hugged him tightly. Dry. Chen Beiwang's breathing became a little heavier. If he continued like this, it would not be a matter of whether he wanted to help his wife with treatment, but he would be the first to lose control. Husband. At this time, Shu Ishirei raised her head slightly, and her rosy face was right in front of Chen Beiwang. The woman's eyes were blurred but charming, and her long fluttering hair showed her unique charm. Husband. Dear. Having said that, Shu Ishirei directly hit Chen Beiwang on the mouth, and the latter became completely stiff. Even though he had Lin Royue before him and was quite experienced, his mind still went blank when this legitimate wife took the initiative to kiss him. The feeling was different. Shu Ishirei's cherry lips were just like her hands and feet, icy cold and with a hint of alcohol. Her tongue, like a tiny red snake, was moving crazily in Chen Beiwang's mouth. The primitive impulse overcame Chen Beiwang's reason at this moment. He resolutely picked up Shu Ishirei and strode upstairs to the master bedroom. Laying him down on the bed, Chen Beiwang took a deep breath, then turned around and walked into the bathroom. He wants to take a nice shower. Unfortunately, as he was taking a shower, he gradually calmed down and suddenly realized that what he was doing was somewhat inhumane. Shu Ishirei is his legal wife. If they really want to have sex, why do they need the assistance of external objects? Moreover, if I do this while Shu Ishirei is not sober, Will Shu Ishirai hate me after she sobers up? Alas, you can't use dirty tricks. Chen Beiwang sighed, wiped the water off his body and walked out of the bathroom. At this time he found that Shu Ishirai had fallen asleep, and this time she was really fast asleep. Her subtle breathing and snoring movements proved that Shu Ishirai was sleeping soundly. She tilted her face to the side like Sleeping Beauty, and her all-round, beautiful face looked so moving and beautiful at this moment. Chen Beiwang stared at it for a moment, then smiled gently. It's better to fall asleep so that I want to be dominated by primitive impulses again. But we can't do that, but at least we can sleep together, right? Chen Beiwang laughed and closed the door of the master bedroom. The next morning, Chen Beiwang, who was still asleep, was suddenly awakened by a loud scream. He rolled over and fell off the bed with a thud, but luckily there was a blanket underneath so he wasn't hurt. At this time, Shu Ishirai was staring at Chen Beiwang with a nervous and blushing face, and she was holding the quilt in front of her with both hands. Because when she woke up just now, she found that she was naked except for her underwear. What? What did you do to me? Shu Ishirai was really angry this time. She thought about Chen Beiwang's initiative to drink last night and immediately understood. Chen Beiwang climbed out of the bed. The sudden shock made him feel dizzy. Wife, I didn't do anything. Have you? Did you already have that thing with me? Chen Beiwang was stunned. Then he realized that Shu Ishirai was covering her view with a quilt, and her nightgown was on the ground. Honey, calm down. Nothing happened between us. Chen Beiwang stood up immediately and pointed at his pants. Look, I haven't even taken off my pants. And there's no red on the sheets, so I really didn't touch you. Chen Beiwang was explaining while screaming in his heart that it was dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't really do it last night, otherwise we might have turned from husband and wife into enemies. After hearing Chen Beiwang say this, Shu Ishirai gradually calmed down, and then a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. She also suddenly remembered that the handsome young man in front of her was her legitimate husband. And my reaction was so violent. I guess I must have hurt his feelings, right? As expected, Shu Ishirai felt a pain in her heart when she saw Chen Beiwang standing there with a bitter face and looking extremely depressed. My tone was too harsh just now, sorry. Shu Ishirai didn't know why she felt heartbroken, but she couldn't bear to see Chen Beiwang looking aggrieved and disappointed. But Chen Beiwang didn't really think so. He just felt that he had done nothing wrong last night. Seeing Shu Ishirai suddenly apologize, he couldn't help but smile. Why apologize? If I really took advantage of someone, you would be angry. After all, I didn't get your consent. Don't worry, honey. I don't blame you at all. Chapter 22. From now on, I will take you on a trip. On the surface, Chen Beiwang was laughing and comforting Shu Ishirai, but in fact, he was sighing slightly in his heart. It's not that he sighed at Shu Ishirai's vigilance towards him, but that the latter was living a little too cautiously. Just because of a wrong expression on her face, she immediately changed her attitude. This behavior of always caring about others is naturally caused by depression. Logically speaking, this kind of personality mostly appears in mediocre and inconfident people who think too much and worry too much. But given Shu Ishirai's financial situation, age, and experience, this shouldn't have happened. So it's easy to explain that her cautious appearance now is due to depression. This also made Chen Beiwang more determined to free him. He hopes that Shu Ishirai can live a happier life and that she can truly have a complete life instead of being tortured by illness. Wife, hurry up and get up, we should go out. Chen Beiwang said this with a smile, then went back to the second bedroom to take a shower. This also made Chen Beiwang discover another advantage of Shu Ishirai. She is not slow in doing things. In this society, most women will dress up carefully before going out, at least starting at 1 o'clock, and some even start putting on makeup and dressing up 3 or 4 o'clock in advance. But Shu Ishirai had a good foundation and only wore light makeup, so she finished packing in just half an hour and left home with Chen Beiwang on the DBS. The two did not choose to eat at home. Since they said they were going out to go shopping and relax, they naturally had to do it in a comprehensive way. The two found a century-old breakfast shop. Fortunately, it was past the rush hour, so they didn't have to wait for a table, but there were still more than a dozen customers in the breakfast shop, which was over 100 square meters. With the appearance of Chen Beiwang and Shu Ishirai, their eyes naturally fell on the two of them. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful and elegant. They are a perfect match and are extremely eye-catching. In fact, if a stranger were to look at the two people, it would be difficult to tell whether there is a big age gap between them. Because boys tend to look mature when they reach a certain age, the 25-year-old Chen Beiwang, with his signature warm smile, gives people the feeling of a 30-year-old brother next door. As for Shu Ishirai, no matter how you look at her, one can only guess that she is in her early 30s at most. Otherwise, how could they be a perfect match? Mom, that sister is so beautiful, Tilda. At this time, the child of the mother and son spoke timidly. He was only 3 or 5 years old, and his voice was childish and sincere. I want to find a beautiful sister like this to be my wife in the future, Tilda. The little boy's childish voice made the guests laugh. Shu Ishire even took out a lollipop from her bag and handed it to him with a smile. However, the little boy did not take it immediately. Instead, he turned to look at his mother with inquiring eyes. Since it's given to you by my sister, just take it. After getting his mother's approval, the little boy happily took the lollipop and said in a crisp voice, "Thank you, Sister Tilda. You're welcome. You're really sensible." Shu Ishire smiled and touched the boy's head, then sat down at another empty table with Chen Beiwang. "I didn't expect you to carry a lollipop with you." Chen Beiwang joked with a smile. He was a little surprised that Shu Ishire was eating lollipops at this age. Life is bitter, but we must always find some sweetness. Shu Ishire responded with a smile, which made Chen Beiwang agree very much. Moreover, Chen Beiwang discovered that Shu Ishire must like children very much. The smile she showed to the little boy just now was particularly sincere and pure. "Where are we going first?" During the meal, Shu Ishire was the first to ask questions. "Let's go to the World Trade Center first." Chen Beiwang obviously had a plan in place. "Let's go slowly from near to far. We have 1 day anyway." Shu Ishire did not refute Chen Beiwang's suggestion, giving people the impression that she fully respected her husband's wishes in public. The World Trade Center is only 3 blocks away from the breakfast shop where the two were having their meal. When they arrived here, the huge sea of people demonstrated the prosperity of the big city. The two of them wandered around aimlessly. Chen Beiwang took Shu Ishire to a small jewelry store and also to a relatively cheap clothing store, as if he was taking her to understand his own life. Shu Ishire never felt ashamed from beginning to end. Instead, she was full of novelty about these places she had never been to before. "Wife, which cities in the south have you been to?" Chen Beiwang handed an ice cream to Shu Ishire, and suddenly remembered this and asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Shu Ishire shook her head and said, "I have never been to the south." This immediately stunned Chen Beiwang. The reason why he asked this was that in his mind, with Shu Ishire's financial strength, it should be normal for her to go to the south whether for work or for travel. "Except for some cities around Longju, I have never been to any further away." Shu Ishire replied calmly, "When we were dating before, they said they would travel with me, but before I thought it was time to travel, they left me." At this point, Shu Ishire's pretty face showed a hint of loneliness. All her exes were after her body and money. It can be said that there was no spiritual connection between them, and they were unable to make her experience what love is. Therefore, this kind of love with a strong purpose is obviously not likely to last long. Chen Beiwang nodded in understanding, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. "It's okay. We'll go anywhere in the future." Shu Ishire raised her head slightly when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes met Chen Beiwang's for a moment, and she whispered, "Really? Don't put me in your shoes." Chen Beiwang obviously knew what Shu Ishire was worried about, and immediately reminded her, "Since you chose me to marry, you should know that my score is higher than theirs. Besides, we are a legal couple. Isn't it normal for me to travel with you in the future?" Seeing Chen Beiwang's serious tone, Shu Ishire was obviously much happier and nodded heavily immediately. The two continued shopping and indeed bought a lot of daily necessities and household appliances. Although the villa is very nice, it was not popular in the past and Shu Ishire only stayed there occasionally, so it still lacked a lot of things. She went shopping today and bought everything at once. Of course, it was impossible for the two of them to carry such heavy bags while shopping, so Shu Ishire simply called 4 young men in suits. All 4 of them are good looking, and they look straight and smart in their suits. "Mr. Shu." After seeing Shu Ishire, the 4 of them bowed in unison, looking extremely humble. It was obvious that they were Shu Ishire's subordinates. You transport these things to the Shishu Villa area and put them in the security room. When facing her subordinates, Shu Ishire no longer had that gentleness in her eyes, and her tone was just like when she first met Chen Beiwang, strong and capable. Chapter 23, Meet the Old Aunt Again. "Okay, Mr. Shu." The 4 of them were very obedient and started moving things. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang asked with a smile, "Wife, are these all your men?" The word wife made the 4 people stunned. Their expressions visibly became shocked, and then their eyes all turned to the young Chen Beiwang. "Yes, they are all employees of my company." Shu Ishire seemed not to have noticed the shocked scene of her subordinates, and nodded in gentle voice in response. It was as if she didn't care whether her employees would spread the news after returning to the company, or she even wanted the company to know about her marriage. After a brief shock, The 4 employees quickly picked up their things and left, obviously a little afraid of their boss, Shu Ishirai. Why don't you ever ask me about the company? Seeing the employee walking away, Shu Ishirai turned to look at Chen Beiwang and asked curiously, "Why should I ask if you don't tell me?" Chen Beiwang shrugged. "I think this is the minimum respect for my wife." Shu Ishirai nodded thoughtfully, and then said seriously, "I run a real estate company, which has been listed and is valued at several billion." Although Chen Beiwang had long guessed that his wife's business was very large, he was still shocked when he heard the billions. Why does it feel like I'm seeing a female boss in a novel? Billions. No wonder a gigolo cost Shu Ishirai more than 4 million in just 4 months. It turns out that in Shu Ishirai's eyes, this little bit of money is not really money. Why are you telling me this? Do you want me to secretly find a way to seize your assets? Chen Beiwang joked with a smile. Unexpectedly, Shu Ishirai shook her head and said, "No, you are not that kind of person." "What kind of person?" This time it was Chen Beiwang's turn to be curious. "You are not someone who is after my money." Hearing this, Chen Beiwang shook his head and laughed. "Wife, don't forget, we were able to get married because of the 100,000 yuan pocket money every month." "I know, but that's how you make me feel." Shu Ishirai's voice was gentle yet firm, as if she had not misjudged the person this time and had deep trust in Chen Beiwang. Chen Beiwang was obviously caught off guard and at the same time felt a little touched by this. Because Shu Ishirai was right, he really didn't come here for the money, but if he was forced to give a specific reason, Chen Beiwang couldn't say it. It just feels like when he's with Shu Ishirai, he doesn't feel as tired mentally. Cut. Of course, this did not prevent Chen Beiwang from continuing to tease Shu Ishirai. "I paid for all the things you bought just now. If I had known you were so rich, I wouldn't have spent that 100,000 yuan. It hurts me so much." "You." Shu Yi's watery face flushed red. Of course, she knew that Chen Beiwang was joking on purpose, but since the conversation had come to this point, she had to continue. "How about I raise it to 500,000 per month?" Chen Beiwang almost dropped the ice cream in his hand. He waved his hands hastily. "Don't worry, wife. 100,000 is very good. Too much money will have the opposite effect. Haven't you heard that men become bad when they have money? I'm afraid that 100,000 yuan is not enough for you. I'm not a money-eating beast. Isn't 100,000 a month enough for anything?" Chen Beiwang said helplessly. "Wife, don't mention this anymore. 100,000 yuan is more than enough." "Okay then." Shu Ishirai nodded obediently when she heard that, but she was actually relieved in her heart. She just spoke for the purpose of experimenting. If Chen Beiwang really couldn't resist the temptation and readily agreed to 500,000 yuan per month, then in Shu Ishirai's eyes, this marriage would probably come to an end. But fortunately, Chen Beiwang held on. "Ishirai." At this time, a surprised call was heard. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw a wealthy woman with an elegant and luxurious appearance standing not far away, followed by 2 bodyguards. Chen Beiwang's eyes widened when he saw this person. "Auntie." Yes, this person was the woman who had approached him to act at the blind date corner, and was also the wronger mentioned by Shu Ishirai. "Wronger, why are you here?" Shu Ishirai was naturally very happy to see her old best friend, and she took the initiative to pull Chen Beiwang over. Seeing the two of them holding hands, Wronger smiled. TSK, what a loving couple tilde. "Auntie, you are so unkind." Chen Beiwang saw Shu Ishirai's face turn red, and immediately changed the subject and pretended to complain. "At first you said it was an acting gig, and you were going to give us over 10,000 yuan in performance fees, but in the end it became real, and we both got married." "What old aunt? That's so ugly." Wronger rolled her eyes at Chen Beiwang in annoyance. "My name is Zhao Rong. Since you are already Ishirai's husband, you can call me Sister Wronger from now on. I am 5 years older than her. Don't be so ungrateful, kid. With Ishirai's conditions, you two can get married and be happy." Chen Beiwang laughed when he heard that. "That's right, my wife is the best in the world, Sister Wronger. You don't know how happy I have been these past few days." Sexual happiness. Zhao Rong showed surprise on her face, and then looked at Shu Ishirai with a smile. "I didn't expect that, Ishirai. You two are quite quick." "You think too much." Shu Ishirai suddenly felt embarrassed. "You two are not talking about the same thing." "Sister Wronger, I didn't expect you to be so yellow." Chen Beiwang and Zhao Rong seemed to be quite familiar with each other, and he directly extended his hand without any shame. "Where's my performance fee? Should I settle it?" "Stop dreaming, you bastard." Zhao Rong smiled unhappily. "I'm afraid your performance will never end in this lifetime, So how can you even talk about performance fees? Ah, I have to act this out for the rest of my life. Chen Beiwang pretended to be surprised and disappointed. Don't you want to? Xu Yishui asked softly, her eyes falling on Chen Beiwang with a hint of coldness. How could that be? I will live with my wife till we grow old together. I am not the kind of person who will abandon her after having sex with her. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming lively, Chen Beiwang immediately invited Zhao Rong to go shopping with him and his wife. She did not refuse, and it was a good opportunity to formally meet Chen Beiwang. No matter how much you know before, it is all based on private investigation, but you can only understand what this person is like after you meet him in person. At the same time, Chen Beiwang was a little curious. He didn't understand how Xu Yishui and Zhao Rong got together. Not to mention that they are best friends despite the 5-year age difference. Their looks alone are not on the same level. Isn't it said that women are narrow-minded and don't want to play with people who are prettier than themselves? Xu Yishui looked to be in her early 30s, and Zhao Rong looked to be in her 40s. Otherwise, Chen Beiwang would not have grouped Zhao Rong together with his mother when he first met her. Zhao Rong is indeed not as old as her mother, but her maintenance seems to be not up to par, so her age is still relatively intuitive. Zhao Rong went shopping with her best friend and dismissed the 2 bodyguards who followed them. The 3 of them went to a high-end Western restaurant for lunch together. Chapter 24 Kiss. There is a little episode worth mentioning. As for Western restaurants, to be honest, Chen Beiwang had only been there a few times in his 25 years of life. The last time he went there was when he accompanied Lin Royue, and it was a non-authentic and affordable Western restaurant. But he had never eaten at such high-end restaurants where the average consumption per person starts at several thousand yuan. Or maybe he is a pure and authentic dragon Chinese at heart, and his taste buds just can't match these overseas things, such as steak salad and pasta, which he just can't get used to. So much so that Xu Yishui and Zhao Rong kept eating during lunch, while Chen Beiwang put down his knife and fork after taking a few bites. After lunch, Zhao Rong prepared to leave. Yishui, I have something else to do at the company. Zhao Rong looked at Xu Yishui and said, also, come to my company tomorrow. We have a project that we need to work on, and my company can't handle it. We have to continue to work together. Xu Yishui nodded. No problem, Ronger, I'll go there with the team at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The 2 agreed on a time and place, and Zhao Rong left. Before leaving, she did not forget to say hello to Chen Beiwang with a smile. It was obvious that she was quite satisfied with Chen Beiwang. The 2 continued shopping, and Xu Yishui spoke first. Ronger's company is also in real estate. Chen Beiwang was stunned. You are all in the real estate industry, so isn't there a conflict between the 2 industries? Fortunately, real estate is just a large category. If you break it down, there is no conflict and they can even complement each other. Xu Yishui cleared up Chen Beiwang's confusion. Besides, it was Ronger who brought me into the industry. Even if there is a conflict in the future, I will take the initiative to withdraw and not cause any impact on her. Chen Beiwang did not express any objection to Xu Yishui's gratitude, although he knew that if there really was an industry conflict, the withdrawal of either party would be a considerable loss. But that was Xu Yishui's company, and he had no right to express his opinion. What's more, Xu Yishui's style of doing things is very much to Chen Beiwang's liking. His usual principle of doing things is to repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. Otherwise, he could have played with Li Chunsheng. It was because Chen Beiwang never forgot the help Li Chunsheng had given him over the past 3 years. Let's go, let's find another store to eat something. Xu Yishui seemed to be accustomed to holding Chen Beiwang's hand. The latter was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then tenderness and emotion appeared in his eyes. Obviously, Xu Yishui had noticed that Chen Beiwang didn't seem to like eating when they were having dinner just now, so she suggested having another meal. It's okay, honey. I'll just buy some snacks. We can eat while shopping. Wouldn't that make us feel like a couple? Xu Yishui was a little hesitant. She naturally wanted to take Chen Beiwang to eat something good, but since the latter had a firm attitude, she could only acquiesce. The 2 left the World Trade Mall and came to the nearby food street. Chen Beiwang first bought a bowl of grilled cold noodles. In this late autumn and early winter season, the grilled cold noodles were steaming. Hurry up, honey, take the first bite while it's hot. Chen Beiwang trotted to Xu Yishui, picked up a piece of grilled cold noodles with a skewer, and brought it to Xu Yishui's spout. Xu Yishui was slightly stunned. Just like when she was drinking last night, she had never eaten this kind of street snack before, but the fragrant aroma and her trust in Chen Beiwang made her open her mouth. Snacks like grilled cold noodles are available all over the country, especially in the north, so they are very common, but Xu Yishui has never eaten them. When she took the first bite, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "It tastes great." Really? Chen Beiwang laughed. This grilled cold noodle stall is a time-honored brand, and it's also the stall he and Li Chunsheng often come to eat at. He knows exactly how it tastes. Wife, are you not full either? Seeing Xu Yishui's appearance, Chen Bei couldn't help but ask curiously. Xu Yishui nodded. I usually only eat until I'm 50% full for lunch, because eating too much will drain my energy, which will easily drag out the afternoon and delay my work. We are both taking a break today. We don't have any work to do, so eat without worry. Chen Beiwang directly put the small bowl of grilled cold noodles in Xu Yishui's hand. Eat as much as you want. Even if you get fat, your husband will still want it. You're the one who gets fat. Xu Yishui muttered something, but in her heart she was excited like a little woman. Chen Bei's cheesy love words might sound very cheesy to other people, but to Xu Yishui they sounded like the sound of nature. Also, you don't have to eat it all. Leave some room for me to take you to eat some more snacks. Xu Yishui frowned when she heard this. How can we waste it if we don't eat it all? Even though she is rich, Xu Yishui does not have the habit of wasting food and strives to eat cleanly. Chen Beiwang particularly appreciated this point. In comparison, Lin Royue's habit of throwing away any delicious food after just a few bites was simply idiotic. You eat some and leave the rest to me. Chen Beiwang said with a smile. This way we can be considered to have kissed indirectly. We have been married for several days, but I haven't even kissed you on the mouth. Although she knew that Chen Beiwang was joking, his words made Xu Yishui feel a little embarrassed. She probably felt that she had violated the meaning of the word marriage, so she immediately took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and then suddenly approached Chen Beiwang before he could react. Boo tilde. A light kiss fell on Chen Beiwang's lips, and the latter was suddenly stunned. Okay, I kissed you. Xu Yishui's face turned red as hell, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Beiwang. However, Chen Beiwang touched his lips and said with recollection, It doesn't feel as good as last night. What last night? You were drunk last night, and we hugged and kissed for a long time. Silence. Bang. Xu Yishui hit Chen Beiwang with her little pink fist, her face full of shame and embarrassment. This bastard actually lied to me. She was really drunk last night and had no memory of what happened. Does anyone know that I kissed him passionately? Chen Beiwang enjoyed the powerless fist with a silly smile on his face. Wife, kiss me more in the future. The more you kiss, the warmer our relationship will be. Go to hell. Xu Yishui was already thin-skinned, and she couldn't stand still and walked quickly forward. Chen Beiwang followed her shamelessly and held her soft and boneless little hand tightly. Next, Chen Beiwang took Xu Yishui and started a sweep of the entire food street. Everything that Chen Beiwang thought tasted good was ordered. The two chatted and laughed while eating snacks, and the leftovers were given to Chen Beiwang to finish. At first, Xu Yishui was a little shy. After all, this action was too ambiguous, but when she thought about the other person's identity being her own man, her unnecessary shyness disappeared. Both of them had a lot of fun. With the presence of Chen Beiwang, a lively guy, Xu Yishui always had a gentle smile on her face. However, the two of them didn't know that not far away from them, several people were looking at this scene in surprise. That's Wangzi. Chapter 25. Unfaithful Man? The joyful day was coming to an end, and Chen Beiwang and Xu Yishui returned home together under the setting sun. But the smile on Xu Yishui's face did not disappear. She seemed to have never been so happy. Even though what they were doing was just a daily routine of an ordinary couple, but for Xu Yishui, it was better than more than 10,000 days of life. She truly experienced what it meant to be cared for, protected, and loved. The same was true for Chen Beiwang. The feeling that Xu Yishui brought him was something that Lin Royue had never given him. It was a comfortable and warm feeling like a spring breeze, which made him find his own paradise. At dusk, the two of them decided at the same time to have dinner at home. They both needed this feeling of warmth. Candles, music, red wine, and dim lights. Chen Beiwang and Xu Yishui prepared a candlelight dinner for each other. The two of them had a heart-to-heart talk once again, like old friends who could talk about anything and confide in each other like they were in a tree hole. Chen Beiwang always looked at Xu Yishui with a gentle smile on his face, and it seemed that even he himself had not realized that this woman, who was 15 years older than him, had gradually walked into his heart. Late at night, the streetlights outside went out one by one, and the howling of the cold wind of late autumn could be heard in the quiet villa, but it was warm inside. It's not the temperature that's high, it's the warmth of people's hearts. After dinner, Chen Beiwang didn't have to wash the dishes this time. After all, the dishwasher was not bought for nothing. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for a long time, until late at night, Xu Yishui got up and walked upstairs. Good night, my wife. Chen Beiwang walked to the door of the second bedroom with a grin on his face. However, just as he pushed the door open and was about to go in, he was stopped by Shu Yishui, who had returned. Since you are husband and wife, and newlyweds, why would you sleep in separate rooms? Shu Yishui seemed to have become much bolder, or perhaps the slight drunkenness made her a little bolder. One sentence made Chen Beiwang's face turn from a daze to ecstasy in an instant. Go to bed. Chen Beiwang excitedly pulled the blushing Shu Yishui into the master bedroom, closed the door neatly, and turned off the lights. This night is destined to be sleepless. The next morning, Chen Beiwang walked out of the bedroom refreshed. Inside the half-open door, on the luxurious big bed, a beautiful figure was still lazily lying unwilling to move. Chen Beiwang smiled lightly and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. He knew the woman's shyness, so he didn't rush her. He put breakfast on the table and went out. Wife, remember to have breakfast before going to work. After sending a WeChat message, Chen Beiwang drove the DBS to the company. When Shu Yishui got up and went to the restaurant, when she saw the exquisite and nutritious breakfast on the table, her face revealed the happiness of a little woman. Last night, she started a new life and also broke free from the shackles that had held her for 40 years. I felt shy at first, but looking back I was filled with love. After a delicious breakfast, Shu Yishui changed her clothes, packed up and went to her real estate company. When she came to the company as usual, she was still faced with respect from her employees. She went to her office and called her trusted secretary, a female career elite in her 30s named Liu Ke. Liu Ke has been following Shu Yishui since graduation, which is nearly 10 years now. He is not only Shu Yishui's absolute confidant, but also has a relationship similar to that of a friend. Liu Ke walked into the office with documents in his arms, and was slightly stunned at the first glance. What's wrong? Seeing Liu Ke standing there in a daze, Shu Yishui couldn't help but ask, Mr. Shu, why do I feel like you've changed so much today? Really? What specific changes have taken place? Shu Yishui asked back nonchalantly before she could react. You are more beautiful than before, and your complexion is much rosier. Liu Ke's serious words made Shu Yishui's face turn red instantly. Liu Ke is not an old maid like Shu Yishui. She has been married for a long time. Seeing Shu Yishui's expression, she immediately understood and gave a slightly teasing smile. Boss Shu, I heard from people down there that you're married? It looks like you're newlywed, right? As a partner for many years, she was naturally well aware that Shu Yishui had never been married and was a virgin. These words are naturally meant as a joke, saying that Shu Yishui has completely evolved into a real woman. You are the only one with ears and a mouth. Shu Yishui glared at Liu Ke in embarrassment and anger, and the latter laughed even louder. Okay, if you laugh again, I'll deduct your salary. Seeing that Shu Yishui was a little embarrassed, Liu Ke stopped smiling and quickly changed the subject to business. Is the financial lawyer ready? Liu Ke nodded. Okay, tell everyone to get ready, and we'll go to Kaiyuan Real Estate. Shu Yishui thought that her happy face was over, but she never expected that when she came to Kaiyuan Real Estate and met Zhao Rong, she would be teased again. Moreover, compared to Liu Ke, Zhao Rong is obviously more unscrupulous. She took Shu Yishui and walked into her office alone, then asked hurriedly, Yishui, did you sleep with that kid Beiwang? Oh, Ronger, why are you speaking so rudely? Shu Yishui was embarrassed, but Zhao Rong didn't care. What's rude or not between a sisters? I didn't expect you to be defeated by that guy so quickly. I thought you planned to test him for a while longer. When mentioning Chen Beiwang, Shu Yishui's beautiful eyes were filled with affectionate love. He's fine. That's good. Ronger. Shu Yishui's face turned red, which made Zhao Rong laugh. I'm talking about his character. Who's talking to you about that? I understand. I understand. Are you still going to work on the project? If not, I'm leaving. Shu Yishui was in high spirits, but Chen Beiwang was in a miserable situation. When he arrived at the company in the morning, he noticed that there was something wrong with the way his colleagues looked at him, and they seemed to be whispering something behind their backs. It was not until he met Li Chunsheng that Chen Beiwang knew the reason. What? People say I'm an unfaithful man. Chen Beiwang widened his eyes. He was a little confused. He just didn't come to work for one day, so how could he be considered a heartless man? Who did he let down? Lin Royue. Could this woman be up to something weird again? Chen Beiwang subconsciously looked at Lin Royue, who was not far away, only to see the latter sitting at her workstation with a lonely expression and a hint of unwillingness. It doesn't seem to be her. Big head, what's going on? Chen Beiwang frowned and looked at Li Chunsheng and asked in a low voice. Although he didn't care what others thought of him, he didn't want to be ruined and lose his popularity for no reason. I don't know either. Li Chunsheng looked helpless. Everyone knows that we have a good relationship. You kept everything from me. I just heard some rumors saying that you were sorry for Ye. Sorry Lin Royue. Chen Beiwang glared and said, "Fuck you, you let slip that I got married." Chapter 26 Vice President. It's no wonder Chen Beiwang thought this way. The whole company knew that Lin Royue was his girlfriend 8 years ago, and only Li Chunsheng knew that he was married. To say that he is an unfaithful man obviously means that they know that he has a wife. Who else can Chen Beiwang blame if he doesn't blame Li Chunsheng? Fuck. Li Chunsheng cried out that he was wronged. You don't know my character. Your mouth is harder than steel. How could I possibly let you know? Seeing that Li Chunsheng was about to get angry, Chen Beiwang realized that it really had nothing to do with Ren Da-tu. But what exactly is going on? That bastard Yu Jiahui. That's not right. Yu Jiahui couldn't possibly know that he was married. After unsuccessful thinking, Chen Beiwang was in a headache, so he had to set his target on a few female colleagues with whom he usually got along well. Sister Lin, Sister Hua, tell me, how did I become such a heartless person? Wangzi, tell me the truth, do you have a new love now? Sister Lin stared at Chen Beiwang seriously and questioned him, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Chen Beiwang didn't answer, but just stood there in a daze. Do you know that yesterday, my sisters and I went to the food court for lunch and saw you and your new girlfriend? Sister Hua took over the conversation, and her words instantly made Chen Beiwang suddenly realize. So this is where the problem lies. But he felt a little unhappy. Shankar Trading Company, Limited is a 20-minute drive from the food street, and there is a total of half an hour break at noon. Why do these women have nothing better to do than go to the food street? But now that things have come to this, there is no point in him complaining. After all, the whole company probably knows that he has a new love. That's how people are. When a woman cheats on a man, everyone will feel sorry for him and comfort him to move on. But when a man betrays a woman, he will definitely be boycotted and condemned by the whole group, as if he had done something unforgivable. In people's subconscious, women are ultimately a vulnerable group. But this made Chen Beiwang suffer. How can this be called a new love? That is my legal wife. My dear wife. But can he explain it? Cannot. He still adhered to his own life creed and didn't want these guys who were just colleagues to know that his life had undergone tremendous changes. And it's a change in an excellent direction. As for slander and misunderstanding, let them be. Chen Beiwang gave up all thoughts of explanation and just nodded in agreement to Sister Lin and Sister Hua, indirectly acknowledging his new love. This obviously made these sisters very unhappy. Originally, without the support of Lin Royue, they all thought that their chances had increased a little, but they never expected that their home would be robbed in just a few days. Chen Beiwang is very popular among his colleagues in the company, thanks to his good looks, emotional intelligence, and his outstanding personal abilities. Besides, women are always gossipy. If a few people know about this, doesn't it mean that the whole company knows about it? Chen Beiwang did not expect that during this period of time he would become the focus of the entire company, and all kinds of strange things would happen to him one after another. If he had not done a lot of business with Li Chunsheng in the past, it is possible that the management would have really fired him now. Chen Beiwang's worries were not without reason. Just when he was frowning and thinking that his reputation in the company was ruined, the company's vice president arrived. A thin man in a suit, whose height was barely 1.7 meters because of his shoes, appeared in the staff area. Minute Nanhua, a native southerner, is also the deputy general manager of Shankar Trading Company, Limited, and has the power of life and death over all employees of the company. He is a real powerful figure. If the boss and shareholders do not express their opinions, then his words are destiny. This old guy is in his 40s. Although he is small, he is full of imposingness. He is always serious and always has a sullen face, so he got the nickname Minute Blackface. The most important point is that he and Chen Beiwang don't get along well. Because Minute Nanhua was lustful, he always used his position to intimidate senior officials and flirt with female colleagues in the company. As a result, 7 or 8 women were bullied by him. The feud between Chen Beiwang and him was caused by one of her female colleagues who had already resigned. At that time, Chen Beiwang went to Minute Nanhua's office to find him to sign a contract, and happened to see this old guy using his power to force the female colleague to go to a hotel with him after work to sleep. Chen Beiwang had just been in the company for a year at that time and had not yet fully recovered from the world of righteousness. How could he, with his strong sense of justice, tolerate this? When he saw Minute Nanhua reaching out to touch the female colleague's butt, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed in and punched her. Afterwards, the company's top management held a trial meeting on the matter. Fortunately, The female colleague was a strong person and stood up to testify to Minute Nanhua's lustful and threatening behavior and tried her best to protect Chen Beiwang. In addition, Li Chunsheng said all the good words he could and Chen Beiwang apologized himself, and the matter was finally over. The company gave the female colleague a compensation and let her leave the company. Chen Beiwang was not punished but received a serious warning. As for Min and Hua, the company's top management clearly stated that it would be punished, but 2 years have passed and there has been no movement. Chen Beiwang knew that the best that the shareholders' meeting could do was to reprimand Minute Nanhua, and there would be no substantial punishment. But he did not feel sorry. At least the female colleague escaped the clutches of the evildoer and received compensation, and he did not lose anything. But it was that time that Chen Beiwang and Minute Nanhua officially became enemies. Why has Yu Jiahui been able to thrive in the past 3 years? It's not because of his cousin who works in HR, but because of Min and Hua. To be precise, Yu Jiahui's golden ticket to immunity from death is Minute Lian. It is because of his instigation behind the scenes that Yu Jiahui has been able to take the initiative to cause trouble again and again. The influence that a vice president of a listed company can exert within the company is enormous. Seeing Minute Nanhua appearing calmly, all the colleagues lowered their heads and pretended to be busy, not even daring to breathe. Yu Jiahui's face was full of excitement. He knew that Minute Nanhua must have come to find Chen Beiwang, which made him say in his heart that Chen Beiwang's good days were over. Because he heard from others that Chen Beiwang's new girlfriend was extremely beautiful, gentle, and generous. This made him extremely unhappy. Why do all the good-looking women surround you, Chen Beiwang? There is Lin Royue in front and a new girlfriend behind? Judging from the rumors that Chen Beiwang has caused recently within the company is obviously afraid that things will escalate, so they will definitely intervene. And now, Min and Hua has come forward. Minute Nanhua glanced at the whole room, and when he saw that no one dared to look him in the eye, he nodded with satisfaction, and then a somewhat arrogant voice slowly sounded. Chen Beiwang, come with me to the office. Chapter 27, The Insidious Min Hua. After saying this, Minute Nanhua left without looking back. Chen Beiwang frowned. He didn't expect the management to come so quickly. It seemed that he had really caused an impact on the company during this period of time. Li Chunhua looked nervous. Beiwang, nothing will happen, right? But he understood that Minute Nanhua had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Chen Beiwang. However, Chen Beiwang smiled easily and consoled her. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he stood up and followed Minute Nanhua into the depths of the company. His movement also made all his colleagues look up. Lin Royue's eyes were mixed with 3 parts of sadness, 3 parts of unwillingness, and 4 parts of madness. Chen Beiwang, you shouldn't treat me like this. As soon as you get out of the elevator on the 18th floor and enter the Shankar Trading Company, Limited, you will find the employer lobby. Walking through the corridor inside is an important area of the company, which is off limits to outsiders. The HR department is at the gate, and further inside are the offices of the heads of various departments. As the company's vice president, Minute Nanhua's office is at the end of the corridor, which is also the deepest part of the company. As for the bosses and shareholders, they work on the 19th floor, where there is also a large group meeting room. This also reflects that Min and Hua really has the power of life and death over all employees of the company. Arriving at Minute Haimian's office, Chen Beiwang still had his signature gentle smile on his face. Boss Minute. Xiaochen, please sit down. Minute Nanhua also smiled faintly, motioned Chen Beiwang to sit on the sofa, and then began to boil water and make tea. I wonder what Mr. Minute wants to talk to me about. Chen Beiwang remained friendly and polite, with obvious respect. He is no longer the young and reckless man he used to be. Although the two of them don't get along, he can't blatantly deny face to a vice president. If that's the case, he'll definitely be fired. Although Chen Beiwang really doesn't need this job now, relying on his wife for help is obviously not something Chen Beiwang can accept. Even if there are grudges among you, you still have to be happy. Xiaochen, you have been in our company for 3 years, right? Minute Nanhua looked at Chen Beiwang with a puzzled look, then chuckled and asked. Chen Beiwang nodded and waited for Minute Nanhua's next words. I've watched you grow up in these 3 years. Minute Nanhua began his earnest teaching in the tone of an elder. When you were young and hot-tempered, you beat me up. As he said this, Minute Nanhua poured tea for Chen Beiwang, but the latter felt a chill in his heart. This old guy brought this up now, clearly telling me that he still remembers this grudge, and it also seems to be a threat to me. But that's all in the past. Look at you now. You give me the feeling that you have been drained of all your charm. In the past 3 years, you have generated so much revenue for our company and completed so many orders. Those old employees who have been working for 7 or 8 years can't compare with you. Chen Beiwang narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a little confused about Minute Nanhua. This old guy first threatened and then praised. What exactly does he want to do? Finally, after Minute Nanhua had been praising him for several minutes, he changed the subject and got to the point. Xiao Chen, you've heard about the recent rumors in the company, right? Chen Beiwang nodded, but smiled inwardly. It was indeed because of this. Look, first you were cheated on by your girlfriend, and everyone in the company group knew about it. Then your ex came to work in our company, and now he is less than 10 meters away from your workplace. Minute Nanhua spoke word by word with great earnestness. Now there are rumors that you just broke up a few days ago and have a new lover outside. It means that your predecessor, Lin Royue, had a broad perspective and didn't cause trouble in a company. Otherwise, if the news got out, how would our company be able to survive in the Parkmian building? There wasn't much of a reprimand in Minute Nanhua's words. Instead, it felt like he was accusing Chen Beiwang, which made him sneer inwardly. Looking at Minute Nanhua's posture, it seems that he wants to win without fighting. He wants to use public pressure to force himself to resign. Chen Beiwang was not a rookie, and he was naturally sharp-minded. He saw through Minute Nanhua's true intentions at a glance. No wonder the old guy first warned and threatened me verbally, and then played the emotional card. It turned out that he wanted me to leave on my own initiative with guilt. Moreover, Chen Beiwang also sniffed out another piece of information from Minute Nanhua's words. He defended Lin Royue. At first glance, or people with slow minds might not feel anything, but based on Chen Beiwang's understanding of Lin Royue, he felt that the matter might not be simple. One is greedy for money, the other is lustful. Lin Ru came to Ueka Trading Company, Limited, to get back together with him, but what if she knew that he had a new love? Will she wait for an opportunity to take revenge and then quickly look for a new target? Meeting. Chen Beiwang knew Lin Royue too well. This woman was very ambitious, although her ambition only revolved around money and interests. But it is precisely because of this that her thoughts are more easily exposed. Chen Beiwang's intuition told him that Lin Royue might have already boarded Minanhua's ship. As for when they met, Chen Beiwang was not interested. He just needed to guess the truth. Mr. Minute, what do you mean? Chen Beiwang still had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Xiao Chen, don't blame me for not helping you. It's just that what happened to you recently has had such a huge impact on me. Minute Nanhua pretended to do his best and said, the big boss and the shareholders have even held a meeting to deal with you. Everyone is quite dissatisfied with you. As he spoke, Minute Nanhua took out 2 contracts from the drawer. Here is a termination contract and a compensation contract. If you sign, the company will give you 6 times your monthly salary as compensation, along with a humanitarian aid package. You should understand that you are the one who caused all the public opinion. As long as you leave the company, the public opinion will naturally fall apart. Chen Beiwang did not respond in a hurry. He just looked at the 2 contracts in front of him calmly, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. Boss Minute, I overestimated your vision. Just when Minute Nanhua thought that he would sign at 100%, Chen Beiwang's words made him frown. What's the meaning? I did beat you up 2 years ago, but I didn't expect you to hold such a grudge. Chen Beiwang smiled and shook his head, but his smile was full of ridicule. As long as I sign, it will be considered a voluntary resignation. Not only will the company not compensate me, but they can even ask me for compensation in the name of the labor contract because my resignation has not been approved by the Human Resources Department. Am I right? Minute Nanhua's face changed, and without waiting for him to explain, Chen Beiwang stood up swiftly. But as long as I don't take the initiative to resign, you won't be able to drive me away given my contributions to the company over the years. Mr. Minute, we still have a long way to go. I will play with you slowly. Chapter 28, Tearing Off the Face. After saying that, Chen Beiwang left the vice president's office without looking back. Minute Nanhua was stunned for a while, then his face turned ashen as he tore the contract in front of him to shreds. He hadn't expected Chen Beiwang to be so unmoved by his trap and even dare to speak to him like that. This was undoubtedly a complete breakdown in relations. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and Yu Jiahui walked in. Mr. Minute, did it not succeed? Clearly, Yu Jiahui was aware of the Manhwa project. Minute Nanhua nodded with a gloomy face, puffing on his cigar, filling the office with smoke. That damned Chen Beiwang, he's too clever, traps just don't work. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiahui grinned. He naturally knew that Chen Beiwang was not easy to deal with in their 3 years of confrontation. He had never gained an advantage. Mr. Minute, is there no other way to get rid of him? Yu Jiahui asked tentatively. How do we get him to leave? Minute Nanhua was clearly furious. Upon hearing this, he shouted angrily, his total performance accounts for the top 3 in the entire company, and the other top 3 is also his close friend Li Chunsheng. If it was someone else, it would be an easy task, but is Chen Beiwang an ordinary employee? Believe it or not, if I have HR submit a report to fire Chen Beiwang right now, the big boss will be in my office in less than 10 minutes. After being scolded by Minute Nanhua, Yu Jiahui could only respond with a forced laugh. However, he had been fighting with Chen Beiwang for 3 years, and the fact that he was still alive in the company showed that he had some cleverness and tricks up his sleeve. His eyes darted around, and then he gave a sinister smile. President Minute, Chen Beiwang is indeed incredibly capable and has never made a fundamental mistake, but what if he does? Minute Nanhua frowned. Let's be frank. I overheard Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng talking about a new project order, but they kept it so secret that none of the company's employees knew the details. I was thinking, if I found out about this project and got involved, causing Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng to make a mistake, then I could just fire them both. Wouldn't that solve your big problem? After listening to Yu Jiahui's words, Minan Hua thought for a moment and then his eyes lit up. New project orders? If others can't find them, surely I, the vice president, can. As he spoke, he went straight to the computer, where accessing these documents was a piece of cake for him, given his vice president privileges. In just a moment, he printed out a document and tossed it to Yu Jiahui. This is the project order that Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng have been busy with recently, Qingyang Chain Supermarket. Upon hearing the name, Yu Jiahui's face lit up with realization. No wonder they hit it so well. It turns out it was such a big order. As a fellow native of Longju, he was naturally very familiar with Qingyang Chain Supermarket. After carefully reviewing the documents in his hand, Yu Jiahui felt even more alarmed. If Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng manage to close this deal, it will likely be the biggest project order of the year. Their performance for the company will then bring them into the management's view. Chen Beiwang is all right, but Li Chunsheng has been in the business for a long time, so there's a real chance he could move into management. Then wouldn't he, the guy who's always been at odds with the two of them, be kicked out? With this in mind, Yu Jiahui gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Don't worry, Mr. Minute. This time I'll make sure they know what misery is. Minute Nanhua nodded in satisfaction, then waved for Yu Jiahui to leave, but the latter stood still. Is there anything else? Upon hearing this, Yu Jiahui revealed a fawning smile. President Minute, I'd like to ask you for a bonus. Nothing much, just 10,000 yuan will suffice. What are you doing? Minute Nanhua frowned upon hearing this. As his most loyal dog, Minute Nanhua gave Yu Jiahui a lot of empty bonuses, sometimes 2,000, sometimes 5,000, and at most as much as 50,000. This kind of empty bonus, to put it bluntly, means that when other colleagues secured orders from the company, Minute Nanhua added Yu Jiahui's name to the bonus distribution list. Although the percentage was very small, as long as his name was included, the finance department would naturally approve it, and Yu Jiahui could receive the money. However, Minute Nanhua was not an idiot. Apart from him offering empty bonuses, whenever Yu Jiahui asked him for them, he would ask for the reason, which could be considered as indirectly giving the other party a handle in his hands. Yu Jiahui didn't hide anything and immediately explained with a forced smile. President Minute, didn't our company get a new employee, Lin Royue? I'm planning to take her out for a nice meal and go shopping when I have some free time, and buy her some gifts or something. Upon hearing this, Minute Nanhua's eyes flashed, and then he asked with a half smile, You don't know that Lin Royue is Chen Beiwang's ex-girlfriend? Sigh, she's my ex-girlfriend now. Chen Beiwang can't control me no matter what. Yu Jiahui completely forgot about Chen Beiwang's mockery of him taking over her back then. Clearly, he was completely captivated by Lin Royue. However, after listening, Minan Hua thought for a while and then said earnestly, I'm afraid it won't work this time. Yu Jiahui was taken aback. Why, General Manager Minute? The big boss has been investigating lately. He's called the finance manager upstairs several times to report on salaries and bonuses. Minan Hua Zhu is adept at lying. Although we've done everything perfectly, it's common knowledge in the company that you have no business to discuss, yet you still get a bonus every month. That doesn't make sense. Short selling bonuses are no longer realistic. You should stay put for a while and wait until things calm down before making any decisions. Yu Jiahui, foolishly accepting no suspicion after being given such a perfectly normal excuse by Minute Nanhua, could only leave the office dejectedly. After Yu Jiahui left, Minute Nanhua sneered and then took out his phone to send WeChat messages. Honey, let's watch a movie first tonight, then come to my house for dinner. I have a bottle of fine red wine. The camera zooms in, and Minute Hua is sending a message to a person whose contact name is Ye. Meanwhile, in the staff area, after Chen Beiwang sat down, Li Chunsheng immediately moved closer. Beiwang, how are you? Nothing happened, right? Chen Beiwang smiled and shook his head. then quietly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, Li Chuanxing's eyes flashed, and anger surged forth instantly. That old bastard is really ruthless. If Chen Beiwang resigns voluntarily, the company will likely impose compensation of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. If it were the old Chen Beiwang, he might very well have gone to work on a sewing machine because of this. It's all right, as long as I don't leave on my own, he can't touch me, Chen Beiwang said with a reassuring smile. Li Chunsheng sneered upon hearing this. Of course. Do you really think our achievements over the years were just for show? However, looking north, after this incident, you have probably completely broken ties with the Minute family. Chen Beiwang nodded silently, his tone relaxed and indifferent. Then let's tear it up. Chapter 29 Lin Royue's Obsession. Previously, Chen Beiwang did not understand this world. He felt that people like Yu Jiahui from manhwa, who lacked ability yet still occupied positions without contributing, were a dereliction of duty by the company's senior management. But now he understands that there is no fairness in this world. Your outstanding abilities will only make you famous and a better money-making tool in the eyes of your superiors, rather than a right-hand man or confidant. This is similar to a once popular internet saying, what you are born with, you will have. What you don't have, you will never have in your lifetime. Even if someone can defy fate, is such a person 1 in 10,000? Yu Jiahui, a lazy and complacent old hand, has no sales, no orders, and makes mistakes from time to time, yet he is still one of the top long-term employees in Shanka Trading Company, Limited. Because he participated in the entire process of the company's development from scratch, he may not be considered a hero, but he was certainly a witness. Most importantly, he's opportunistic and willing to be the vice president's dog. Minute Nanhua, also an old hand with little ability or means to wield power, and narrow-minded and lustful, has held the position of vice president of the company for 10 years, wielding the power of life and death over hundreds of employees. Because he participated in the company's early creation process, because he provided financial support to the company at the beginning, and even took a pay cut to help the company overcome difficulties. It is precisely because of these favors and the existence of so-called seniority that such a person can continue to oversee the entire company. Will their lack of ability affect the company? Yes, but it doesn't matter. Take Chen Beiwang for example. His abilities are obvious to all. He has earned dozens of times more money for the company than people like Manhua, yet he is still just an ordinary employee with outstanding abilities. Minhua forced him out, the company's revenue would simply decrease, but it wouldn't affect the overall situation. This is the foundation of a listed company. In other words, Shanka Trading Company, Limited has a shrewd board of directors and a big boss at the top, and elite employees like Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng at the bottom who are capable and hardworking. Manhua, who is in the middle class, naturally does not seem so important. This is similar to an ancient dynasty. The emperor was shrewd, and the soldiers were invincible in battle. But what did it matter if the ministers in the court were just seeking fame and fortune? At least in terms of consolidating the dynasty and expanding its territory, it was invincible. As for people's livelihood and national strength, those were merely sowing the seeds for the downfall of future dynasties. Admittedly, if this were applied to Shanka Trading Company, Limited, it might decline in a few years, but the existence of Minhua will not affect the current situation. Why isn't Chen Beiwang afraid of breaking ties with the Manan Chinese? The main reason is that there was no other way but to break off relations. Given the current situation, Minhua is practically telling you outright that they want you to leave. What can you do if you don't want to leave? After things have fallen apart, it's actually not that dangerous anymore, because everyone will be paying attention to Minute Nanhua. If he makes any targeted moves, everyone will think of Chen Beiwang. As for an ordinary employee daring to break ties with the vice president, that's a testament to their confidence in their own abilities. Given Chen Beiwang's contributions to the company, and with his close friend Li Chunsheng also a highly accomplished individual, no one in Minhua, let alone the board of directors, would dare to provoke Chen Beiwang. A company's top executives, especially board members, certainly want to get more money, and an outstanding employee can accomplish this. Under such circumstances, why would the shareholders offend Chen Beiwang? With Chen Beiwang in the company, the annual dividend is 5 million. Chen Beiwang left the company and received a dividend of 2 million yuan every year. How stupid would the shareholders be to provoke Chen Beiwang? In the tea room, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng were each brewing their drinks when the latter whispered. Yu Jiahui ran out. Chen Beiwang was clearly surprised, because this kid had no sales or orders. He would stay at his workstation during working hours, and whenever he was about to leave, it was definitely because he was up to no good. I reckon he probably found out about our project from Minute Halian, Li Chunsheng continued, his eyes filled with anger. Afraid he'll continue to cause trouble for us? Chen Beiwang asked with a smile. Li Chunsheng nodded. This bastard is incompetent at handling serious matters, but is a master at muddying the waters. Let's see what Yu Jiahui is up to and see what he does. Chen Beiwang was also very disgusted by this, but Yu Jiahui's motives were not clear at the moment, so the two of them could not take any countermeasures. Just then, the sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out, and the two immediately fell silent. It turned out to be none other than Lin Ruiyue, who had obviously also come over for a drink. Seeing Chen Beiwang present, Lin Ruiyue couldn't help but snort coldly and walk to the side with a very indifferent expression. Some people really do forget their old loves when they find a new one. Her deliberately provocative words made Chen Beiwang narrow his eyes slightly, but Li Chunsheng was not lenient at all and immediately sneered. We don't know who it was who slept with that fat old man for money and ended up losing both his wife and his money. Bang! This incident was undoubtedly a sore point for Lin Ruiyue. She immediately slammed her hand on the table, turned around quickly, and scolded, "Big head, how dare you speak like that? Don't call me big head." Li Chunsheng showed Lin Ruiyue no respect whatsoever, saying, "That's a nickname for us brothers, something only good friends can use. Who do you think you are? If you need anything, call me Li Chunsheng. If not, get lost. You're in my way." You. Lin Ruiyue's face flushed red with anger, and her expression grew increasingly gloomy. "Li Chunsheng, how dare you offend me?" Her words were full of confidence and icy arrogance, which made Chen Beiwang even more convinced that Lin Ruiyue had probably gotten close to manhwa. "What? You think I can't afford to offend you?" Li Chunsheng was unaware of this news. He simply disliked Lin Ruiyue. Normally, things would be fine, but if Lin Ruiyue dared to provoke Chen Beiwang, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. "Fine, you're very good." Lin Ruiyue laughed angrily. "I will make you know the price of angering me." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang frowned slightly and took a step forward, knowing that he had to step forward. Otherwise, making a big fuss won't do either of us any good. "Lin Ruiyue, don't go too far." Lin Ruiyue was already in a bad mood, and now Chen Beiwang came up to her and stood on the opposite side, which undoubtedly made her even angrier. "Chen Beiwang, you are a heartless and ungrateful bastard." Jingxi People's Hospital, 8th floor. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Beiwang's precise address immediately turned Lin Ruiyue's face deathly pale. He stared indifferently at Lin Ruiyue. He needed to give her a warning to prevent this hot-tempered woman from doing anything reckless. "If you continue to act unreasonably, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 30. Split into two groups to secure orders. Chen Beiwang didn't want things to be this way, but Lin Ruiyue's current state disgusted him. This also reminded Chen Beiwang of when he was cheated on, and Lin Ruiyue was no different from now. At that time, she was arrogant and proud, as if she wanted to escape her impoverished life and become a superior person. Now, she thinks that because she has latched onto manhwa, she can still run rampant and act arrogantly and domineeringly within the company. But she forgot that Chen Beiwang knew she had syphilis. Once this gets out, not to mention whether she can keep her job, the Manan Chinese community will definitely stay far away from her, let alone become her backer. In order to make Lin Ruiyue behave, Chen Beiwang had no choice but to bring up this matter to warn her. As expected, Lin Ruiyue immediately suppressed her arrogance, replaced by fear and resentment in her eyes when she looked at Chen Beiwang. In the end, Lin Ruiyue could only snort angrily and quickly turn and leave. Li Chunsheng then asked curiously, "What Jingxi People's Hospital? Do you have something on her?" Chen Beiwang smiled and nodded, "But I won't tell you the specifics of what's wrong with you. Anyway, it's none of our business." Li Chunsheng nodded understandingly. "I don't want to know about Lin Ruiyue's dirty secrets either. I just want her to behave and not cause you any trouble. Let's go. This afternoon, let's go out and visit the market. Once we are done, we can go straight home and not come back." Hearing Li Chunsheng's words, Chen Beiwang was taken aback. "Don't you clock out? Shoot the chicken feather card." Li Chunsheng, however, didn't care at all. "We are going to the market to get orders, not to go out and fool around. Besides, if the inspection team had a few guts, would they dare to record us leaving early?" After thinking it over, Chen Beiwang felt it made sense, and immediately packed up his office documents with Li Chunsheng and left the company. "I won't eat lunch at the building's cafeteria anymore. I'll go out for a nice meal first, and then get down to business in the afternoon. I don't care, now that you have money, I'm going to rip you off." Li Chunsheng looked like he was about to die, which drew a barrage of laughter and scolding from Chen Beiwang. He didn't treat Li Chunsheng badly, and found a very high-end restaurant, but this time it was a Chinese restaurant. Li Chunsheng didn't stand on ceremony. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he ordered only the expensive dishes and not the large ones, and the bill for just a few dishes exceeded 5,000 yuan. Damn it, you're not being polite at all. Chen Beiwang couldn't help but curse, not out of pity, but on purpose. When brothers are together, there should always be plenty of laughs and fun to make it enjoyable. In the afternoon, the two got down to business. Qingyang chain supermarket is their top priority right now. Although its reach is not extensive, the branches in Longju alone are enough to constitute a large order. Of course, the level of profit also determines the difficulty of this task. Even though Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng are both outstanding employees, they still felt a sense of pressure. The order was simple. All Qingyang chain supermarket needed to do was agree to let our company put that Southwest wine on the supermarket shelves for sale. However, it is very difficult to put into practice. Because they are a chain supermarket with nearly 30 stores around them, even if they are certain that the products have no quality issues, they still need to consider whether there will be any sales volume. Moreover, in most cases, goods are sold only in one or a few stores, but the order task assigned by the company is to cover the entire store. Only by securing all of Qingyang chain supermarket stores can an order be considered complete, and only then will there be a bonus. But how difficult is that? The fact that Qingyang supermarket has grown so large means its owner must be quite a figure. The first problem facing Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng was that they couldn't contact the owner of Qingyang supermarket. There are many supermarkets and many employees, but if you ask them for your boss's contact information, they will definitely refuse. The two had just stepped out of a Qingyang supermarket in front of them when, unsurprisingly, they were turned away. Regardless of what company you belong to, anyone who tries to contact the boss through a subordinate looks like a salesperson. This is a bit of a problem. We've had a bad start. The two squatted by the roadside, and Li Chunsheng frowned and sighed. In the past, they had encountered all sorts of troubles with their orders, but never before had they been unable to even meet the boss like today. How can we discuss cooperation if we can't even meet the main character? Big head, I suggest we split into two groups. Chen Beiwang calmly said, it would be a waste of time for the two of us to do everything together. Okay, you can arrange it. Li Chunsheng listened without hesitation, demonstrating his absolute trust in Chen Beiwang. You're better suited to do the information gathering than I am. Chen Beiwang said softly, as for how to contact the owner of Qingyang supermarket, leave that to me, but don't slow me down. Don't look back, I've already made contact with someone. You don't even have a clear understanding of the specific situation at Qingyang supermarket. If you lose the initiative again. Upon hearing this, Li Chunsheng smiled confidently and said, impossible. Although you are quite fierce, I am no worse than you. If I could let the duck I have in my hands escape, then I would have lived these years in vain. After saying that, Li Chunsheng changed the subject. I see your wife seems to be quite capable. You wouldn't be thinking of asking her to help you contact Boss Qingyang, would you? Chen Beiwang shook his head. This is something we two brothers are working hard for the bonus. What does it have to do with my wife? Do you really think I haven't built my own business network in the past 3 years at the company? Okay, let's get moving. Contact me if there are any new developments. Li Chunsheng was an impatient man, so he immediately put out his cigarette and left. Chen Beiwang sat there, sending WeChat messages to many people, and then called Xu Yixue. At that moment, Xu Yixue was discussing business with Zhao Rong at Kaiyuan Real Estate. When she saw that it was her little husband calling, she immediately answered without hesitation. The speed of her answer surprised Zhao Rong, who was in the middle of the conversation. Hello. Honey, are you busy? I'm not busy. Xu Yixue's voice was gentle, a stark contrast to her previous aloof demeanor. This left Zhao Rong and Liu Kei speechless and shaking their heads. Women in love are truly love-struck. Honey, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I've made plans with some friends from the business district. Xu Yixue nodded obediently. Although she was a little disappointed, she still maintained her composure and said, it's okay. I'm going to have dinner with Ronga and a client tonight anyway. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang hurriedly advised, eating is fine, but don't drink too much. I know. Xu Yixue liked Chen Beiwang's caring words, smiled sweetly and hung up the phone, then noticed that everyone was staring at her with strange looks. Sigh, President Xu even interrupted the meeting for her man. Zhao Rong spoke at the right moment, both teasing and trying to liven up the tense atmosphere. Ronga. Xu Yixue gave a low, embarrassed shout. She had been so caught up in the sweetness that she was now filled with awkwardness. Chapter 31 Chen Beiwang's Language Art. After all, Xu Yixue had always presented a cool and aloof image to her subordinates, but a phone call just now revealed a different side of her to the elites from the two companies present. In fact, even her trusted secretary Liu Kei and best friend Zhao Rong had never seen Xu Yixue like this. In Zhao Rong's eyes, Xu Yixue had certainly had many relationships in the past, but she had never been like that before, where a single phone call could so easily convey a myriad of tenderness and affection. However, she was genuinely happy for Xu Yixue because, unlike herself, Xu Yixue was already married with children, and her continued single status made Zhao Rong very anxious. Chen Beiwang's appearance undoubtedly filled that last void, and Zhao Rong was quite satisfied with Chen Beiwang. If the two of them can truly stay together for a long time, that would definitely be a good thing. I'm not joking anymore. Zhao Rong smiled and waved her hand, signaling everyone to put away their smiles. Let's continue the meeting. As President Xu just said, we have dinner with the client tonight, so everyone should prepare the materials as soon as possible. In the evening, Chen Beiwang stood quietly waiting in front of a decent-sized restaurant. To show his sincerity, he didn't even get into the car to escape the cold wind, but stood there straight, letting the cold seep in. Unfortunately, the temperature difference between day and night is quite large this season. The daytime temperature is still okay, so Chen Beiwang only wore a thin jacket. But now, as night falls and the temperature plummets to below zero, he is shivering from the cold. Chen Beiwang didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, people came to him one after another. Wow, Wangzi, you've actually treated us to dinner for the first time ever. The group was clearly familiar with Chen Beiwang, and they greeted each other with smiles and jokes as soon as they met, but their words were not as relaxed and casual as those of true friends. It's more than just treating people to a meal. I remember the average cost per person here is several hundred, almost 1,000, right? Someone else joked, Wang Zai is really going all out for himself. Chen Beiwang looked at the four figures in front of him and smiled helplessly. Brothers, please don't make fun of me. I don't come here unless I need something in return, so how can I offer you a free meal? Chen Beiwang's straightforwardness made everyone laugh. It's precisely because of your straightforward personality that we came to this banquet. We don't need to play any fancy tricks with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang breathed a slight sigh of relief. These four people all have some connections. Chen Beiwang urgently needed to contact the owner of Qingyang Chain Supermarket, so he mobilized his own network of contacts. The man on the far left was dressed in a suit and tie, and his height and build were similar to Chen Beiwang's. He had an ordinary appearance and looked to be around 30 years old. His name is Marco, and he is the director of a private tax agency. The second man on the left, a bald, fat man, had a smile on his face and seemed easy to get along with. In reality, he was a genuine high-paid elite lawyer with his own firm, named Zhong Cheng. The second person on the right is named Lai Huasheng, a native of Gangcheng. He works as a branch manager for a large listed company and was transferred to Longju several years ago. The man on the far right is also the oldest, approaching 50. He exudes righteousness and has a rather serious air about him. His name is Li Guo. He owns a self-operated auto parts processing factory and is also a former red cadre, a term referring to cadres who have served under communist parties. They are all contacts that Chen Beiwang has built up over the years for the company to negotiate cooperation. Yes, it wasn't the company's connections, it was Chen Beiwang's own. Originally, Chen Beiwang had invited more than 10 people to dinner, but in the end only 4 came. It wasn't that they looked down on Chen Beiwang, on the contrary. Everyone who had interacted with him was impressed and admired the boy's intelligence. However, since everyone is a businessman, and business is business, Chen Beiwang is indeed smart, eloquent, and capable, but his shortcoming is that he has never made any selfless contributions. So now that Chen Beiwang is suddenly inviting everyone to dinner, everyone knows it's nothing good, so naturally no one will come. Little did they know that their overemphasis on profit would cost them a good opportunity. Chen Beiwang stared at the 4 people in front of him, deeply remembering their actions of coming to meet him even though they knew he had something to ask of them. It doesn't matter if 6 people don't come, having 4 people to help is enough. Afterwards, Chen Beiwang led the 4 people into the restaurant and into the pre-booked private room, where they all took their seats. After Chen Beiwang called the waiter to serve the dishes, Li Guo, the oldest of the 4, spoke first. Xiao Chen, just say what's wrong. For you to take the initiative to treat me to a meal, you must be facing some difficulties. Li Guo hit the nail on the head. Given Chen Beiwang's style of doing things, he would never come after them unless absolutely necessary. None of the 4 of them are ordinary people. They all hold important positions and enjoy the respect of many. The second oldest, bald, fat man, Zhong Cheng, also chimed in with a chuckle. Yeah, I've known you for almost 3 years, and you've never treated your brother Zhong to a meal. Fatty Zhong, stop teasing Wang Zai. Lai Huasheng said with a faint smile. He was only a few years older than Chen Beiwang, so they could be considered peers. Wang Zai didn't want to hang out with us before. It's just that he had a girlfriend whose expenses were too high, and he didn't have any money left. But I heard that Wang Zai recently broke up with his girlfriend. The moment this topic came up, the expressions of the four men visibly changed, because they had all heard rumors that Chen Beiwang had been cheated on. Yes, we've broken up. She cheated on me, Chen Beiwang said bluntly without any hesitation. Brother, you're in a terrible situation. Even so, I haven't asked any of my older brothers to drink with me to relieve my worries, because I'm afraid you'll be too busy with your daily work to keep me occupied. I don't care, you all owe me a drink. Hearing Chen Beiwang's words, the others couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. You rascal, how come you turned around and tricked me into drinking? You've just met this kid. He's the type who won't do anything without a reason. The group burst into laughter, but the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Before entering, Chen Beiwang bluntly stated that inviting people to dinner meant he had a favor to ask, a frankness that pleased the four and also lowered their guard. He then used his own tragic experience of being cheated on as a springboard, jokingly tricking her into agreeing to a drinking session. This undoubtedly brought the two closer in just a few words and foreshadowed what was to come. Chen Beiwang's linguistic skills and intelligence allowed him to resolve what should have been a matter of owing a favor into a matter of mutual help between friends. This is his way of communicating. All right, tell us what you need us for, Li Guo said again. Steer the conversation back to the main topic. It's nothing serious. Does any of you brothers have the contact information for the owner of Qingyang Supermarket? Chapter 32 Unexpected. Hearing Chen Beiwang's words, the four of them were stunned, their expressions slightly strange. You only did this for? Chen Beiwang nodded seriously, then said, This may be very simple for you, but for me, it's harder than climbing to heaven. Why do you need the contact information of the owner of Qingyang Supermarket? Zhong Cheng asked curiously. Could it be that your company's new orders are related to him? Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang sighed inwardly and then recounted the matter of the Southwest wine. Seeing the four men's eyes light up, Chen Beiwang immediately reminded them, For brothers, let's not share this matter. He could easily see that all four of them wanted to use their personal influence to get involved and earn some extra money. However, this project is somewhat different from others. It is large enough and involves a wide range of people. Whether other companies can be allowed to get involved is a decision that Chen Beiwang cannot make. If he promised the four people but failed to do so, it would inevitably affect their relationship. To prevent this from happening, he had to lay the groundwork beforehand. Seeing Chen Beiwang say this, Marco frowned slightly. Wangzi, this isn't your style. The reason they were able to maintain a good friendship with Chen Beiwang was because this guy could create connections and generate profits for them through various means. For example, Marco might want to negotiate with a company but doesn't have the connections, while Chen Beiwang happens to have the necessary skills and connections, so he can act as a go-between. Chen Beiwang did indeed do this kind of thing quite often, which brought him a considerable amount of extra income. The business world is a huge battlefield, with intricate and intertwined networks of relationships. You can never know whether the business partner you work with also has a business relationship with your mortal enemy. Because the two collaborations do not interfere with each other, it is impossible to inquire about them. But Chen Beiwang's rejection of the four's interference has left them somewhat puzzled. To be honest, this was a deal that our company's management personally finalized and secured the Southwest liquor distribution rights. I'm just a junior employee, I really have no authority to decide the rules involved. Chen Beiwang gave a wry smile. If I agree to your request and then mess it up, will those brothers still consider me their brother? Seeing that Chen Beiwang had put it this way, the four nodded in understanding, but Lai Huasheng felt indignant. Wang Zai, if you ask me, with your business skills, you can't find many people in the whole city who can be your equal. Are you all blind in the business school, letting you stay in a regular employee position for 3 years? His words resonated with others, and the other three also spoke out in support of Chen Beiwang. Having worked with him, they knew how capable Chen Beiwang was. Despite his youth, he was an absolute master at handling matters. He has an absolutely strong heart, a long-term vision, an attractive charisma, and a well-defined leadership style. Chen Beiwang possessed almost all the necessary elements for success, yet he spent 3 years as an ordinary employee at Shankar Trading Company, Limited, which was clearly a waste of his potential. They had tried to poach him from other departments quite a few times, but Chen Beiwang always declined, choosing to stay in the business school, which puzzled everyone. Now that the old story has been brought up again, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but smile. When I first came to Longju, I entered the business school. It gave me a stable life and allowed me to see hope for the future. I seek employment not to accumulate wealth, but only to repay kindness and to enrich and improve myself. When I feel it's time for me to leave business school, I will definitely leave without hesitation, but I might have to trouble my older brothers then. Upon hearing this, the four of them said it was no big deal, and then they all eagerly took out the contact information of the owner of Qingyang Supermarket. This time it was Chen Beiwang's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that the 4 people in front of him all had each other's contact information, which meant they obviously knew each other. The business world is so small. Xiao Chen, do you need me to help you invite him out for a game of ball and a chat? Li Guo tentatively asked at this moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang hurriedly waved his hand. No need, Brother Li, I can handle this myself. Seeing this, Li Guo stopped talking. He had originally intended to take this opportunity to get involved, but Chen Beiwang clearly didn't give him the chance. The meal was very enjoyable, and Chen Beiwang once again demonstrated his high emotional intelligence and eloquence, making the 4 of them very happy and comfortable. Chen Beiwang was naturally very happy because he finally got the contact information of the owner of Qingyang Chain Supermarket. It may just be a way to contact someone, but for Chen Beiwang, the project is already half a success. After the drinking party ended, the group of people staggered outside. Why is Chen Beiwang so good at drinking? It's because he honed his drinking skills purely through official duties. The group arrived outside the restaurant, each with a smile on their face. For Marco and his 3 friends, the kind of drinking parties that required careful consideration were far less enjoyable than having heart-to-heart talks with Chen Beiwang, because there were few conflicts of interest, and it was purely a matter of friends and favors. Just as Chen Beiwang was personally calling out the price and preparing to send the 4 away, the arguing not far away caught their attention. It was a lively place, and many onlookers gathered around to watch the show. Chen Beiwang originally intended to ignore it, but a voice he suddenly heard instantly dispelled most of his drunkenness. That's his wife's voice. Seeing Chen Beiwang walk straight past, Marco and the other 3 were slightly taken aback. Where is that kid going? Isn't he always uninterested in this kind of thing? The 4 people, filled with curiosity, told the designated driver to wait a moment and then went over to him. At the center of the incident, several figures were surrounded by more people. They were Xu Yishui, Zhao Rong, and Liu Ke. Standing before them was a handsome, middle-aged man with an extraordinary air about him. However, his gaze swept over Xu Yishui with lewd intent. Zhao Rong's face turned somewhat grim. She stared intently at the middle-aged man in front of her. Chairman Ma, let's make money peacefully. There's no need to make things like this, is there? Yes, harmony brings wealth. The middle-aged man, Mr. Ma, smiled faintly, his gaze always fixed on Xu Yishui. I said, as long as Mr. Xu agrees to accompany me, the cooperation will begin immediately, otherwise, it's off. Okay, then we don't need to cooperate. Xu Yishui's pretty face turned ashen, and her tone was icy cold. She couldn't stand this kind of person the most. She just couldn't leave. Mr. Xu, you think you can just refuse to cooperate like that? What do you take me for, Ma Lianhao? With a cold laugh from the middle-aged man, a large number of his henchmen instantly surrounded the 3 women. Ma Lianhao, you've broken the law. Liu Ke, unable to contain her anger, threatened. What's illegal? I just wanted to spend the night with President Xu. Chapter 33, The Heartless Ma Lianhao. Ma Lianhao's flippant and arrogant words made Xu Yishui and the other 2 women's faces extremely gloomy, but the encirclement by more than a dozen people in front of them left them powerless to stop him. Because they knew what Ma Lianhao did, they were also well aware of the ruthlessness of his men. As Ma Lianhao said, he doesn't commit illegal acts, but he has plenty of ways to escape punishment. Just like this blatant threat right now. Xu Yishui clenched and unclenched her small hands several times. She wanted to completely break ties with Ma Lianhao regardless of the consequences, but she hesitated. It wasn't that she was truly afraid of this guy, but rather that she couldn't bear the thought of her current life possibly being disrupted. She had no choice but to do so for the sake of her young husband. Thinking of this, Xu Yishui sighed and was about to soften her stance. Just then, a warm and strong hand suddenly grasped her slender wrist. Xu Yishui instinctively tried to break free, but when she saw the handsome young man's profile standing next to her, she immediately calmed down. Chen Beiwang's smiling face startled Zhao Rong, and then her expression changed drastically. She quickly approached Chen Beiwang and then hurriedly whispered, "What are you doing here? Get out of here." "Sister Ronga, my wife has been bullied. How can I leave?" Chen Beiwang gave the impression of being oblivious to the situation at hand, yet he maintained a gentle smile on his face. "Your wife." However, these words fell into the ears of Ma Lianhao on the other side. He immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Xu Yishui with a half-smile. "President Xu, when did you get married? You didn't even tell me so I could come to the wedding banquet." "We didn't have a wedding. Everything was kept simple. I'm sorry, uncle." Chen Beiwang grinned and pressed down on Xu Yishui's wrist, signaling her not to speak. Xu Yishui turned her head slightly to look at the face beside her, and her anxious and restless heart gradually calmed down. Although she didn't think Chen Beiwang could solve the current trouble, her little man's willingness to step forward still made her feel endless warmth. Uncle. Upon hearing Chen Beiwang's address, Ma Lianhao's smile immediately vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. You called me? Chen Beiwang nodded. Yes. You look like you're over 40, right? I'm only in my early 20s. Shouldn't I call you uncle? Look how respectful and well-mannered I am to the elderly. Chen Beiwang's words drew bursts of laughter from the surrounding crowd. They naturally disapproved of Ma Lianhao's domineering behavior, but as ordinary citizens, they couldn't interfere. They remain silent and do not take the lead. They are merely spectators. Even someone as arrogant as Ma Lianhao would not dare to do anything to them, because there is a law. But if they were to force themselves to stick around, then things would be quite different. Hearing the laughter around him, Ma Lianhao's face grew increasingly ashen, and he then looked at Xu Yishui and spoke coldly. I never expected Mr. Xu to have such refined tastes, actually marrying a younger man. What? Is he really good in that area and can satisfy President Xu? Xu Yishui blushed deeply at Chen Beiwang's bold and daring words, but Chen Beiwang remained calm and composed. Uncle is right. I should be 100 or 200 times better than you. Kid, do you know who I am? You dare to act tough in front of me. Ma Lianhao stared coldly at Chen Beiwang, while his dozen or so subordinates around him were also eager to make a move, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Uncle, who are you? Chen Beiwang feigned innocence and even pulled out his phone, saying, I've already called the police. A simple sentence caused Ma Lianhao's expression to change. TSK, stopping someone in the street and trying to force himself on them. This uncle is really something. Chen Beiwang didn't care about Ma Lianhao's changing expression at all and continued to mock him deliberately. Upon hearing this, Ma Lianhao was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder, but he really didn't dare to do anything more and immediately made a harsh statement. Kid, I'll remember you. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, Ma Lianhao roared and led his men away at top speed. Clearly, he was afraid that Chen Beiwang had actually called the police. As the farce came to an end, the onlookers dispersed, leaving only Chen Beiwang, the 3 women, and Marco and his group of 4, who looked astonished from a distance. Honey, what's going on? Chen Beiwang held Xu Yishui's hand and asked her with concern. I'm collaborating with Wrongest Company. Tonight we are having dinner with the client, that guy named Ma Lianhao. Xu Yishui explained softly with a rather obedient air. But after he saw me, he became lustful, and under the influence of alcohol, he wanted me to stay and sleep with him. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Chen Beiwang's eyes. He was plotting against his wife? There wasn't he really a problem originally? Zhao Rong explained from the side. After all, our 2 companies have brought quite a few employees, more than 30 people in total, men and women, so the scale is definitely sufficient. But Ma Lianhao is too cunning. He took advantage of the end of the drinking party, and after we let the employees leave first, he began to reveal his true intentions, catching us off guard and even preventing us from leaving. Sister Ronga, where did you find this bastard to work with? Chen Beiwang frowned, his tone clearly displeased. Wang Zai, that guy is a tough character. Just then, Marco and his 3 companions, who were standing not far away, walked over and first looked at Xu Yishui and Zhao Rong before politely greeting them. President Xu, President Zhao, it's been a long time. Clearly, they knew each other, but their social classes were different. For example, there is a class difference between Chen Beiwang and them, and the same applies to their relationship with Xu Yishui and Zhao Rong. Xu Yishui was momentarily stunned when she saw the 4 people. Was the person Chen Beiwang was talking about having dinner with them? Brother Ma, what's Ma Lianhao's background? Chen Beiwang clearly sensed something was wrong, but the problem was he had never heard of this person before. This Ma Lianhao runs a financial company, which is basically a loan shark. Xu Yishui took over the conversation and personally answered her husband's questions. On the one hand, he secured lending resources from banks through legitimate cooperation channels and was doing legitimate lending business. On the one hand, many small leading enterprises were established, and these leading enterprises engaged in private lending business, which was nothing more than usury. Chen Beiwang frowned slightly. Won't anyone call the police to arrest him for something like this? It's no use. Zhao Rong shrugged helplessly. Why did he set up so many small-scale business operations? It was so that someone would take the blame for him if his misdeeds were exposed. Moreover, he did it very discreetly. People who are not at a high level in society would never know that he is the big boss behind the scenes. The public only recognizes those small business leaders. Ma Lianhao kept dozens of small-time loan sharks in charge, which was also a huge way for him to make money. It's not that no one has ever tried to deal with him, but he is a shrewd and calculating person, and he has managed to evade them all. Instead, others have been caught in the crossfire and have faced retaliation afterward. Over time, Ma Lianhao became infamous in the industry, and few dared to provoke him. Chapter 34: Provoking a Powerful Enemy. Chen Beiwang frowned as he listened to these words. He knew, of course, that society was not as peaceful and beautiful as it appeared, and that dirty things were happening behind the scenes. But he never expected that he would be brought into contact with it in such a miraculous way. People like Ma Lianhao, who knowingly break the law yet understand it, are the most terrifying. Otherwise, Chen Beiwang wouldn't have been able to scare the other party away with just a call to the police. However, being targeted by such a villain is ultimately not a pleasant feeling. Although he had been involved in this industry for 3 years, he was still at the very bottom and had not yet officially entered this vast circle. So he didn't know Ma Lianhao, but Xu Yishui, Ma Ke, Li Guo, and others did. However, Chen Beiwang quickly noticed a key point. He looked at Xu Yishui and asked softly, "Wife, Ma Lianhao is a financial lender. What kind of cooperation could he possibly have with you two who are in real estate?" "Ronga and I recently acquired a plot of land." Xu Yishui glanced at Zhao Rong, and seeing that the latter did not try to stop her, she spoke softly. "We originally planned to sell it, but Ronga wanted to expand the industry and strengthen our own economy. So we kept the land and planned to develop it into a large shopping mall in the northwest area of Longju. However, this requires a huge amount of funding." Chen Beiwang suddenly realized, but still asked in surprise, "Can't I just get a loan from a bank if I need funds?" "Silly boy, it's not as simple as you think," Zhao Rong interrupted irritably. "Bank loans depend on qualifications. Although Yi Shui and I own 2 real estate companies, those are real estate that cannot be mortgaged. Moreover, the funds required to build a large shopping mall are too huge. The money that banks can lend is just a drop in the ocean." Ma Lianhao has been in the lending business for nearly 10 years and has long been very successful. He has accumulated a lot of usable funds and has connections with banks, so only he can help. "I just never expected things to turn out this way." Seeing Zhao Rong sigh, Xu Yishui regained her composure and spoke firmly. "Ronga, we can give up business, but we must not embolden people like Ma Lianhao." "You want me to sleep with him? You're dreaming." "Don't worry, we are sisters. I would never send you to the lion's den." Zhao Rong smiled. "It's fine if we don't do this business. We haven't lost anything anyway." Chen Beiwang had been listening quietly until now before finally asking a question. "Wife, Ronga, when do you plan to build that shopping mall?" "That piece of land is industrial land, so we need to change the land use first. It takes about a year to go through the process and get the approval." Xu Yishui didn't know why Chen Beiwang was asking this, but she still told him the truth. "So, there's still a year to get it going." Chen Beiwang smiled upon hearing this. "In that case, I think you don't need to be in too much of a hurry. A year is enough time to come up with a solution. Even if we still can't raise the money in the end, we can still transfer the land later. It can't just disappear." Seeing Chen Beiwang say this, Xu Yishui and Zhao Rong had no choice but to nod in agreement. At this moment, Marco and the other 3 stood aside exchanging glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. The fact that Chen Beiwang and Xu Yishui were husband and wife had a huge impact on them. They never dreamed that the beautiful and famous CEO in Longju would marry the talented young man they had known for years. Moreover, the two had clearly only recently gotten married, considering that Chen Beiwang was dating his ex-girlfriend not long ago. However, when the two stood together, they looked like a perfect match, and you couldn't tell the age difference at all. "Director Ma, how did you meet my husband?" Inside a coffee shop, everyone was seated. Chen Beiwang originally planned to take Xu Yishui home, but the latter insisted on having a coffee and chatting with the 4 of them, so Chen Beiwang naturally had no choice but to accompany her. After a moment of shyness, the woman finally called him husband, and in front of so many outsiders. Chen Beiwang looked at his wife with obvious surprise, then a look of joy appeared on his face. "Mr. Xu, we've known Wang Zai for quite some time now," Marco said with a smile, his face full of enthusiasm. "Yes, Mr. Xu, the 4 of us have known Wang Zai for at least 2 years. Lai Huasheng chuckled as well, his voice carrying a hint of Hong Kong accent. Upon hearing this, Xu Yishui looked at Chen Beiwang beside her and asked, "So the friends you were talking about are them?" Chen Beiwang smiled and nodded. "I had a little trouble at work, so I asked these guys for help." Upon hearing this, Xu Yishui didn't say anything more, but instead looked at Marco and the other 3. "Gentlemen, we've known each other for a long time. I'd appreciate your help in my husband's work in the future." "Mr. Xu, you're too kind. Even without considering your feelings, based on our relationship with Wang Zai, we certainly wouldn't stand idly by, Zhong Cheng replied with a chubby grin. Now it was Xu Yishui's turn to be surprised. She thought that these words would elicit flattery and compliments from the four people, but to her surprise, although they were polite, their words did not show any consideration for her. My little man seems to have won over these guys with his personal charm. Mr. Xu, I think there is something more important that we need to address. Just then, Liu Ke, the trusted secretary who had been sitting on the far side and had not spoken until now, suddenly spoke. What's up? Ma Lianhao. Liu Ke's words caused the smiles on everyone's faces to vanish. As you told Mr. Zhao, it doesn't matter if the cooperation ends at worst, the shopping mall won't be built. But we've completely offended Ma Lianhao this time, and given his personality, he'll most likely find a way to target Mr. Chen. As she spoke, Liu Ke looked at Chen Beiwang, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny and worry. Furthermore, Ma Lianhao will definitely be thinking about you, so we need to be wary of that too. As Xu Yishui's confidant, Liu Ke's words were naturally made with Xu Yishui's best interests at heart, and these words silenced everyone present. My wife is not someone he can just think about casually. Chen Beiwang grinned, then got up and stretched vigorously. Brother Ma, Brother Li, you two go back first. Don't worry about this. I can handle it myself. How are you going to solve this? Xu Yishui's pretty face showed worry. She was afraid something might happen to Chen Beiwang. Ma Lianhao definitely wouldn't dare to openly target me. Chen Beiwang maintained his calm smile, so he will definitely stab me in the back. But it doesn't matter. As long as he plays dirty tricks, I'm not necessarily afraid of him. Don't worry, honey, I'm going to see someone tomorrow. Chapter 35 Elders. That evening, Chen Beiwang and Xu Yishui returned home. As soon as they entered the house, Xu Yishui asked curiously, It seems like you really don't want me to help you with your work. Chen Beiwang paused slightly, then turned around to look directly at Xu Yishui, a smile appearing on his face. Honey, you've been helping me ever since you took those 4 people to the coffee shop. Upon hearing this, a gentle expression appeared on Xu Yishui's pretty face. That's how it is between her and him. They don't need to spell things out, but they both understand each other. Chen Beiwang knew Xu Yishui's purpose in going to the coffee shop, and he didn't stop her because he knew Xu Yishui wanted to help him. Chen Beiwang's reluctance to let Xu Yishui offer too much help stemmed from his inner pride. They gave her face, showed her plenty of respect, and were full of love. Wife. What's wrong? Xu Yishui was pouring water when she heard Chen Beiwang call her, so she looked up. Chen Beiwang walked over and slowly embraced her slender waist from behind. This action instantly made Xu Yishui blush deeply. Even though they had been completely open with each other last night, the shyness of a woman still made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Can you call me husband one more time? However, Chen Beiwang did not make any further moves. Instead, he leaned gently against Xu Yishui, inhaling her alluring fragrance. Hearing Chen Beiwang's words, Xu Yishui rolled her eyes in annoyance. Childish. We're not little kids anymore. What's the point of calling each other husband and wife? If that's not interesting, then why were you calling me husband outside just now? Just how shameless is Chen Beiwang? He continued to press his advantage. Besides, you moaned many times in bed last night. Xu Yishui finally couldn't take it anymore, put down her water glass, and fled to the second floor. Chen Beiwang chuckled softly at the sight, his eyes filled with deep affection. In terms of affection, he might not have shown Xu Yishui enough. After all, they were newlyweds and hadn't even been married for a week. But when he's with Xu Yishui, he feels truly happy. That feeling was something he had never experienced in his 25 years of life. Afterwards, Chen Beiwang went upstairs and headed straight for the master bedroom. Since last night, there was no possibility of them sleeping in separate rooms. Honey, are you taking a shower? Can I come in? Let's take a bath together. You pervert, get out of here. The next morning, Chen Beiwang made breakfast as usual, ate a little something, and went out. He sent a message to Li Chunsheng, asking for leave as usual today, and also sent Li Chunsheng the contact information of the owner of Qingyang Supermarket. It was Li Chunsheng's task to integrate all the information. As for Chen Beiwang himself, he drove his DBS towards the southwest of Longju. The suburbs do not refer to a specific place. The outermost areas of Longju are all suburbs. However, the Shishu Villa area where he and Xu Yishui live is located in the southeast, while Chen Beiwang is going to the southwest. Compared to the plains in the southeast, the southwest is full of crisscrossing mountains and numerous mountain roads, which has resulted in a sparse population and relatively slow development. But this doesn't mean there's no development here, it's just that compared to other suburban areas in other directions. Below the mountains are numerous small towns and their associated residential buildings, which at first glance do indeed give the impression of a county town, with few high-rise buildings. Chen Beiwang arrived at a building with ease, ignoring the surprised looks from those around him, and got out of the car and went inside. Chen Beiwang's face seemed to indicate that he was a regular customer. The security guards and employees along the way did not stop him and allowed him to take the elevator straight to the top floor, where it finally stopped in front of an office. Chen Beiwang raised his hand and knocked on the door, and a deep and magnetic voice immediately came from inside. Enter. Upon entering, one is greeted by an office that is at least 200 square meters in size. The uniform mahogany furniture showcases the office owner's considerable wealth. One entire wall was made into a huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the suburbs below and the towering mountains in the distance. When Chen Beiwang entered, his gaze fell on the tall figure sitting on the sofa. He was a middle-aged man dressed in loose casual clothes, with sharp, piercing eyes and an air of domineering arrogance between his brows. Just sitting there, he was exceptionally eye-catching. He was brewing tea at a leisurely pace, calm and elegant, yet giving off a deliberately affected feeling. When he turned around and saw that it was Chen Beiwang, he was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "What brings you here?" Chen Beiwang walked to the sofa and sat down as if he were a familiar face, then picked up an apple and started eating it. "Uncle Yuan, I've come to ask you for help." Between uncle and nephew, is there any need to use the word ask? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't seem to care what Chen Beiwang wanted his help with, but rather he cared a lot about Chen Beiwang's attitude towards him. "You little rascal, you've been in Longju for 3 years, and apart from visiting me when you first arrived, you haven't seen a single person in these 3 years. The middle-aged man's words carried a hint of resentment. Anyone who didn't know better would think that Chen Beiwang had misplaced his trust. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang gave an embarrassed smile. "I know you're busy, Uncle Yuan. How could I come here for no reason? If my dad finds out, he'll definitely scold me again. How long has it been since you've been home?" The middle-aged man still didn't mention helping out, but instead started chatting about everyday things. Chen Beiwang thought for a moment. "It's been 2 years. I went back for the first year of the Spring Festival, but I haven't gone back since. I promise you, Uncle Yuan, I'll go back home for the Spring Festival this year and I'll take care of your troubles." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang put on a playful grin and said, "Uncle Yuan, you haven't even asked what happened yet, and you're already saying you'll solve it? Isn't that a bit arrogant? In this Dragon City, your Uncle Yuan still has some influence." The middle-aged man smiled slightly, his composure and confidence quite strong. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang glanced at his elder, who was still engrossed in the tea ceremony, and casually remarked, "I've been doing this for years, but is it really effective? I told you from the beginning, don't listen to my old man. Drinking tea and raising fish, that's not something you should be doing. You brat, don't talk nonsense if you don't know." Uncle Yuan glared at Chen Beiwang, who then turned away and stopped talking nonsense. This man was Chen Beiwang's elder, as well as his father's sworn brother, a military genius who had retired from the front lines. The reason he retreated behind the scenes was because he was tired of fighting and killing, so he returned to Longxi to cultivate himself. The tea ceremony and fish-keeping were both ways to suppress his violent and bloodthirsty nature. Although he had retired, he still made outstanding contributions, so the higher-ups gave him a leisurely job, managing natural disasters and dealing with issues such as vegetation in the suburbs. This industry has an official name, Forestry Bureau, and he was Yuan Taisong, the director of the Forestry Bureau. Chapter 36. You have half an hour to get over here. While scolding Chen Beiwang, Yuan Taisong poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of him. "This is right under the emperor's nose. I'm the director of the Forestry Bureau, and my job is to handle afforestation issues. There's no need for fighting here. Do you expect me to do things the way I always have?" Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang chuckled awkwardly and nodded, recalling his childhood experiences. Yuan Taisong occasionally returned to his hometown, but every time Chen Beiwang saw him, he always looked bitter and resentful, with his brows furrowed and a fierce aura. What was also very noticeable was his extreme vigilance. Anyone, even a child, who gets within 3 meters of him will be stared at with an extremely indifferent gaze. Because of this, Chen Beiwang was once frightened to tears when he was a child. There was no way around it, he was too young at the time. But Yuan Taisong's aura was so terrifying that even a grown man standing there would have his legs trembling. Only when Yuan Taisong was with Chen Beiwang's father did he lower his guard a little. However, when Chen Beiwang was a child, he had no idea what his uncle Yuan did, he just thought he was very mysterious. Looking at the present, Yuan Taisong's change is a good thing. He didn't lose his fighting spirit, but rather he contained his fierce aura, which was clearly a sublimation of his state of mind. Otherwise, given Yuan Taisong's past behavior, he would probably have been arrested as a dangerous person every few days in Longju. Yuan Taisong has been in Longju for 5 or 6 years since he retired from the front lines. With his extraordinary abilities and past achievements, Yuan Taisong has long had a vast network of connections in Longju, and it is a very high-level network. There's no reason why, he's just too important. Chen Beiwang stopped teasing Yuan Taisong and instead picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, his eyes then brightening slightly. Good tea, Uncle Yuan. Which important person sent it to you this time? You brat, how can you say such things? Yuan Taisong laughed and scolded. You haven't wasted these past 3 years, kid. I didn't expect you to know about tea ceremony. Chen Beiwang chuckled and said, there's nothing I can do. To put it bluntly, my line of work is just sales negotiation, so I come into contact with a lot of bosses. I occasionally discuss tea ceremony with people, so I know a little bit about it. Uncle Yuan, could you give me some tea when I leave? Chen Beiwang was not reserved at all with this elder who had watched him grow up. On the contrary, he shamelessly showed a carefree side. Without hesitation, Yuan Taisong nodded in agreement. No problem, I'll have someone get you half a gin of the best quality. Come find me again after you've finished it. At this point, Yuan Taisong paused slightly. All right, brat, you don't come here without a reason. Tell me what you need my help with. Chen Beiwang smiled upon hearing this. Uncle Yuan, you'll help with anything. Otherwise what? Yuan Taisong retorted. Your father is my sworn brother, and you are more than a nephew to me. How could I stand idly by when you're in trouble? Yuan Taisong waved his hand and said, no matter how big the trouble is, I, your Uncle Yuan, will solve what I can, and I'll find a way to solve what I can't. Chen Beiwang's smile grew even wider. In this area, there were very few problems that Yuan Taisong couldn't solve. I wonder if Uncle Yuan has ever heard of Ma Lianhao. Ma Lianhao. Yuan Taisong was taken aback, then thoughtfully asked, is it that private lender? Seeing Chen Beiwang nod, Yuan Taisong continued, I've met this guy a few times. I don't know where he got the information about me, but he knows about my past, so he's quite eager to talk to me. But I don't think much of guys who profit from others' misfortunes, so I haven't paid him much attention. What? You have a conflict with him? Chen Beiwang nodded. There was a conflict. Just last night, he set his sights on my wife. Etc. However, before Chen Beiwang could finish speaking, Yuan Taisong suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him, then frowned and looked at his nephew, saying each word clearly, your wife. That girl named Lin Royue. You two got married. Well. Chen Beiwang then realized that he hadn't told his family about his marriage, and Yuan Taisong was naturally unaware of it either. Uncle Yuan, I am married. We just got our marriage certificate, but it's not Lin Royue. He briefly summarized how Lin Royue had cheated on him, and then talked about Xu Yixue. To everyone's surprise, Yuan Taisong frowned even more after hearing this. Xu Yixue. Why does that name sound so familiar? A moment later, Yuan Taisong suddenly widened his eyes. Is it that female CEO who runs a real estate company in Longju? Seeing Chen Beiwang nod, Yuan Taisong gasped, you brat, as far as I know, although Xu Yixue has the nickname of the most beautiful female CEO, she's actually not young, is she? Chen Beiwang held up 4 fingers, and Yuan Taisong felt his heart skip a beat. 40 years old. You're making fun of your uncle, aren't you? Yuan Taisong wasn't angry, he was shocked and speechless. How did they get married when there's a 15-year age gap between them? And it was a whirlwind marriage. Do my older brother and sister-in-law know about this? Chen Beiwang shook his head with an embarrassed smile. Uncle Yuan, please don't tell my parents about this yet. I'm waiting to give them a surprise when I go back at the end of the year. What surprise? More like a shock. Yuan Taisong coldly retorted, how can marriage be treated like a child's play? Although we live in a society where love is free now, and with Xu Yixue's looks, temperament, and family background, we are not at a disadvantage, you should at least discuss your marriage with your parents. Don't you know what kind of temper my sister-in-law has? If you pull this stunt on her, she'll break your legs when you get back to Jinling. Chen Beiwang was incredibly clever. He immediately realized from Yuan Taisong's words that his Uncle Yuan didn't seem to have any aversion or opposition to Xu Yixue, which undoubtedly made him breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Yuan, we did have a whirlwind marriage, but there are many things that can't be explained in a short time. But don't worry, although it's a whirlwind marriage, Yixue and I are serious. And I think with her excellence, she should be able to win over my parents. They're not unenlightened elders. Besides, The main reason I came to see you this time is to resolve the problem with Ma Lianhao. Aren't we getting a little off topic? He's also causing trouble." Upon hearing this, Yuan Taisong snorted coldly, took out his phone, then went to his desk and rummaged through it until he found a business card and dialed the number on it. "I am Ma Lianhao. Who is that?" A familiar yet arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. "My name is Yuan Taisong. I'm waiting for you at the Forestry Bureau. I'll give you half an hour to get over here." Chapter 37, The Mysterious Yuan Taisong. Yuan Taisong's words were utterly impolite, even disrespectful, and he hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Chen Beiwang was dumbfounded by this scene. He knew his uncle Yuan had some influence, but he never expected him to be so domineering. Meanwhile, in a commercial building near the 4th Ring Road in Longju, Ma Lianhao was holding his phone with a shocked expression. The dial tone had already come through, indicating that the other party had hung up, but he didn't hesitate for long before kicking his confidant with an extremely serious expression. "Quickly, drive to the Forestry Bureau in the southwest. Immediately." At the same time, Yuan Taisong walked back to the sofa and sat down, then stared at Chen Beiwang seriously. "You brat, according to what you said, you and Lin Royua broke up not long ago, and then you quickly got married to Shu Yishirei. Did you two have any feelings for each other?" "It wasn't tea there at first, but it came later." Chen Beiwang smiled. "The main reason is that Ma Lianhao took a fancy to my wife and planned to play dirty tricks, so I confronted him. If I were to lie to you, Uncle Yuan, and say that we have no emotional foundation, then why would I get involved in this kind of thing?" Yuan Taisong nodded in understanding, but his expression still showed some helplessness. "Sai, it's just that there's such an age gap between you two. Uncle Yuan, when I have time in the future, I will bring Yishirei to see you, and you won't be so worried." Chen Beiwang didn't want to discuss this topic much, not because he was avoiding it or because he felt his wife had anything to hide. Instead, he believed that anyone who met Shu Yishirei would be captivated by her personal charm. When it comes to elders, that feeling is called satisfaction. Chen Beiwang was also adept at changing the subject, and he quickly steered the conversation toward Yuan Taisong, pulling the latter aside to ask about the events that had occurred on the battlefield. "When I was a child, I didn't dare to listen to it and wasn't interested. Now that I'm older, I admire my country's heroes more and more." The uncle and nephew chatted for about 20 minutes before a secretary entered the office and respectfully spoke. "Director Yuan, Ma Lianhao, the boss of Chang'e Financial, has arrived. Let him in." Yuan Taisong spoke calmly, and the secretary immediately nodded in understanding and left. Soon, Ma Lianhao trotted into the office with a flattering smile on his face. "Oh, Director Yuan." Before he could even greet him warmly, he suddenly saw Chen Beiwang sitting on the sofa enjoying tea, and his expression immediately changed. Recalling the stern tone Yuan Taisong had used when he called him earlier, he seemed to understand something. "Ma Lianhao, do you think you're so great just because you started a loan company?" At the outset, Yuan Taisong showed no courtesy whatsoever, not even gesturing for Ma Lianhao to sit down, and immediately began his training. Ma Lianhao shook his head vigorously, his face full of fear and trepidation. "How could that be, Director Yuan? I was just dabbling in nothing. A minor skirmish." Yuan Taisong sneered. Not satisfied with profiting from human suffering, they also want to bully and dominate the market. "Do you still have eyes for Longju, for the center of this country?" With just a few words, his aura was fully unleashed, and his powerful and domineering presence was overwhelming. Even Chen Beiwang, who wasn't directly facing him, felt the pressure increase dramatically, let alone Ma Lianhao, the person involved. Thump. Sure enough, Ma Lianhao was so frightened that he knelt down and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. "I was wrong, Director Yuan. I shouldn't have provoked this young man. His name is Chen Beiwang, and he's my nephew," Yuan Taisong said calmly, suppressing his anger as he saw that Ma Lianhao's attitude was quite good. "Really?" Ma Lianhao was inwardly exclaiming with excitement. He knew the two must have some kind of relationship, but he never imagined they were so close. Uncle and nephew. If I had known that this handsome young man had such a powerful uncle, I would never have dared to cause him any trouble. What the hell is the difference between this and courting death? Brother Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had malicious intentions towards President Shu, and I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. Please give me another chance. Ma Lianhao practically crawled to Chen Beiwang's side on his knees, his tone extremely respectful, without the slightest air of superiority. This scene greatly shocked Chen Beiwang. He knew Yuan Taisong had influence, but what kind of influence could make a business tycoon, especially one involved in the shadows, apologize and admit his mistakes with such fear? This skill was not even within Chen Beiwang's consideration. It's all right, Mr. Ma. It's just a misunderstanding. Just don't make the same mistake again in the future. Chen Beiwang didn't intend to rely on Yuan Taisong's influence to punish Ma Lianhao, because it wasn't worth it. If you push someone like that too far, Chen Beiwang will regret it sooner or later. Judging from his fearful demeanor, it would be far more effective to instill fear in him by giving him a good talking to. Seeing that Chen Beiwang had so easily forgiven him, Ma Lianhao was overjoyed. He immediately kowtowed without caring about his image and said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen. Rest assured, I, Ma, will never again engage in such bullying and arrogant behavior." Chen Beiwang nodded, then looked at Yuan Taisong, who then spoke calmly, "All right, you can leave now. Remember what you just said." "Okay, Director Yuan, you two continue. I won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, Ma Lianhao quickly left, closing the door behind him. He rushed over in about 20 minutes, got a scolding, and left in less than 5 minutes, but he didn't have a single complaint in his heart. On the contrary, he was glad that he knew when to back down and had escaped with his life. After Ma Lianhao had completely left, Chen Beiwang looked at Yuan Taisong and asked curiously, "Uncle Yuan, most of the businesses Ma Lianhao was involved in targeted ordinary people, from which he made huge profits. Since you have the ability to handle him, why did you give me a look that told me not to offend him?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Taisong smiled gently and said, "Beiwang, never look at things from only one perspective. You're right, Ma Lianhao's line of work is indeed very unfriendly to ordinary people, but have you ever thought that he has never deliberately forced anyone to borrow money from him? Moreover, even if money is borrowed, the contract signed by both parties will definitely specify the interest rate. This proves that anyone who borrows money from Ma Lianhao knows how high the interest rate is. But they still choose to borrow money, and if they can't pay it back in the end, they end up selling their houses and cars, their families are ruined, and they can only say that they brought it on themselves. The private lending business that Ma Lianhao runs never targets people's greed, but rather their hearts. Since you've chosen to make a pact with the devil, you naturally have to pay a price to the devil. The alarm bell is useless if someone else rings it, you have to ring it yourself." Chen Beiwang listened to Yuan Taisong's words thoughtfully. He then realized that it wasn't that Yuan Taisong was afraid of anything, but rather that society needed certain dark sides to constantly remind people what mistakes they shouldn't make. Chapter 38, Surprise Attack. As Yuan Taisong said, everyone who borrowed money from Ma Lianhao did so voluntarily, no one forced them, so they had to bear the consequences themselves. Why bother with things that are consensual? Having properly resolved the Ma Lianhao matter, Chen Beiwang planned to leave. Yuan Taisong looked at his nephew, who was unable to stay, and said speechlessly, "You little rascal, at least stay for dinner before you leave." "No, Uncle Yuan, I'll come see you another time when I have time." Chen Beiwang smiled and refused. "Besides, when I come again, I'll bring my wife with me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Taisong naturally couldn't say anything more and personally escorted Chen Beiwang downstairs. When he saw Chen Beiwang's Aston Martin DBS, he shook his head and laughed. "Shu Shure is quite good to you, she even bought you such a luxurious car. Spending my wife's money is nothing to be ashamed of." Chen Beiwang got into the car, waved to Yuan Taisong, and drove away. Instead of going home or back to the company, he found Li Chunsheng, who was out collecting information. Seeing that Li Chunsheng was still walking on the street and only occasionally taking a taxi, Chen Beiwang felt that he should arrange a car for Li Chunsheng after this order was completed. Big head. Get in the car. As the DBS pulled up to the side of the road, Li Chunsheng unceremoniously sat inside with a smile, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "How's the data collection going?" Upon hearing this, Li Chunsheng took out a file from his backpack and handed it to Chen Beiwang. "I've collected almost everything. It's a bit difficult to get information on all the Qingyang supermarkets, but I found out about the situation at these 8 or 9 nearby stores. Furthermore, I've thoroughly investigated all the partnerships Qingyang supermarket has secured this year, and since you've obtained the owner's contact information, we can visit them anytime. However," seeing that Li Chunsheng seemed hesitant to speak, Chen Beiwang asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" Li Chunsheng nodded. "I ran into Yu Jiahui last night when I went to a Qingyang supermarket." Chen Beiwang was taken aback. He went to the supermarket to buy things. "No, I think he has other motives." Li Chunsheng slowly shook his head. "He lives a 20-minute walk from that Qingyang supermarket, and there are other large supermarkets near his home. Why would he go to a supermarket that is so far away at 9 p.m.? After hearing what Li Chunsheng said, Chen Beiwang also realized that something was wrong. As the saying goes, no one gets up early without a reason. Yu Jiahui's actions are indeed worthy of deep reflection. Chen Beiwang frowned and asked, "Do you think he's eyeing the Qingyang supermarket project orders?" "This possibility cannot be ruled out." Li Chunsheng nodded, but then frowned. "I just can't figure out how he could possibly trip us up. Ever since Yu Jiahui left the company in a hurry after leaving the office of Vice President Minute Nanhua, the two of them guessed that Yu Jiahui must have learned about the Qingyang supermarket project. Therefore, with Yu Jiahui appearing at Qingyang supermarket, this matter can be explained. Tell me, is he trying to steal this project order, or is he trying to sabotage us maliciously?" Hearing Li Chuanqing's question, Chen Beiwang thought for a moment and then said, "I think the possibility of sabotage is more likely. We both know Yu Jiahui's capabilities very well. It's obviously impossible to expect him to take over Qingyang supermarket. He must know that himself. Moreover, given his past behavior, he would rather get nothing out of himself than cause us trouble, so I think he probably wants to ruin our plans." Upon hearing this, Li Chunsheng frowned deeply. But if it was sabotage, what was his purpose in going to Qingyang supermarket? Could it be a reconnaissance mission? Chen Beiwang also frowned, completely puzzled. After a moment, he looked at Li Chunsheng and asked, "Which Qingyang branch did Yu Jiahui go to?" Li Chunsheng immediately took out a map, which was a city plan of Longju, and a few pencils. The two often use this map, marking important locations and information with pencils. The method is old, but it works well. On the map at this moment, all 20-odd Qingyang supermarkets in Longju were circled in pencil, while Li Chunsheng pointed to a circle located in the city center, between the 2nd and 3rd ring roads. The store he went to was the first branch of Qingyang chain supermarket. The main store is the one outside the 4th ring road. Chen Beiwang nodded slightly, then continued, "What's the difference between this store and the other branches?" If we are talking about obvious differences, Li Chunsheng had clearly done a lot of research. As the first branch, this store should hold the highest place in the owner's heart, and because of its best location, it is given even more importance. It is also the largest of all Qingyang supermarkets, but we don't know much about its profitability and customer traffic. We can't find any information about these. Chen Beiwang's eyes suddenly flashed when he heard Li Chuanqing's words. Highest status? Best geographical location. Doesn't that mean it's similar to a branch of a large corporation, the leading branch? It's not headquarters, but it feels even better than headquarters. Li Chunsheng nodded, his eyes gradually brightening. He was just as clever, and after being reminded by Chen Beiwang, he immediately understood. "You mean, last night, Boss Qingyang was very likely in this first branch, and Yu Jiahui went to see him?" "It's almost certainly true." Chen Beiwang smiled, but a deep worry flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what Yu Jiahui talked about with the Qingyang boss, but the fact that he could go directly to him through Minanhua's connections meant that he must have a lot of cards to play. This was not good news for Chen Beiwang. "I underestimated Yu Jiahui's ambition to ruin both of us," Chen Beiwang sighed. "He has the backing of Manhwa, and there are too many benefits for him to take. If he really said something to Boss Qingyang, our cooperation this time may be quite risky." Hearing Chen Beiwang's words, Li Chunsheng nodded with a dark look in his eyes. These two bastards have been working together to stir up trouble throughout the company. They are really scoundrels. Stop cursing for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to get back at them later. Chen Beiwang waved his hand. "Our top priority is to finalize the cooperation with Qingyang supermarket as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the worse it will be. Who knows what other trouble Yu Jiahui might cause?" Li Chunsheng nodded. "Okay, let's put in a lot more effort today and try to find as much information as possible about Qingyang supermarket." "No." However, Chen Beiwang shook his head decisively. "Call Boss Qingyang now and invite him to meet in the name of the company to discuss cooperation." "Now?" Li Chuanqing's expression changed. "Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Chen Beiwang smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Even you, the person involved, are anxious, so Yu Jiahui and Minute Nanhua could never have guessed how quickly we acted. What I want is to surprise you." Chapter 39, Taking Over Forcefully. At 3 p.m., at the entrance of the first branch of Qingyang chain supermarket, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng looked up at the rather large chain supermarket. Li Chunsheng still looked somewhat uneasy, because in his opinion, the two of them were not prepared enough with the information. However, he had absolute confidence in Chen Beiwang, so his mood was quite polarized. 2 hours ago, Li Chunsheng took the initiative to call the boss of Qingyang. After learning that the other party was from Shankar Trading Company, Limited, he agreed to meet without hesitation and set the time for 3 p.m. that day, which is now. "Don't be nervous, this isn't like you." Seeing that Li Chunsheng was not in a good state, Chen Bei immediately smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere. Seeing this, Li Chunsheng gave a wry smile. If it weren't for you Jiahui interfering, we would have met, but now I really have no idea what to do. The worst outcome is that the cooperation fails, but neither of us will lose anything. Chen Beiwang patted Li Chunsheng on the shoulder, then put out his cigarette and walked into the supermarket first. After explaining their purpose to the sales clerk, the two were led to an office on the third floor of the supermarket. Gentlemen, our general manager Su is inside. I have already informed you of your arrival. Thank you. Chen Beiwang smiled and nodded his thanks, then raised his hand to knock on the door. Please come in. The two pushed open the door and entered. A middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, exuding an air of authority and giving off a gentle and refined feeling. Su Qingyang, owner of Qingyang Chain Supermarkets. He saw Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng and gave them a faint smile. Hello, Mr. Su. We've spoken on the phone before, Li Chunsheng said first, his tone warm, and he even took the initiative to shake hands. When the two of them worked together to secure project orders, Li Chunsheng was always the one who took the lead in negotiating, while Chen Beiwang would always accompany him and only step in when necessary. This is why Li Chunsheng took the initiative to call and then approached Su Qingyang to curry favor after they met. Please have a seat, both of you. Following the proper etiquette for entertaining guests, Su Qingyang invited the two to sit down on the sofa. Before Li Chunsheng could speak further, he said, My two business school friends, I'm very sorry, but I have a meeting at 3:15, so I don't have much time for you. He always had a smile on his face and spoke weakly and without any force, but his arrogance was very obvious. Chen Beiwang raised an eyebrow. Was he trying to intimidate him right from the start? This 15-minute segment was most likely Yu Jiahui's doing. Li Chunsheng was visibly taken aback, but being a seasoned negotiator, he smiled nonchalantly and said, It's all right, Mr. Su, let's talk first. He didn't say there wasn't enough time, nor did he rush to say that everything had to be finished in 15 minutes. Instead, he planned to deal with things as they came. Su Qingyang glanced at the two of them and smiled. I am quite familiar with your company. After all, Shankar is a well-known diversified enterprise in Longju. As for the cooperation you came to me for, I can roughly guess whether it is related to shelf display space. Li Chunsheng nodded. President Su, you truly deserve to be called a successful person who has built Qingyang Supermarket into such a large scale. You guessed exactly right. We do indeed have a very high-quality product that we plan to supply to your supermarket. Despite Li Chunsheng's outward words, he was actually cursing 1,000 times in his heart. Guess who it is? If Yu Jiahui hadn't given you a heads-up beforehand, how would you have known anything? Chen Beiwang sat quietly to the side, sensing Su Qingyang's difficulty in dealing with him, but at the same time, he was also somewhat curious. The message Su Qingyang is currently conveying is most likely that he does not want to cooperate with the business school. But what kind of incentives did Yu Jiahui use to make Su Qingyang give up this opportunity to make a fortune? Whether the products you produce are of high quality is not up to you to decide, but up to the people. Su Qingyang waved his hand, his tone not very polite. What if your products aren't good enough or up to standard? What if I give you the shelf space and you end up losing money? This question completely baffled Li Chunsheng. What the hell does this have to do with our business studies? If a deficit does occur, it will only be the responsibility of Qingyang Supermarket for inadequate promotion and the public's lack of confidence. Business school is just a supplier. In the end, if the goods can't be sold, it's already a great favor that business school doesn't cause trouble for Qingyang Supermarket. How come it sounds like Su Qingyang is turning the tables on him? However, although he thought this way, he naturally couldn't say it out loud, otherwise the cooperation would definitely fall through. President Su, please rest assured. You should also have some understanding of our business school. Products that can be distributed by our company must be of high quality and have excellent product strength. Li Chunsheng could only respond in this way. He dared not take the bait, otherwise if problems arose in the future, wouldn't he be the one to blame? However, Li Chunsheng's answer clearly did not satisfy Su Qingyang. He shook his head and said, I still stand by what I said. Whether a product is good or not is not up to you business students to decide. And what company would say its own product is bad? In the ensuing conversation, Li Chunsheng tried his best, but Su Qingyang remained adamant and refused to budge, and the negotiation made no progress whatsoever. Chen Beiwang, who had been observing from the sidelines, understood that Su Qingyang was just stalling for time, trying to get rid of people after 15 minutes. If the negotiations fail when the time comes, it means the cooperation is over, and Su Qingyang will absolutely not give the two another chance to meet. Although the business school and Qingyang had a cooperative intention, when the business school management held them accountable in the end, Su Qingyang could openly say, I gave your employees a chance, but they didn't seize it. At that time, the management of the business school will definitely blame Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng. This made Chen Beiwang realize something in an instant. Although he couldn't guess what method Yu Jiahui used to make Su Qingyang give up the cooperation, he could guess Yu Jiahui's purpose in targeting the two of them. This deal with Qingyang Supermarket is sure to be the company's biggest deal before the end of the year. If it falls through, the two of us will almost become the company's culprits. As the saying goes, 1,000 merits cannot outweigh a single sin. All their previous glories will be destroyed by this one failure. Thinking of this, Chen Beiwang narrowed his eyes. He wanted to secure this order, get his commission and bonus, and also thwart Yu Jiahui's little scheme. Just as the two were still arguing, Chen Beiwang suddenly spoke up. President Su, 2 points for the first year. Su Qingyang was taken aback, his scrutinizing gaze falling on Chen Beiwang. What do you mean? 3 points in the second year, 4 points in the third year. Chen Beiwang did not answer and continued talking. It increased year by year until it was capped at 10 points. In addition, I want 1/10 of all the shelf space in all Qingyang supermarkets. Chapter 40 The Conspiracy of Minute and Yu. Chen Beiwang's words made Su Qingyang narrow his eyes, and Li Chuanqing's expression changed, and he whispered a rebuke. Northward look, are you crazy? They were all seasoned elites, and Li Chuanqing understood all too well what these so-called points really meant. The cooperation between Shankar Trading Company, Limited and Qingyang Chain Supermarket is limited to the supply of Southwest wine. The revenue generated from this cooperation is split 30-70. Shankar Trading Company, Limited has a 70% profit margin, while Qingyang Chain Supermarket has a 30% profit margin. There are no booth fees or display fees, which is a relatively ideal profit model. Of this, Qingyang Supermarket only receives 30% of the profit, which is fixed and represents the maximum acceptable profit that Shankar Trading Company, Limited can achieve in the expected cooperation. But the points Chen Beiwang mentioned were extra profits. It was extra profit taken from him. For example, Southwest Wine generated a profit of 100,000 yuan this month, with Business School receiving 70,000 yuan and Qingyang Supermarket receiving 30,000 yuan. 2 points equals 2,000 yuan out of 100,000 yuan, and 10 points equals 10,000 yuan. Of course, the money wasn't from Shankar Trading Company, Limited, but from Chen Beiwang. Assuming a profit of 1 million this month, a 10% return would be an extra 100,000. Su Qingyang clearly sensed the potential for huge profits and fell into deep thought. President Su, there are only 3 minutes left. You have to go to the meeting. Chen Beiwang maintained a gentle smile, but his words actually made Su Qingyang's heart tighten, and he fell into a strong dilemma. At this moment, the guests have taken the lead. I want to know, what do you want 1/10 of my supermarket shelf space for? Su Qingyang slowly asked the question that had been on his mind. Should we put out the product that's from your business school? How could that be? Chen Beiwang smiled and shook his head. The company's product volume is limited. After being distributed to more than 20 branches under General Manager Su, each store may only occupy 1% of the shelf space. As for the remaining empty shelves, I will make use of them later. Chen Beiwang's words left Su Qingyang completely bewildered. Not needed for the time being? Does that mean it will just sit idle? In that case, Chen Beiwang is willing to take out his own profit margin. Isn't that just being a sucker? He was completely baffled, but the potential for substantial profits made him reluctant to give it up. President Su, you can make big money by cooperating with smart people, but you may fall into an abyss by cooperating with scoundrels. Suddenly, Chen Beiwang's words, which had a clear veiled meaning, made Su Qingyang's expression change. Had this kid guessed something? 15 minutes had passed when Chen Beiwang neatly and efficiently pulled the bewildered Li Chuanqing to his feet. Let's go. It seems that President Su already has a better partner in mind. Chen Beiwang showed no reluctance and strode to the office door, while Li Chuanqing's heart pounded wildly. Just as Chen Beiwang's hand was on the doorknob, Su Qingyang's sigh came from behind him. All right, let's take the gamble, as you say. Chen Beiwang turned around deftly, still with that same smile. President Su is a smart man. After the three of them sat down again, Su Qingyang's gaze remained fixed on Chen Beiwang, his eyes filled with a mixture of emotion and awkwardness. The smart one isn't me, it's you. I never thought there would be a negotiation expert like you in business school. Chen Beiwang shook his head and chuckled. What kind of negotiation expert am I? I'm just using my own interests to fill President Su's gaps. Su Qingyang neither agreed nor disagreed with Chen Beiwang's statement. If it weren't for that 1/10 of the shelf space, he might have actually believed it. But it was precisely that 1/10 of the shelf space, whose purpose was unknown, that made Su Qingyang believe that Chen Beiwang must be hiding something. But none of that matters anymore. Once the contract is signed and the other party starts loading the goods into my supermarket, how could I possibly miss them? In fact, Chen Beiwang didn't really know what the purpose of the shelves and display booths was. He just felt it was necessary to plan ahead. We can't just give up our maximum 10% profit for nothing, can we? The contract signing process was very easy. A contract for the supply of Southwest liquor was signed between Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng, representing Party A of Shanka Trading Company, Limited, and Su Qingyang, representing Qingyang Supermarket, as Party B. It also indicated that there are a total of 27 Qingyang supermarkets offline, with each branch having 2 rows of shelves with a total of 8 positions for displaying Southwest wine. Yes, just as Chen Beiwang said, this contract only used less than 1% of the shelf space in each Qingyang supermarket, and the contract only included one type of product, Southwest wine. After signing the company's contract, the next step was for Chen Beiwang to sign a cooperation agreement with Su Qingyang in his personal capacity. The document states that Southwest Wine's monthly profit was split between 2% and Su Qingyang in the first year, 3% in the second year, and increasing year by year until it reached 10%. In addition, Chen Beiwang was given 1/10 of the shelf space in each of the 27 Qingyang supermarkets. Su Qingyang had a little trick up his sleeve. He specifically stipulated in the contract that if Chen Beiwang did not use the 1/10 of the shelf space, the second party, Qingyang Supermarket, could arrange it as they pleased. Chen Beiwang had no objection to this. Su Qingyang had to be given a piece of candy while he was still in a daze, right? What if he gets carried away and refuses to cooperate? After the 2 contracts were signed, Chen Beiwang smiled and shook hands with Su Qingyang, saying, "I wish us both a pleasant cooperation in advance." Su Qingyang's eyes flashed. He knew that Chen Beiwang's words had a double meaning. The pleasant cooperation probably referred more to Qingyang Supermarket and Chen Beiwang as an individual, rather than Shanka Trading Company, Limited. A heroic figure. Su Qingyang sighed. "I'm almost 40 years old. If we could turn back time by 10 or 20 years, when I was about your age, I definitely wouldn't have had your courage and decision-making ability." "President Su, you flatter me," Chen Beiwang said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Before I leave, I have one more question to ask you. Is it related to Yu Jiahui?" Su Qingyang wasn't stupid. He knew that Chen Beiwang had probably already guessed that someone was interfering. Seeing Chen Beiwang nod, Su Qingyang shook his head and sighed. "I almost fell for his tricks. I know Yu Jiahui is your colleague. He came to see me last night, on behalf of your company's vice president, Minute Nanhua." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng exchanged a smile. That bastard really knows how to use someone else's power to intimidate others. Since he was representing the vice president of Minhwa, Su Qingyang naturally dared not neglect him and would certainly receive him. "After we met, he bluntly brought up the fact that you would be contacting me soon to discuss cooperation, and told me that I must refuse. If you refuse, the original 30-70 profit split will become 60-40. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang narrowed his eyes. No wonder Su Qingyang refused them right away. It turns out Yu Jiahui was asking for an exorbitant price. Only he and the Manan Chinese would do something so self-destructive. Chapter 41. Some are happy, some are sad. Clearly, Minute Nanhua was instructing Yu Jiahui to use this method of siphoning off company profits in order to plunge Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng into an abyss. They just didn't expect Chen Beiwang to resolve it in his own way. In fact, judging from the data on paper, with a 60-40 split, Qingyang Supermarket can get 40% of the profit, which is much better than Chen Beiwang voluntarily giving up several percentage points. After all, it takes 9 years of cooperation to reach a 10% profit margin, which is an extra 10%. But then again, Su Qingyang isn't an idiot. The agreed-upon 30-70 split suddenly became 40-60, and the other party is just a vice president. Who knows if he can make the decision? What if it doesn't work? In comparison, Chen Beiwang's act of paying out of his own pocket is clearly more convincing. And most importantly, Su Qingyang had met Yu Jiahui and Chen Beiwang. In his eyes, Yu Jiahui was nothing special, just an ordinary little man. But Chen Beiwang is clearly much smarter and has enough courage. Cooperating with such a person will certainly not disappoint you. I don't want to take any risks, so I think it's more reliable to cooperate with you. Su Qingyang smiled faintly, his eyes full of satisfaction with Chen Beiwang. This is Chen Beiwang, a guy with enough personal charisma. He relied on his abilities, skills, and intelligence to turn the impossible into possible time and time again. As the two drove towards the company, Li Chunsheng said with a sigh, "I really didn't expect that you would take over Qingyang Supermarket in this way." "I'm actually gambling too," Chen Beiwang said with a smile as he drove, "because I don't know what benefits Yu Jiahui promised Su Qingyang. What if he and Minute Halian do something foolish that would harm themselves and kill 800 enemies? Then we will never be able to get this order." Fortunately, the two weren't that stupid, which allowed us to successfully close the deal. Those two bastards, They'll stop at nothing to ruin us. Li Chun's face was grim with anger. Competition and enemies are what enable us to progress. Try to think more positively. Chen Beiwang smiled and offered a word of comfort. Li Chunsheng nodded, then asked curiously, "What's the point of taking over 1/10 of the shelf space at Qingyang supermarket? Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you won't need it in the future." Chen Beiwang explained earnestly, "Our business school covers so many fields, and we have to contact various agencies all over the country to obtain agency rights. Supermarkets can also sell a wide variety of products. As long as the company acquires similar product distribution rights in the future, we can take over all the orders, regardless of their size, and then cooperate with Qingyang supermarket. Wouldn't that allow us to quickly complete every task?" Upon hearing this, Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up, but he quickly realized something was amiss. But if new products are put on the shelves, Su Qingyang will definitely take a cut of the profits. That has nothing to do with us. It's still a 30-70 split, and the company handles it directly. We just need to complete the task of negotiating the cooperation. Chen Beiwang clearly had a long-term vision, which naturally saved him the complexity of having to renegotiate cooperation every time, as well as the uncertainty of failing to reach an agreement. This means that through this incident, the two of them found a very high-quality partner. Of course, Chen Beiwang had another plan that he hadn't told Li Chunsheng. He had only thought about it, and whether it could be implemented in the future depended on the specific circumstances. When the two returned to the company, they were greeted with a grand welcome ceremony, with all the employees present to congratulate them on their triumphant return. After all, with the signing of the contract, the company naturally had to notify all employees, which allowed everyone to know in advance that another order had been completed. When everyone realized how huge Qingyang supermarket's order was, many people were envious, yet also felt a sense of powerlessness. Securing shelf space in 27 physical supermarket stores is something most people can't do. Looking across the entire company, only Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng, two super elites, have this ability. In front of all employees, the finance department head personally presented the two individuals with bonuses on behalf of management. If the commission for one store is 50,000 yuan, then for 27 stores it would be 1.35 million yuan. This undoubtedly drew envious boos from the crowd, but it also indirectly proved the two men's abilities. Actually, awarding bonuses is the job of the company's vice president, but Minute Nanhua is currently fuming in his office, so it's impossible for him to be here and give Chen Beiwang a bonus with a smile. That would make Chen Beiwang furious. That's why the finance department manager took over the task. The huge commission of 1.35 million yuan made Lin Royue, who was watching this scene from a distance, clench her fists, her eyes filled with resentment and regret. In fact, she had always acknowledged Chen Beiwang's ability to amass wealth. It's true that the monthly salary is 5,000 yuan, which is only 60,000 yuan a year. But in the 3 years since he came to Beijing, Chen Beiwang has earned no less than 300,000 yuan every year, all of which are bonuses and commissions brought about by his personal abilities. In fact, all of his nearly 1 million yuan income over the past 3 years was spent on Lin Royue. Otherwise, where does she get her designer bags, upscale restaurants, expensive skincare products, and clothes? But over the past 3 years, Chen Beiwang has never won such a huge prize. Even if Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng split the 1.35 million, each of them would still get more than 600,000. At this moment, Lin Royue's regret reached its peak, but she could see that there was no possibility of her getting back together with Chen Beiwang, which also meant that every penny Chen Beiwang earned in the future would not be spent on her. This is what caused Lin Royue's pain and anger. Besides her, there was another employee present who was almost vomiting blood. Yu Jiahui stood by the window, breathing in the fresh air as he leaned against the open window. He controlled himself from looking at Chen Beiwang and the other person who was surrounded by the crowd. He was filled with doubt, confusion, anger, and envy. Didn't we agree to reject Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng? What on earth is that bastard Su Qingyang doing? With that in mind, he strode into the depths of the company and headed straight for Minenhua's office. "Mr. Minute, what exactly is going on? Is Su Qingyang an idiot? Why would he turn down high profits and accept Chen Beiwang's low profits?" Upon entering the office, Yu Jiahui angrily asked questions. At this moment, Minute Nanhua sat on the sofa, his face ashen. "I called Su Qingyang, and it is indeed the company S agreed upon 30-70 profit split. So I suspect that Chen Beiwang must have used some other means to get Su Qingyang to agree to the cooperation." At this point, Nanhua frowned. However, what qualifications does Chen Beiwang have to lobby Su Qingyang about something involving such huge interests? Chapter 42, The Gold Digger Lin Royue. It must be said that Manan Huaneng has been in the workplace for so many years and has reached a high position, so he must have some brains. Although Su Qingyang did not reveal any information during the call, only saying that he agreed to the cooperation because he wanted to play it safe, Minute Nanhua keenly sensed that there must be some hidden story behind it. Moreover, this secret has nothing to do with the company. It is highly likely that Chen Beiwang agreed to Su Qingyang in his personal capacity. Since Chen Beiwang was just an ordinary employee of Shankar Trading Company, Limited, he had no right to continue making promises to Su Qingyang on behalf of the company. That's why Manan Huatsai was puzzled. He had been hostile to Chen Beiwang for a long time, and he knew the latter's economic situation very well. Moreover, without resources or personal strength, what could he promise Su Qingyang? At this moment, Yu Jiahui, who was standing to the side, tentatively asked, "President Minute, is it possible that it's something else, unrelated to interests?" Upon hearing Yu Jiahui's words, Minute Nanhua snorted angrily, "Are you an idiot? Or do you think Su Qingyang and I are idiots? Business is business. We are all businessmen trying to make money. What else is it for? For some damn code of brotherhood. You've been reading too many novels, haven't you?" Yu Jiahui was severely scolded, and his face turned embarrassed. Looking at this guy's appearance, Minute Nanhua was furious. No wonder he hadn't made any progress in the company all these years. With his lazy brain, how could he possibly make any progress? You must find a way to investigate this matter for me. Su Qingyang is willing to go back on his word and offend me to agree to Chen Beiwang's cooperation. There must be something hidden in this. Minute Nanhua was no longer thinking about how to continue opposing Chen Beiwang. He just wanted to find out the reason. Otherwise he would die with regrets. Yu Jiahui agreed and quickly left. Minute Nanhua sighed upon seeing this. He really didn't want to use an idiot like Yu Jiahui, but unfortunately, he was the only person in the whole company willing to help him deal with Chen Beiwang. There was no other way. Chen Beiwang's personal charisma was too great, and he was also the company's top performer. No one dared to team up with him to target him. The vice president position, which seems to be respected by everyone, is not as tangible as the sales champion position in the eyes of those seasoned employees. The employees felt only or towards Minanhua, but they felt genuine admiration and envy towards Chen Beiwang. When admiration rises to a certain level, it turns into fear. Suddenly, Mananhua's eyes lit up. He doesn't only have Yu Jiahui as a resource. That evening, in a restaurant, Minute Nanhua and Lin Royua sat facing each other in a quiet private room. Looking at the incredibly beautiful and alluring woman in front of him, Minute Nanhua's heart began to race. These past few days, he has treated Lin Royua to lavish meals every night, but nothing has progressed further. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Mananhua wished he could get it done on the spot. However, Lin Royua was very reserved. She expressed her admiration for the Manan Chinese in her words, but politely declined, saying that they did not have a deep relationship. The Hokkien Chinese once thought that Lin Royua was a very good girl, but she was so traditional and conservative. Little did she know, Lin Royua was a source of infection. With her own syphilis still not cured, she truly dared not make any further progress with Mananhua. Lin Royua was well aware that once she slept with someone, what she would get would be more than just a few meals. Minute Nanhua is not the fat guy who used to cheat on women. He is the vice president of the business department, and his base of operations is right here, so he can't escape. That's why Lin Royua readily accepted the friend request from Mananhua when he first took the initiative to add her on WeChat. What she wanted was to rise through the ranks by relying on this vice president. Putting aside the distant future, at least he can thrive within the business and trade company. But with her own illness still unresolved, she can only rely on her seductive skills to bewitch the Manan Chinese. Yeah, this restaurant is pretty good, isn't it? Minute Nanhua's voice was very gentle, and he stared at the girl in front of him with a tender smile. However, his slightly dark face was not very good looking to begin with, and his poor appearance made him look a little sleazy. "Mr. Minute, you really can't spend so much money in the future." Lin Royua feigned concern. "A single dinner for the two of us easily costs several thousand yuan. That's too expensive. My monthly salary is only 5,000. Seeing Lin Royua's domestic style, Minute Nanhua liked her even more and immediately pretended to be angry and said, "What's wrong with this? I'll treat you to dinner. You don't have to pay. I'll cover whatever you spend. When it comes to treating a girl I like to dinner, I'm willing to spend tens of thousands, let alone thousands." Despite his wicked and lecherous nature, Mananhua still has some assets. He's a vice president, after all, and has worked his way up in the industry for so many years, especially in the prime location of Longju. Most importantly, this old bastard is a master at making money he's secretly pocketed. Who knows how much is amassed over the years. It's not scary, but the Fujianese Chinese have a fortune of tens of millions, which is quite easy to accumulate. A 150 square meter studio apartment located within the 4th Ring Road and a BMW 740 are enough to demonstrate his financial resources as a vice president. Hearing Minute Nanhua say this, Lin Royua was secretly delighted. As long as she was cured of syphilis, she would definitely be able to live a more prosperous life with the help of Minute Nanhua. Mr. Minute, you're so good to me. The Manan man was flattered by the compliment and immediately became a little smug. Then why don't you hurry up and agree to be my woman? If you agree, I'll arrange the gold jewelry for you, and I'll also give you a savings card with 100,000 yuan. Minute Nanhua clearly went to great lengths to win Lin Royua's heart. Lin Royua was naturally happier the more she listened, but the more she listened, the more she had to keep her composure. If the syphilis issue is discovered, then everything is over. Oh, Mr. Minute, I just broke up with Chen Beiwang not long ago, and I haven't gotten over the sadness yet. You have to give me some time, Tilda. Haha, that's right, that's right. Minute Nanhua nodded excitedly. I won't rush you on this. I can wait. That's what he said, but in reality, Minute Nanhua was already burning with desire. He secretly set a deadline. If Lin Royua still didn't sleep with him by then, he might have to resort to force. By the way, yeah, you don't feel any pressure working with Chen Beiwang, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Royua immediately shook her head. We've broken up, and that's it. He's him, and I'm me. We won't interfere with each other. Have you not contacted each other privately since? Lin Royua thought Minute Nanhua was going to be jealous, so she quickly denied it. No, I'm just afraid of being gossiped about. Upon hearing this, Minute Nanhua immediately organized his thoughts and then said earnestly, Actually, I wanted you to contact him. I want you to secretly find out how Chen Beiwang secured the cooperation with Qingyang Supermarket. Chapter 43, The Legend of Uncle Yuan. As he spoke, Minute Nanhua took out a jewelry box that he had prepared beforehand and opened it. This is a gold necklace. Yeah, please accept it as payment for helping me find out about this matter. Upon seeing the gold necklace, Lin Royua's eyes lit up instantly, and she agreed almost without hesitation. Little did they know that the Fujianese man's gift of a gold necklace worth tens of thousands of yuan had two meanings. The first step, naturally, is for Lin Royua to inquire about the cooperation with Qingyang Supermarket. Secondly, he could tell that Lin Royua was a gold digger, and as for why she wouldn't agree to sleep with him, it was very likely that the benefits weren't enough. So he first sent a generous gift in order to gradually wear down Lin Royua's psychological defenses. In the future, whenever Lin Royua needs to inquire about Chen Beiwang's situation, she can give her a gift, which is a win-win situation. Seeing Lin Royua readily accept the gold necklace, Minute Nanhua also revealed a triumphant smile. Chen Beiwang, of course, was unaware of what had happened. He had already returned home and was having dinner with his wife, Xu Yixie. However, Xu Yixie's expression remained somewhat blank, as if she was pondering something. This afternoon, Ma Lianhao contacted Zhao Rong again, earnestly requesting a meeting. After discussing it with Xu Yixie, Zhao Rong agreed, wanting to avoid completely offending her. Unexpectedly, upon meeting, Ma Lianhao immediately offered to lend the two women money without interest, requiring only repayment of the principal. This news completely baffled Xu Yixie and Zhao Rong. The two women couldn't understand why Ma Lianhao's attitude had suddenly changed so drastically. After confirming that there was no foul play, the two women, each representing their real estate companies, signed loan agreements with Ma Lianhao, received the money, and could then proceed with the construction of the shopping mall. Although the matter had been resolved, Xu Yixie was still very puzzled. Under her questioning, Ma Lianhao finally told her that he had come to terms with it and should not have offended President Xu and Brother Chen. His words, Brother Chen, immediately made Xu Yixie realize that this matter was probably related to her young husband. So during dinner, she seemed a little restless, wanting to ask a question but not knowing how to start. Honey, do you want to ask about Ma Lianhao? Just then, Chen Beiwang, who noticed that something was wrong with Xu Yixie, spoke first with a smile. Xu Yixie was startled, then nodded gently. Honey, Ma Lianhao's attitude has changed so much. Did you do something to him? She still clearly remembered that Chen Beiwang said yesterday that he was going to find someone. Chen Beiwang did not hide anything, because he still needed to take Xu Yixie to see Yuan Taisong, and there was no point in hiding it. Yes, I met with an elder today. He is my father's sworn brother and has some influence, so the problem with Ma Lianhao has been resolved. Xu Yixie looked enlightened and glanced at Chen Beiwang a few more times. He was an elder with some power. If someone only has a little power, they probably can't control Ma Lianhao, this local tyrant, right? However, Xu Yixie was smart enough not to ask any more questions. Unexpectedly, Chen Beiwang suddenly spoke up at this moment. Wife, come with me to meet my elder in a few days. Ah. Xu Yishui's expression suddenly became extremely tense. She didn't know why, but she became very reserved whenever Chen Beiwang's family was involved. It's all right. My uncle Yuan is very easygoing, and he's heard about you too, Chen Beiwang said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Uncle Yuan. Xu Yishui was taken aback, then her pretty face changed. Is this Uncle Yuan you're talking about, Yuan Taisong, the director of the Forestry Bureau? The first person Xu Yishui thought of was Yuan Taisong, someone with some power who could keep Ma Lianhao in check. Chen Beiwang was clearly surprised, but he still nodded. Wife, do you know my Uncle Yuan? Xu Yishui shook her head upon hearing this. I don't know Director Yuan, but I've heard of his reputation. If the person you're looking for is him, then it's not surprising that he suppressed Ma Lianhao. Hearing Xu Yishui say this, Chen Beiwang was even more puzzled. Wife, how much do you know about my Uncle Yuan? How much can I understand? We are not even on the same level. Xu Yishui shook her head and smiled bitterly. I've only heard some legends about Director Yuan's past. What legend? Chen Beiwang's curiosity was also piqued. To be honest, he didn't know much about Yuan Taisong. He only knew that he used to be a military genius, decisive and ruthless with explosive combat power, and that was all. The first year that Director Yuan took office in Longju, that must have been 8 or 9 years ago, right? Thoughts flashed across Xu Yishui's beautiful eyes. I remember a big event happened in Longju that year. At that time, there was a very large underground force in Longju, which was known to everyone. Moreover, they are careful in their work and never leave any evidence to use against them. Overall, they are also transforming into a business-like model. At that time, the organization set its sights on the southwestern suburbs of Longju, intending to engage in multiple related fields such as jungle development, tourism, and forestry. They were domineering and tyrannical, and would secretly resort to underhanded tactics if anyone dared to disobey them, but they just happened to run into Director Yuan, who was parachuted in. According to rumors, a conflict broke out between the two sides in the deep mountains and forests. Director Yuan fought his way in and out 7 times by himself, completely scaring those thugs out of their wits. Then, the higher authorities mobilized forces to directly carry out a crackdown. This time, they didn't care whether the evidence was sufficient or not, but it was certain that they attacked public officials. It was because of that incident that the organization was uprooted and the most arrogant and powerful dark force under the emperor's nose was wiped out. Since then, rumors have circulated that Director Yuan is a retired military genius with immense power and influence. Director Yuan has also become famous overnight, and his name has resounded throughout the capital. Hearing his wife's words, Chen Beiwang was momentarily numb. He never expected such a thing to happen. My first year in Longju? That must have been the most tyrannical year for Uncle Yuan after he retired, right? It's truly pitiful for that organization that stirred up trouble of all people to provoke. They had to provoke such a killing god. Seeing Chen Beiwang in a daze, Xu Yishui smiled and said, Of course, these are just rumors. At least many of us didn't witness this scene back then, so no one knows if it's true or not. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang smiled without saying a word. Many people might question the authenticity of this matter, but he would not have any doubts, because an enraged Yuan Taisong is far more terrifying than the rumors suggest. That's why I'm a little nervous when you say your elder is Director Yuan. Xu Yishui shook her head with a wry smile. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or false, the fact that Yuan Taisong is Chen Beiwang's uncle and an elder is enough to put pressure on her. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang smiled and waved his hand. Calm down, wife. Uncle Yuan isn't a monster. He doesn't eat people. It's just a meeting. Besides, an ugly daughter-in-law will eventually have to meet her in-laws. You're the ugly one. Chapter 44 Godmother. With Chen Beiwang's deliberate efforts to lighten the mood, Xu Yishui's tension lessened considerably. Even though she was very nervous, she never thought of refusing to see Yuan Taisong, because it was an essential part of the process. If Xu Yishui doesn't even dare to see Yuan Taisong, how will she face Chen Beiwang's parents in the future? After dinner, the couple sat on the sofa watching TV. Xu Yishui would occasionally grab her laptop and work, and in her spare time, she would peel fruit and hand it to Chen Beiwang. The tacit understanding and warmth between the two seemed to always exist, making people envious. At that moment, Chen Beiwang received a message on his phone. It was from Li Chunsheng. Are you really going to go look at cars tomorrow? Looking at Li Chunsheng's message, Chen Beiwang was speechless. So this kid was still thinking about this at this hour instead of resting. When the two finished get off work in the evening, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng agreed to go to the dealership to buy a car the next day, mainly because Li Chunsheng did need his own car. However, Li Chunsheng was still somewhat hesitant, mainly due to his family background. Despite being a native of Longju, Li Chuanxing's family background is actually not good. His father passed away early, and his mother is frail and sickly. It's a typical male protagonist's starting point. While not exactly tragic, his situation is certainly not good. In comparison, although Chen Beiwang's life was a bit tough after arriving in Longju, the root cause was his ex, Lin Royue. Chen Beiwang's family has never been poor. Although they are not extremely wealthy, they are still well off. After all, the pharmacy is not something that can be run for nothing. Therefore, Chen Beiwang always maintained an open-minded attitude towards necessary expenses and never hesitated to spend money. But Li Chuanxing is different. He can spend small amounts of money without a care, but when the amount becomes large, he has no choice but to consider it carefully. After all, he also had to take care of his elderly and ailing mother, and the whole family depended on him alone. This is also why Li Chuanxing has never been in a relationship. He feels he is not good enough for one. Nonsense. Of course we have to look at the car, Chen Beiwang typed in reply. It's not like I'm asking you to empty your savings to buy a car. It's just to buy a car for transportation. You do need a car to shorten the time spent on commuting. For people in their line of work, time is very important. Taking the subway or bus can sometimes cause delays. Taking a taxi is not cheap, and the key issue is that they take taxes very frequently. Knowing that Li Chuanxing was having trouble making a decision, Chen Beiwang directly helped him resolve his inner hesitation and arranged to meet at Li Chuanxing's house the next day. After ending their chat, Chen Beiwang massaged Xu Yishui's delicate feet while asking, "Wife, do you know anyone who sells cars at the auto mall?" Xu Yishui nodded upon hearing this. "I know a few people. Are you buying a car?" "I already have the DBS you gave me. I'm not buying another one." Chen Beiwang smiled. "I'm buying a car for the big part of my budget, so a few $100,000 would be fine." Upon hearing this, Xu Yishui suddenly realized what was going on, and without saying a word, she took out her phone, dialed the number, and sent it to Chen Beiwang. This man is called Lu Wanzhong. He's a seasoned veteran in the car market. You can ask him for a discount when you go tomorrow. My wife is the best. Chen Beiwang kissed Xu Yishui's little foot without any hesitation, making the latter blush shyly. The next morning, Chen Beiwang drove away. Li Chuanxing's home is in the old city, which is also considered a suburb, but the area is built in the style of 20 years ago. Of course, the standard of living here is not high, making it suitable for ambitious people. An Aston Martin DBS appeared in the old town, attracting a lot of attention. It was also rush hour, and the large number of stairs made Chen Beiwang feel a little uncomfortable. Finally arriving at his destination, Chen Beiwang parked the car on the side of the road and then walked into the old-fashioned residential building in front of him. This place looks like it's been around for 30 or 40 years, and its style is somewhat reminiscent of the late Republican era. Chen Beiwang went straight to the third floor with practiced ease and then knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Li Chuanxing was holding a steamed bun in one hand and a scallion in the other. He saw that it was Chen Beiwang and couldn't help but smile. "You're pretty fast." As they were talking, Chen Beiwang walked in without hesitation, then snatched the steamed bun from Li Chuanxing's hand. "Chive and pork. I like it." Stepping inside, you'll find a small 2-bedroom apartment. Although it's a bit old, it's very clean and tidy. Hearing the noise, a figure emerged from the kitchen. He was about 50 years old, but his hair was already grey, and his face was pale and haggard. It was Li Chuanxing's mother, Sun Yuero. The woman was clearly ill, so she looked quite weak. "Godmother." Chen Beiwang called out enthusiastically, then stepped forward and gave him a gentle hug. "Godmother, I've missed you so much." "This child, if you want me to come over for dinner, just do so." Sun Yuero affectionately patted Chen Beiwang's head, then pulled him to sit down in the living room. "I'd like to, but that bastard big head won't let me come." "You're talking nonsense again." Li Chuanxing glared at him and retorted without holding back. Sun Yuero was already used to the two children arguing, and smiled as she looked at Chen Beiwang, asking, "Wang Zai, haven't you had breakfast yet?" "Of course. I'm just waiting to come to my godmother's place and freeload." Chen Beiwang grinned, his smile broad and sunny. He really hadn't eaten breakfast after making breakfast for Xu Yishui. He went straight out the door. Despite her poor health preventing her from going out to work and earn money, Sun Yuero keeps her home in perfect order, clean and tidy, and is also an excellent cook. In her own words, this is all she can do for this family. Listening to Chen Beiwang's words, Sun Yuero became even happier. She walked into the kitchen with a smile and brought out a steamer of large steamed buns, followed by a pot of millet porridge, pickled vegetables, scallions, and fermented bean paste. "Thank you, godmother. I'm so hungry for it." Chen Beiwang didn't stand on ceremony. He ate a steamed bun, a bowl of porridge, a chopstickful of pickled vegetables, and a bite of scallion dipped in sauce. Li Chunsheng was equally competitive, and the two of them wolfed down their food as if in a competition. Sun Yuero sat to the side, watching this scene with a smile. She was always satisfied with her son, and she was even more satisfied with this godson she had only known for 3 years. After they had almost finished eating, Chen Beiwang turned to Sun Yuero and asked with concern, "Godmother, how are you feeling?" "With you two little ones thinking of me, your godmother is doing very well," Sun Yuero said kindly. "Don't worry, godmother doesn't have any terminal illness, she's just weak. I still want to see you two get married." Well, Chen Beiwang subconsciously looked at Li Chunsheng, and only after the latter winked at him did he realize that Li Chunsheng had not told his godmother about his marriage. "Godmother, I actually just got married in a flash. It was so sudden that I didn't have time to tell you yet." Chen Beiwang has never been a liar, not even a white lie. His principle is to say what he really means. Chapter 45, Buying a Car. Chen Beiwang's words left Sun Yuero stunned. It's the kind of look that's both surprised and bewildered, and then you just sit there motionless and speechless. With yeah. After a long while, Sun Yuero finally spoke, only to be met with a wry smile from Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng. Sure enough, almost everyone who knew her thought of marriage immediately thought of Lin Royue. This woman occupies a huge place in his life. It's quite normal that Sun Yuero didn't know about Chen Beiwang's breakup after being cheated on. After all, Li Chunsheng had no reason to bring up such an embarrassing matter. He's a good brother. So Chen Beiwang calmly recounted the whole incident again. When Sun Yuero heard that Chen Beiwang and Lin Royue had broken up, and that he had been cheated on, her originally gentle face showed a hint of anger. But then, when she heard that Chen Beiwang had married a 40-year-old woman, her expression turned to one of utter astonishment. Fortunately, Li Chunsheng explained and introduced Xu Yishui, praising her beauty, temperament, and wealth, saying she didn't look 40 years old at all, which made Sun Yuero somewhat more accepting. "You silly child, that was a whirlwind marriage." Sun Yuero looked at Chen Beiwang and shook her head helplessly, "But I won't say anything. Age is no longer a barrier in this society. As long as two people like each other and can live together, that's fine. When you have some free time, bring your wife over for a meal, and I'll meet her too." "No problem, godmother. I definitely want you to meet him." Chen Beiwang immediately agreed, and then he and Li Chunsheng washed the dishes before he got dressed and went out. On the way, Chen Beiwang asked, "Datu, is Mom really all right?" Chen Beiwang was afraid that Sun Yuero was hiding the truth from him because she didn't want him to worry. "It's really nothing." Li Chunsheng shook his head decisively. "My mother's condition is no different from before. She's just physically weak. I'm thinking of buying her more nutritional supplements to help her recover, and also taking her to the hospital for checkups and physical training more often." "Forget about later. Let's get it done in the next few days," Chen Beiwang chimed in. "The money is all with you. This amount is enough." Chen Beiwang gave Li Chunsheng all the 1.35 million yuan bonus he received from taking over Qingyang supermarket. He didn't touch a single penny of it. Although Li Chunsheng was very disgusted by this, Chen Beiwang was adamant and used the car purchase as an excuse, which made Li Chunsheng temporarily accept it all. Upon hearing Chen Beiwang's words, Li Chunsheng immediately shook his head and refused, saying, "This 1.35 million is not entirely mine. I cannot accept your money." "Big head, why are you being so polite with me?" Chen Beiwang's tone became unusually serious. "If I was still the same as before, even if you wanted to take an extra 10,000 yuan, I would fight you to the death. But I'm not short of money or material things now. I have a beautiful, wealthy, gentle, and considerate wife. I have supercars, villas, and a considerable amount of pocket money. But what about you? You need to take care of Mom's health. The burden of the whole family rests on your shoulders, and you are really short of money. What's more, when I first arrived here, you were the one who helped me, protected me, and stood by my side. I'll always remember that kindness. I couldn't pay back the money before because I was incapable, but now that I can pay it back, I'm not. Do you think that's still me?" Seeing Chen Beiwang speak so earnestly, Li Chunsheng was deeply moved and sighed and nodded. "All right, then I won't argue with you about this anymore." The two quickly arrived at the car city. Chen Beiwang didn't waste any time and immediately dialed Lu Wenzhong's mobile phone number. After ringing for a moment, the call was answered, and Chen Beiwang spoke politely. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Wenzhong?" "It's me. Who is it?" "I am Xu Yishui's husband. I'm here to buy a car from you." "You've been drinking fake alcohol, buddy? And you call yourself Mr. Xu's wife? Get lost." Beep 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 tilde. The busy tone on his phone startled Chen Beiwang, who then found himself both amused and exasperated. It seems the other party doesn't believe Xu Yixirei is already married. Chen Beiwang had no choice but to call again. Before the other party could start cursing, he immediately said, "You can call my wife to confirm this. I really am her husband." After saying that, Chen Beiwang hung up the phone first, and then sat in the car with Li Chunsheng, smoking and waiting for news. A few minutes later, Lu Wenzhong called back, his tone noticeably more polite, though a hint of surprise was easily detectable. "Mr. Chen, where are you? I'm coming to find you." Chen Beiwang gave his location, and not long after, a man in a suit appeared, jogging along. Lu Wenzhong had an ordinary appearance and temperament, but his eyes were always darting around, which suggested that he was a clever person. When Lu Wenzhong saw the Aston Martin DBS, he immediately recognized it and his face lit up with a smile. "Mr. Chen." Seeing Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng get out of the car, Lu Wenzhong was amazed at how young this kid was. And he was also very handsome. You know, Lu Wenzhong is in his 30s, and Xu Yixie is older than him, but how come this so-called President Xu husband in front of him is so young? "Hello, Mr. Lu. I came here specifically to ask for your help. Thank you for your assistance." Chen Beiwang remained polite throughout, because Lu Wenzhong was also very friendly to him. "Oh, Mr. Chen, what are you saying? You are Mr. Xu's man, so you are my friend." Lu Wenzhong asked enthusiastically, "Mr. Chen, what kind of car are you looking to buy?" As he spoke, he glanced at the DBS, thinking to himself, "At this level, why change cars?" "It wasn't me, it was my brother who bought the car." Chen Beiwang introduced Li Chunsheng, and Lu Wenzhong, remaining friendly and polite, continued to inquire, "Mr. Li, what kind of car model do you have in mind?" Li Chunsheng shook his head. "Just buy any car for commuting, the kind that costs around 100,000 or 200,000 yuan." These words startled Lu Wenzhong. He thought that Chen Beiwang's friends, no matter how bad, would at least have a luxury car starting at 1,000,000 yuan. Who would have thought that the initial amount would only be a few 100,000? However, being a smart man, he didn't show any dissatisfaction or disdain, and still nodded and smiled warmly. "No problem, joint venture, domestic, import, what are your options?" Li Chunsheng thought for a moment, then said, "Let's go with domestically produced new energy vehicles." Chen Beiwang, who was standing to the side, was not surprised by his answer. Having been brothers for 3 years, Li Chunsheng knew very well how patriotic he was. He chose new energy sources because of the current good welfare and policies, and because electricity is cheaper than oil, making it more suitable for commuting in the city. Upon receiving Li Chunsheng's reply, Lu Wenzhong smiled and said, "All right, with the scope defined, things become much easier." "Mr. Li, what do you think of the BYD Song Plus?" Chapter 46. Lu Wenzhong repays a kindness. Li Chunsheng thought for a moment, then nodded. "Sure, as long as it's under 200,000, it's fine." "That's simple. Even the top-of-the-line model of this car 1T cost more than 200,000. Lu Wenzhong laughed. "Moreover, considering Mr. Xu and Mr. Chen's reputation, I have to negotiate the price down a bit more." With that, Lu Wenzhong led the two into the car market and headed straight for the BYD 4S store. He lived up to Xu Yixirei's description of him as a seasoned veteran. Once inside, all the sales staff recognized him. Lu Wenzhong went straight to the sales manager and sat down to discuss prices. "Big head, that's over 1,000,000 yuan. Why are you only planning to buy a car worth less than 200,000? Chen Beiwang sat with Li Chunsheng and asked curiously. Li Chunsheng smiled upon hearing this. As for a means of transportation, there's no need to buy something too expensive. The subsequent maintenance and upkeep costs are also high, so it's not worth it. Moreover, I plan to use this money to do some other small business, investing in it under both of our names, so as to earn some extra money." Hearing Li Chunsheng's words, Chen Beiwang suddenly realized, "Business is tough these days, you'd better think this through. If I lose money, I lose money. I can always start over." Li Chunsheng was clearly determined. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang said no more. Since Li Chunsheng wanted to pursue his career, he would accompany him. Given the connections they've built up over the years, failure isn't necessarily out of the question. "Have you figured out exactly what you want to do?" "Not yet. We'll think about it slowly. You can't rush things. Our focus should still be on the company." Li Chunsheng looked unsatisfied. "I will not rest in peace until I have brought down Yu Jiahui and Minute Halian." As the two were chatting, Lu Wenzhong walked over with a delighted expression. "Gentlemen, the price has been agreed upon." As he spoke, Lu Wenzhong took out the vehicle model manual from the store. The top-of-the-line Song Plus has a list price of over 170,000 yuan, and the actual on-road price is around 185,000 yuan. I spent a lot of time persuading the manager to lower the price of the top-of-the-line model to exactly 150,000 yuan. With additional discounts and other benefits, the final price will definitely not exceed 160,000 yuan. Hearing his words, Chen Beiwang was somewhat surprised. A car that cost over 180,000 yuan was reduced to less than 160,000 yuan. The price difference of over 20,000 yuan was reduced, which is a skill that not everyone can do. Although Chen Beiwang already knew from his wife that Lu Wenzhong was a used car dealer who cooperated extensively with these dealerships and thus had a certain degree of influence and treatment, it still didn't stop Chen Beiwang from being surprised. This also made him take a second look at Lu Wenzhong, and he thought that this guy was quite talented. "Mr. Lu, thank you so much this time." Li Chunsheng was quite excited. Suddenly saving more than 20,000 yuan was a great thing. More than 20,000 yuan, if you put it on your base salary, is enough to cover 4 or 5 months' wages. "Mr. Lu, you've done such a big favor. We can't let you work for nothing." Chen Beiwang smiled and said, "Then the profit from the price cut is yours." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenzhong immediately shook his head and refused. "Mr. Chen, you're being too polite. To be honest, I got to where I am today entirely thanks to Mr. Shu's help. If I were to charge him for such a small favor, I would be doing him a disservice." "Oh, how did my wife help you?" Chen Beiwang asked with a hint of curiosity. Lu Wenzhong didn't hide anything and laughed. "Back then, I was actually an employee under President Shu, working at Feichen Real Estate. It's just that I was so passionate about cars that I always used the money I earned to buy all kinds of used cars and then buy modification parts. As a result, my financial situation got worse and worse, and eventually I really reached the point where I couldn't afford to eat. It was Miss Shu who saw my passion and my predicament. She immediately helped me find a piece of land under the company's name and then helped me open a used car dealership so that I could legally sell the cars I had bought. She also gave me some startup capital and only took 30% of the shares in the car dealership. It is because of Mr. Shu's help that I, Lu, am where I am today. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang suddenly understood and looked at Lu Wenzhong even more closely. It wasn't because of Lu Wenzhong's loyalty and righteousness, but because of his wife's choice. In Chen Beiwang's mind, Shu Yixue was a very intelligent and capable businesswoman with a broad vision. There are only 2 reasons why she would give Lu Leuven so much help without expecting anything in return. One possibility is that she likes Lu Wenzhong, but that's obviously impossible. Another reason is to make a good connection with this person because of their exceptional abilities. Shu Yixue clearly recognized Lu Wenzhong's abilities, which is why she made the investment. However, based on Chen Beiwang's interactions with him, Lu Wenzhong does indeed possess considerable skill. At least in the automotive field, his knowledge and connections should be among the best. It seems my wife started making long-term investments a long time ago. Finally, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng drove away separately. Chen Beiwang even struck up a conversation with Lu Wenzhong, intending to formally become friends with him. Lu Wenzhong naturally had no intention of refusing. After all, the other party was President Shu's man, and he had to give him that much face. Moreover, after a brief encounter with Chen Beiwang, he also quite liked the other man's character and personality. The two drove straight to the company and then went to the property management office to get parking cards, since paying parking fees every day wasn't a good idea. Having secured the parking card, Chen Beiwang finally felt at ease parking his DBS in the parking lot and then drove away in Li Chuanxing's new car. As top sales performers in their respective categories, and having just completed a major order, the two of them wouldn't have much to do even if they didn't go to the company. Of course, this is time limited. It's only a few days that are relatively relaxed. If I don't go to work for a long time, that's impossible, and I'll be caught red-handed by Minute Nanhua and Yu Jiahui. The two first bought a lot of nutritional supplements and delivered them to Li Chuanxing's house, and then went to the hospital to make an appointment with a health consultant to visit Li Chuanxing's house that evening to check on Sun Yuero's health. Li Chunsheng has a bit of a procrastination problem, but fortunately Chen Beiwang doesn't, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to get 3 things done in one morning. Buy a car, buy nutritional supplements, find a health consultant. Around noon, the two had a nice meal outside and discussed going around Manlongdu in the afternoon to see if there were any suitable business opportunities. During the meal, a phone call came into Chen Beiwang's phone. It was Lin Royue. Chen Beiwang frowned slightly, wondering what this woman wanted from him again. After thinking for a moment, he answered the call. "Looking north, where are you?" "I was out doing business with DHU." Chen Beiwang didn't give anyone any chance to use it against him. He couldn't say that he was just wandering around outside, in case Lin Royue recorded him. Wouldn't this give the Manan Chinese a chance to cause trouble? Chapter 47 Conspiracy. Where are you two? I'm coming to find you. I have important business to attend to. Chen Beiwang originally intended to refuse, but as the saying goes, there must be something fishy about things that are not normal. He felt that Lin Royue's sudden initiative was suspicious, so he decided to find out what was going on and sent her his location. A dozen minutes later, Lin Royue appeared in front of the two brothers. When she saw them eating fried noodles from a roadside stall, she clearly showed a look of disgust on her face. Chen Beiwang noticed her subtle expression, but he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Chen Beiwang understood perfectly well that Lin Royue was that kind of person. In the past, when Chen Beiwang bought delicious snacks from roadside stalls, Lin Royue never ate them. Whenever she says she's hungry and wants to eat, it has to be something exquisite. When cooking at home, you have to eat lots of meat and fish. When eating out, you at least have to go to a restaurant. The smile on Chen Beiwang's face actually contained a hint of self-mockery. It's ridiculous that he and Lin Royue had been in a relationship for 8 years, yet she had never once eaten at a roadside stall or snack store with him. I'm such a fool for letting her get away with it for 8 long years. When Li Chunsheng saw Lin Royue arrive, he didn't even raise his head and kept eating his fried noodles. Looking north, how do you eat this? Lin Royue sat down next to Chen Beiwang, her facial expression and body language resembling those of a couple who were inseparable. What's wrong with eating this? Chen Beiwang remained calm throughout. I don't mean to be disgusted, I just think it might not be very hygienic. Lin Royue didn't forget her purpose. She couldn't fall out with Chen Beiwang, so she immediately explained with a faint smile. What do you want? Chen Beiwang had no interest in arguing with her. After taking a bite of fried noodles, he asked, Well, I've just joined your company, and I've just landed an order, but I don't have any experience, so I'd like you two to mentor me. I'm busy. Before Chen Beiwang could speak, Li Chunsheng refused and continued eating his noodles, as if he wasn't the one who had spoken. A hint of anger flashed in Lin Royue's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She stared at Chen Beiwang with tender affection, her voice sounding somewhat pitiful. Looking north, even though we've broken up, we can at least be friends, right? Chen Beiwang kept his head down and ate his noodles without responding. Seeing this, Lin Royue became a little anxious. At worst, I'll give you some of my bonus after I finish the order. Deal. Chen Beiwang agreed instantly, prompting Li Chunsheng, who was sitting opposite him, to look up in surprise. Based on his understanding of Chen Beiwang, the latter shouldn't care about that little bit of money now. As a newcomer, even if the company assigns her orders, they will always be extremely small, the kind that other colleagues would not want. Even if we eventually reach an agreement, we'll be lucky to get a few thousand yuan in bonus. This is thanks to the sheer size of Shankar Trading Company, Limited, so even the worst orders won't be too small. If you're a salesperson at a small company, you'd be lucky to get a bonus of 1,000 for completing a single order. Lin Royue was overjoyed upon hearing this, but Chen Beiwang continued, When are we going to discuss the cooperation? This afternoon. Lin Royue quickly waved her hand. I'll handle the business negotiations myself. I need to grow, don't I? I came to you mainly to learn some experience and communication skills. Chen Beiwang suddenly became alert, but outwardly remained calm as he asked, How do I study? Lin Royue revealed an innocent and charming smile. Didn't you two just close a big deal? I'd like to know how you did it so I can follow suit. Oh. Chen Beiwang sneered inwardly. He knew why Lin Royue had suddenly come to find him. Even a fool would know that Lin Royue must have been sent by the Manan Chinese. Minute Nanhua was certainly curious about what methods Chen Beiwang had used to make Su Qingyang give up better profits and choose him, so he specially sent Lin Royue over as a former colleague and friend to try and get information out of her. Fortunately, Chen Beiwang knew who Lin Royue was, and he remained vigilant after the breakup. Otherwise, he might have been successfully tricked into revealing information. At this moment, Li Chunsheng had already raised his head to look at Chen Beiwang, clearly having also noticed this, and his gaze was questioning. This is something that can't be taught by just giving instructions. The master has to lead the apprentice through the process himself. Chen Beiwang pretended to be in a difficult position. However, since you want to hone your professional skills on your own, I won't force you. But how much of the knowledge I tell you you can remember depends entirely on your comprehension. At this point, Chen Beiwang paused slightly, seemingly organizing his thoughts, unaware that he was pondering how to set up a trap. Lin Royue stared at Chen Beiwang with her beautiful eyes, as if afraid of missing something. When discussing cooperation, we must take the initiative and not agree to everything the other party says. Chen Beiwang began to speak eloquently. Take the Qingyang supermarket deal, for example. From the very beginning, neither of us was led by the nose by the other party. On the contrary, We used reasonable language to find their loopholes many times. Chen Beiwang gave a strange look and said, "Actually, this deal wasn't because of our outstanding business skills, it was just a lucky break. Su Qingyang, the owner of Qingyang Supermarket, doesn't like our company's vice president, Minute Halian. The cooperation was originally going to fall through, but I seized the opportunity to say that I had a big conflict with Minute Halian and had even beaten him up. This resonated with Su Qingyang. He believed that my closing this deal would make Minute Halian very uncomfortable, so he readily signed the contract with me. Furthermore, he said more than once during the process that he disliked Minute Halian because of his dark complexion, his thin and small stature, looking like a wild monkey, and his narrow-mindedness, calling him a petty person." Using Su Qingyang's words, Chen Beiwang gave Minute Nanhua a good scolding, which made Li Chuanqing's mouth twitch as he tried to suppress his laughter. Lin Royua looked embarrassed, but she didn't know what to say. After finishing the conversation, Lin Royua made an excuse to leave. Watching the other person get into a taxi, Li Chuanqing shook his head and sighed. "You rascal, when you're being bad, you really don't look like a good person at all." "What's wrong with me?" Chen Beiwang asked with a smile. "You launched a scathing attack on Minute Halian, but in the end, Su Qingyang took the blame. He's really in a bad way." Chen Beiwang smiled calmly. "It's all right. Minute Halian has neither the guts nor the reason to cause trouble for Su Qingyang, unless he dares to ruin this cooperation. In that case, the big boss and shareholders will definitely not let him off the hook. Dude, this isn't bad. This is a calculated move that leaves Minute Halian furious but helpless. It's just a pity we won't get to see Minute Hay's face contorted as if he was about to vomit blood. TSK TSK. Li Chuanqing was stunned for a while before slowly speaking. "I am truly fortunate to have become your godfather. Anyone who becomes your enemy will never have a good outcome. Get lost, I'm your godfather." Chapter 48. Lin Royue, the Gold Digger. While the two of them finished lunch and began wandering around the city looking for startup projects, Lin Royue had already returned to the company and headed straight to the vice president's office at Minanhua. "General Manager Minute. I've found out." Lin Royue spoke with some excitement. "Oh." Minanhua was watching pornographic films when he heard this and immediately became interested. So how did Chen Beiwang secure the deal with Qingyang Supermarket? Upon hearing this, Lin Royue hurriedly pulled a voice recorder out of her handbag. She had recorded the entire conversation. It's no wonder Chen Beiwang was wary of her. She was really daring to do something like recording. Soon, Chen Beiwang's voice came through, and Minute Nanhua listened attentively. But as he listened, his expression gradually darkened, and his already dark face became even darker. When the recording ended, Minute Nanhua finally lost his temper and grabbed the recorder, smashing it on the ground. "You bastard Su Qingyang, how dare you insult me like this?" Anyone would be angry in this situation, but this case involves many additional factors. For example, these words came from Chen Beiwang's mortal enemy. For example, Lin Royue witnessed the entire process. "You see, Minute Nanhua is currently going to great lengths to win over Lin Royue, but he was insulted like this, with insults directed at his appearance, skin color, height, and personality. How could he possibly tolerate this? Mr. Minute, this Su Qingyang is really a scoundrel. Should we retaliate?" Lin Royue now completely regards herself as a confidant of Minanhua, so she always speaks with his best interests at heart. The Minanhua nodded emphatically, then sighed and shook his head. "No, the cooperation has already been reached. Su Qingyang is now a major client of the company. If I go and cause trouble for him, it would be tantamount to ruining the cooperation. If the big boss finds out about this, he will definitely not let me off the hook. No matter how senior he is, no matter how much he contributed to the company's founding, it still can't outweigh the importance of orders worth hundreds of millions." So at this moment, the expression on Minanhua's face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. If he can't get revenge, what can he do? He can only suffer this injustice by himself. However, this also made Minanhua understand the reason. No wonder Su Qingyang was willing to refuse his offer of a 40-60 split in order to reach a cooperation agreement with Chen Beiwang. It turns out that Su Qingyang had always looked down on him, and Chen Beiwang was also at odds with him, which inadvertently united the two of them. This answer left Minanhua both angry and helpless. If he had known it would be like this, why did he have to investigate the reason when he was out of his mind? Lin Royue frowned and asked, "President Minute, are we just going to let this matter go like this?" Minute Nanhua took a deep breath. If Yu Jiahui had asked him that question, he would have kicked him twice and slapped him twice. But how could he dare to hit the beauty in front of him, whom he had been longing for day and night? After beating someone up, they ran away in a fit of rage, leaving you with nothing. There's nothing we can do. Chen Beiwang and Li Chuanqing just got incredibly lucky. As for Su Qingyang, Let him curse me all he wants. I won't be able to hear it anymore anyway. Minute Nanhua waved his hand dejectedly, sat on the sofa, lit a cigar, and started puffing away. Seeing this, Lin Royua's eyes lit up, and she sat down next to Minute Nanhua, her sexy black stockings rubbing against Minute Nanhua's thighs. Upon seeing this, Minute Nanhua's anger and grievances instantly dissipated, replaced by an unnamed lust that surged wildly from his lower abdomen. Yeah. Minute Nanhua raised his hand and placed it on the sexy black stockings, the alluring feel making him somewhat unable to resist. Mr. Minute, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Is that all right? How could the Manan Chinese have any sense of reason now? Speak freely. I'd like to ask you for an advance on my salary. I've got my eye on a handbag that costs over 20,000. Upon hearing this, Manan Hua waved his hand without hesitation and exclaimed, Why would I need an advance on my salary? As he spoke, he walked to his desk, opened the safe, and took out 30,000 yuan in cash. Yeah, go ahead and buy a bag. Consider it a gift from me. Lin Royua looked at the 30,000 yuan in red banknotes in her arms, her face lit up with joy, and then she nodded excitedly. Thank you, President Minute. After saying that, Lin Royua hugged Minute Nanhua and kissed him hard on the face. Before he could lose control, she quickly left the office. Although nothing more was taken, this kiss brought the Hokkien Chinese a wonderful and happy feeling. Little did anyone know, Lin Royua had never intended to receive her salary in advance. With her sexy black stockinged legs and a lukewarm kiss, she managed to get 30,000 yuan for nothing. Is she buying a handbag? No, she needs money for medical treatment now. After leaving the vice president's office, Lin Royua packed her things and prepared to go to Jingxi People's Hospital. At this moment, Yu Jiahui, who was at his workstation, saw this scene and couldn't help but ask curiously, Yeah, aren't you going to work? Lin Royua continued to maintain her persona, revealing a gentle and serene smile. I'm going to try my hand at sales. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiahui immediately became incredibly excited, saying with a face full of enthusiasm, I'll go with you. I've been doing this for so many years, I'm very experienced. Idiot, do you think I can let you come with me when I go to get medical treatment? Lin Royua cursed inwardly, then said apologetically, I'm sorry, Jiahui, I want to be able to handle things independently as soon as possible, so I plan to go on this business trip alone. Rejected again, Yu Jiahui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, completely oblivious to the mocking looks from his colleagues. This idiot has tried to arrange a date with Lin Royua so many times, but hasn't succeeded even once, yet is incredibly persistent. Seeing that Yu Jiahui remained silent, Lin Royua thought for a moment and then smiled. Jiahui, tomorrow is Saturday, you have a day off. Can you help me move some things? Yu Jiahui, who had been feeling down, instantly perked up upon hearing this and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay, give me your address tomorrow, and I'll come find you. Lin Royua smiled and nodded, then left the company. She had to drag along every man she could use. Although Yu Jiahui was just an ordinary, seasoned employee, he actually managed to accumulate a considerable amount of savings. You can't swindle big money, but you're perfectly fine with small money. For example, I've been staying in a hotel lately, and I can ask him to help me move so that he can pay the rent. Lin Royua was well aware of her charm. She thought that it was just a matter of rent, and Yu Jiahui would definitely be willing to pay. Meanwhile, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng had already explored most of Longju, and their patience was almost worn out. Because, given their limited perspective, they couldn't find a suitable startup project. These days, starting a business and making money is incredibly difficult. Beiwang, how about we get together tonight and call out all the people we've worked with before to see if they have any good projects or anything? Li Chunsheng was holding a cup of milk tea, drinking it as he spoke. Chen Beiwang thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, they are all people who prioritize profit. It's obviously unrealistic to ask them to help us come up with ideas or join us in starting a business. The risk is too great. I think we can change our approach to making money. We don't necessarily have to start a business. Chapter 49, Entering the Snack Food Industry. Li Chunsheng didn't understand what Chen Beiwang meant, so he asked curiously, if we don't start a project or a business, what else can we do? Chen Beiwang smiled upon hearing this. There are quite a few things I can do. Although I can't control the overall environment, little by little, it adds up. Li Chunsheng was even more confused. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang offered an explanation. We can take a stake, start multiple small businesses, or manage our finances. Anything is fine. Li Chunsheng wasn't stupid. The fact that he could hang out with Chen Beiwang at least proved that his thinking ability was not weak. He immediately understood and his eyes lit up slightly. Are you talking about investing in other people's businesses and getting dividends? or trying out a small business with low investment requirements? Pretty much. Chen Beiwang nodded with a smile, but my suggestion is to do it all at once. Let's go to the market to buy groceries first. Holy crap, what kind of leap of thought is this? How did it jump to grocery shopping? Chen Beiwang, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed to the wide road ahead. It's almost dinner time. Let's buy groceries, go home, and cook. We can chat while we eat. My wife needs to come up with some ideas for this. Afterwards, the two drove the brand new BYD Songplus back to the Shishu Villa area. There was a large market nearby, so they didn't have to go out of their way to buy groceries elsewhere. When the two returned home, they found that Shu Yixue was already there. Chen Beiwang asked with some delight, "Wife, why are you back so early today?" Shu Yixue saw that Chen Beiwang also had a happy smile on his face. "Everything is going smoothly and we are not so busy anymore, so come back and rest early." After saying that, Shu Yixue looked at Li Chunsheng and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Chunsheng." "Just call him Big Head." Chen Beiwang pulled Li Chunsheng to the kitchen, saying, "Wife, you rest first, we'll take care of dinner." "Honey, let me do it." Unexpectedly, Shu Yixue stood up, her voice gentle yet dignified. "You brought your friends over. How can I let you cook with your guests? I'll prepare dinner tonight." As she spoke, Shu Yixue took the vegetables and meat from Chen Beiwang and went into the kitchen. Chen Beiwang felt a warmth in his heart and stopped arguing. He led Li Chunsheng to sit down on the sofa and tossed him a bottle of drink to quench his thirst. "I've decided to come here less often in the future." Li Chunsheng sipped his drink, but kept complaining. "Why? It's so painful for me to eat dog food. Damn it, sometimes I really want to kill you." "What, are you going to commit patricide?" "Gone." After exchanging pleasantries, the two started talking about making money, and they chatted for more than an hour. Shu Yixue had also prepared dinner. 4 dishes and a soup. Just looking at their appearance and color is enough to whet one's appetite. Shu Yixue's cooking skills have always been quite good, which is probably related to her many years of single life and self-reliance. Li Chunsheng took full advantage of his sweet talk, praising the food as he ate. "Sister-in-law, I have to say, you're really good at cooking, much better than that grandson's cooking." Chen Beiwang was displeased upon hearing this. "You can praise my wife if you want, but why do you have to subtly insult me? What, can't I tell the truth just because I'm eating at your house?" Li Chunsheng didn't tolerate Chen Beiwang at all and retorted without any politeness, while Shu Yixue shook her head and laughed. Perhaps it was a case of loving someone because of their loved one as Chen Beiwang's good brother. Li Chunsheng didn't seem to have any aversion to her. Chen Beiwang ignored the bastard, picked up a chicken wing for Shu Yixue, and then spoke softly. "Honey, there's something I need to discuss with you." Shu Yixue looked at Chen Beiwang, a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. "Dhu and I wanted to do some side hustles to make money in our spare time, but after wandering around Beijing for an afternoon, we really couldn't find any good projects. So we plan to take a different approach and make money by investing in shares and receiving dividends, plus doing some small business to accumulate wealth little by little." Although Chen Beiwang's explanation wasn't very clear, Shu Yixue understood it and immediately asked a question. "How much startup capital do you have?" "Around 100, Li Chunsheng continued. Shu Yixue hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then shook her head. 1 million is a bit too little." Just when Li Chunsheng thought Shu Yixue was going to invest, she spoke softly. "I suggest you start with small businesses, do more and more, just like my husband said, little by little, you can accumulate wealth. Once you have enough startup capital, then you can invest and take shares." Li Chunsheng was taken aback. Shu Yixue wasn't planning to provide support? Actually, he didn't understand Shu Yixue. Chen Beiwang didn't speak up because he knew his wife well. Shu Yixue would never invest money. Because this is Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng's business, it belongs to the two brothers. What is Shu Yixue's investment? And in what capacity? Ultimately, she and Chen Beiwang are family, so Shu Yixue couldn't possibly side with her own man in this matter. Although the couple had only been married a short time, their frequent late-night heart-to-heart talks had already given them a deep understanding of each other. Even Chen Beiwang himself hadn't realized that this tacit understanding was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Or perhaps, even if he and Lin Royua were in love for 8 years, they were destined not to have a happy ending. "Sister-in-law, what kind of small business do you think would be suitable for the two of us to start?" Li Chunsheng's tone was both amiable and respectful. In terms of business acumen and strategy, neither he nor Chen Beiwang were as good as Shu Yixue. Shu Yixue paused for a moment before giving her answer. "The entertainment industry and the food industry are the only 2 options you have, and they are also the fastest ways to make profits. In the entertainment industry, it's hard to make money with small businesses because it's all about quantity leading to quality. The most common example is probably those claw machines and prize-winning machines in shopping malls, but the profits are minimal. So I suggest you focus on the food industry first. After all, snacks are very popular these days, and it doesn't cost much to set up a snack stall. Xu Yishurei's words made Li Chuanqing's eyes shine even brighter. Wow, sister-in-law, I admire you more and more. Xu Yishurei's words enlightened Li Chuanqing, and he realized how far-sighted Xu Yishurei was. Chen Beiwang chimed in irritably. All right, enough with the praise. I think you're up to no good with my wife. Xu Yishurei smiled upon hearing this. Actually, I have to thank my husband for this plan. If he hadn't taken me to eat countless delicious snacks, I probably wouldn't have come to this level. As she spoke, Xu Yishurei looked at Chen Beiwang, her beautiful eyes filled with affection, revealing her deep love. Chen Beiwang returned the smile with a warm smile and gently took the former's cold little hand in his. Seeing this, Li Chuanqing curled his lip and said, Is it now fashionable to lure dogs home and kill them? Stop talking nonsense. Chen Beiwang laughed and scolded. Let's do as my wife says and go into the snack food business. Chapter 50 Chen Beiwang's Foresight. With a goal and direction, the next steps become much clearer. Snacks don't require much technical skill, they're all about technology and hard work. As long as they taste good, they'll attract a steady stream of customers. After dinner, the three of them spent 2 hours deciding on 10 types of snacks, from fried skewers to grilled cold noodles, from grilled sausages and meatballs to noodle stalls. Li Chuanqing's idea was to go all out with $1,000,000, making as many snacks as possible, but this was rejected by both Chen Beiwang and Xu Yishurei. A more cautious approach is more suitable, as it allows for the reserve of funds for future use, since recouping the initial investment takes time. With the direction finalized, Xu Yishurei no longer needed to put in any more effort. Considering that Chen Beiwang's DBS was parked in the company parking lot, Li Chuanqing stayed overnight that night. To avoid overhearing anything he shouldn't, this guy deliberately chose to stay in a first-floor guest room and didn't even go to the second floor. Fortunately, the soundproofing was excellent, and Li Chuanqing slept soundly until the next morning. The two quickly tied it up and left. Because starting a snack business requires choosing a location, finding people, and purchasing various necessities, which takes a lot of time and energy, and since both of them are the kind of people who act on impulse, they naturally don't want to waste any more time. Entering this industry may sound troublesome, but it's actually not that difficult. The two first purchased all the necessities, both online and offline, from small carts to cooking tools, seasonings, and ingredients, spending a total of just over 100,000 yuan. Then go directly to the job market to hire people. Making snacks doesn't require much skill. As long as it's a middle-aged man or woman who is used to cooking, they can become proficient with a little training. However, this takes time, and you absolutely cannot open a stall until you can guarantee that the snacks you make are delicious enough. Moreover, the two were quite shrewd, choosing only middle-aged couples to ensure a fair distribution of work and dedicated labor. All 10 couples used contracts as the form of payment. Chen Beiwang and Li Chuanqing acted as the client, providing funds, equipment, and technical support, and taking 40% of the profits. The husband and wife team is the contractor, responsible for the labor and effort, overseeing the stall and earning money, taking 60% of the profits. Almost no couple could refuse this. Everyone knows that the snack industry is highly profitable. It may be a bit hard work and tiring, but it is indeed very lucrative. Normally, a decent food stall, if it stands in a good location, can generate at least 3,000 yuan in revenue per day. As for expenses, they are almost negligible, amounting to only a few hundred yuan. Earning 100,000 yuan a month is easy. A 60% profit margin is 60,000 yuan. So, what can a middle-aged couple with no education or professional qualifications do to earn 60,000 yuan a month? Of course, the specific returns will depend on the actual situation. At this point, the two brothers split up into two groups. Li Chuanqing went to scout out locations, striving to find the most suitable spot for his stall, such as near a school gate, in a night market, or near a commercial street. Chen Beiwang, on the other hand, focused on training 10 couples. They were blind men groping around with lamps, relying entirely on their mouths to taste whether the flavors were good or not. To this end, Chen Beiwang specifically recruited some college students to do free tastings. Half a month had passed by the time everything was ready and the stall was ready to open. On this day, Chen Beiwang reasonably allocated stall locations to the 10 couples, distributing them evenly across various high-traffic areas. Chen Beiwang and Li Chuanqing waited anxiously for the results of their first day of setting up their stall. Since they were all evening stalls, set up from dusk until 2 or 3 in the morning, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng left the company the next day at noon and went straight to a small factory in the north of the city. This place was specifically rented by them as a base, and it can also be used to store materials, tools, and ingredients. When the two arrived at their destination, all 10 couples had also arrived. Li Chunsheng was in charge of calculating the couples' bills and reporting their situation, while Chen Beiwang waited on the side, smoking. Half an hour later, Li Chunsheng excitedly rushed to Chen Beiwang. "Look north, guess the result." Chen Beiwang thought for a moment, then gave a minimum expected amount, 20,000. Li Chunsheng shook his head, then held up 4 fingers, 40,000 plus. "Damn, I really didn't expect to earn more than 47,000 yuan on the first day." Moreover, based on the observations of the uncles and aunts, most of the consumers are young people, especially college students and teenagers who have just entered the workforce. Li Chunsheng's face flushed red. He was genuinely excited. He never expected that the 10 stalls would generate such high profits on the first day of operation. This amount truly surprised Chen Beiwang, and it also completely relieved his anxiety. The fact that they made such a considerable profit on the first day proves that their 2-week training was worthwhile. This means that it caters to and satisfies the tastes and preferences of the masses. Then Chen Beiwang opened the factory door, and a sumptuous boxed lunch was laid out on the table inside. "Uncles and aunts, thank you for your hard work last night. My brother and I will treat you to lunch today." The 10 couples were overjoyed upon hearing this. A free meal, and a very nice boxed meal at that, why not? While they were eating, Chen Beiwang and Li Chunsheng also joined together to eat and chat. From the beginning until now, buying stall carts, renting stalls, ingredients, tools and materials, plus the renovation of this factory and the transformation of the cold storage, has cost about 500,000 yuan in total. Li Chunsheng had clearly taken on the role of accountant, and he said excitedly, "At this rate, we'll break even in less than a month." Chen Beiwang was also quite emotional. He knew that making snacks could make money, but he didn't expect it to be this profitable. However, as the person in charge, he has to do more than just be excited. He also has to consider the overall situation. "Has our factory's business license been issued yet?" Li Chunsheng shook his head. "I've asked around, and it should be ready in the next 2 or 3 days. But I don't understand, we are just a food stall, why do we need a business license?" Normally, all you need to do to run a food stall is a food safety certificate and a health certificate for the vendor, and these are usually obtained long ago. "Let's plan ahead," Chen Beiwang said with a smile. "After all, we are not just a single food stall, but a group. This factory is our headquarters. All the uncles and aunties' carts and ingredients are here. If anyone reports us, we'll shut it down and fine them. But once we have a business license and bring everyone together as a company, we are unassailable. In addition, obtaining this business license is also a stepping stone to develop more profitable projects in the future." Chen Beiwang was clearly thinking long term. For example, how about we add more food stalls? Or maybe we can just open a restaurant. At that time, we can consolidate all businesses, big and small, under the company name, which is both legal and legitimate.